when he start doing that weird shit, I'm like, yeah, you need to get with Jesus, brother.
And we
Yeah, I
beat
wish
back
Man,
at it.
pre-Kim Kardashian Kanye West would come back in effect. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
Pre
Kanye West,
pre
man. I even
Kardashian.
take 808s and heart. I even take 808s and heartbreak, Kanye.
Nah, I need that
Yeah, I
college
take that.
dropout. Nah, I need that
Yeah,
college dropout Kanye.
the college dropout Kanye. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
I almost
Pre
said
Kim
I almost said
Kardashian.
yeah.
Yeezys, but I didn't want to go that far. I stopped at my beautiful dark twisted fantasy.
Like slave shit was my shit off that college dropout. Every time I hear that song, I'll be thinking about my grandmama.
come on,
Oh yeah.
y'all.
Hey,
We must be
FBA family.
cleansed. We must be cleansed through the spirit. The tethers have been doing too much, Lord. The tethers have been vicious. The tethers have been senile. The tethers have been colluding against our best interests. And now, on this holiest of months, on this holiest of days, they are coming out of the woodwork with so much vitriol. We must cleanse ourselves.
Hey yo,
Every time I look up, I see God's faithfulness, and it shows just how much He is more miraculous. I can't keep it to myself. I can't sit here and be still. Everybody I will tell till the whole world is healed. King of kings, Lord of lords, all the things He has in store.
Come on, Lord, King of Kings, Lord of Lords,
Whoop.
all the things He has in
It sounds like the
store.
game
From
intro music lyrics right there.
hell yeah.
Yo, Mike. I hope
hey,
you consider doing a show based on which black immigrants actually make it their business to check the immigrants who disrespect FBAs and who are they and where are they platforms at? Because I would like to know. Because a lot of them come
dang.
on here, they just
Yeah.
want to talk shit. They don't be calling out their folks. You know, you might have a couple, but I'm talking about doing a whole space or a
Yeah, I'm
YouTube
gonna have to
live
look into
streaming
it.
based on that.
I'm gonna have to look
Hey,
into it. But
look. Hey, look.
Yeah, let's
all I
get to that,
know
man.
is when it comes to my show, from the FBA to the all are welcome through the door. But y'all
Yeah,
tethers will
no,
never
that's
be the
great.
same if you call us out our name. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
From the
Hey,
ridge
hey,
Hey,
to
that
the
brother in the back
floor,
chat talk about he
all are
back.
welcome through the door. You won't ever be the same
Be
when
gone,
you
devil.
call on Jesus' name. Listen to the words I'm saying.
Now throw that
Jesus
holy water
saved
on
me,
his ass.
now I'm
Get him
saved, and
away.
I know God is the force that picked me up.
So I'm doing my part.
I
I'm trying to
know
smoke his ass
Christ
out with
is the
the
fountain that
sage.
filled my cup.
I know these tethers are liars.
I know God is alive, yeah. He is opening up my vision, giving me
Oh
a
no. Oh no,
revelation.
family. Oh no. Oh no. The devil is knocking at the door, y'all. The devil is knocking at the door with a hammer, y'all. We got hammer back. What the
We
fuck?
Hey, we
got
got
this holy
another tether
cross
in the
for
back
you.
chat
Don't come
too.
back up here with that bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
Had
I
we was
had to
we
go
was
ahead
hey,
and
listening to the
jump in.
Lord. Why you fucking it up, man? We
Yeah,
was
I had
listening
to
hey,
to
go ahead
Hammer.
and
all
give him
our
that
holy
back.
savior, Kanye
But
West.
Okay,
Come
it,
here's
on
it
my
now.
really
hey Hammer.
is funny how
Here's my
FBA
hey
are
no hey
crying
Hammer. Check
now.
it out, bro.
Crying that
Wait a minute.
All right, y'all. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. We got some new guests backstage. Let me go ahead and have them provide opening remarks real quick, and then we'll get everybody back. Coming from the back to the front, we've got Kwaku. Kwaku, where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Los Angeles.
All right, Kwaku. And where are your people from originally?
My mother's from Ghana. My father's from Nigeria.
Okay. And what do you have to say about the topic at hand?
I feel Black Americans have squandered their opportunities in America.
We understand. Most of you Africans feel that way. Yes.
I feel when you talk about reparations, you were given reparations in the form of Section 8, welfare, affirmative action, food stamps, and you squandered all of it. So what exactly are you complaining about?
Well, let's start here. Do you know what the definition of reparations are?
No, you explained it to me.
Sir, you just came here and said that we've already been given reparations. Tell us what the definition of reparations is.
You know better than I do, so you explain it to me.
So we've got an African bush baby mushmouth tether bitch calling in saying that we squandered our opportunities, that we've already received reparations, but you don't even know the definition of reparations?
Okay, my understanding is that reparations are something that's owed to you. right?
Would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelmed? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed? I would have been. Have you ever been swallowed up? 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 I would.
Reparations are the compensation or making amends for the wrong someone has done. What you listed was food stamps and Section 8s. That's something that all ethnicities are entitled to. That's something that all Americans could take advantage of. That's not exclusive to Black Americans. So, how is that reparations for us if that's something that everybody benefits from?
No, though it was originally given to Black people back in the 60s. Mexicans
Sir,
were
food
to it.
stamps and Section 8 and all that shit you're talking about was created for white American Europeans after the Great Depression. The biggest welfare recipients to this day per capita is a white city. I forget the name. So please explain to us how we've received reparations when what you listed as our reparations is something that other ethnic groups have benefited from.
Even if you Blacks were going to get reparations, you'd squander it.
Okay, so first it's we already received reparations. Now, when I've educated you on the fact that we haven't, it's well, even if you guys get reparations, you're gonna squander the reparations. Sir, remind me again, what country did you say your mother was from?
My mother's from Nigeria. My father's from Ghana.
And you've been in the U.S. for how long?
Almost 7 years.
And what brought you to the United States of America?
My father brought me over here.
Why did your why did your father bring you over here?
I didn't have any control over that.
I didn't ask whether or not you had control over it. I said, why did your father bring you over here?
If it were up to me, I would have stayed in Nigeria.
Sir, how old are you?
21.
And you said you came here how long ago?
7. Oh, it's almost 7 years.
Okay. And now you're going to stop tap dancing and tell me, why did your father bring you here?
Because he felt America would be a better place for me.
Why did he feel that way?
Well, do you have any idea what's going on in Nigeria?
No, please educate me. What's going on in your native ancestral homeland of Nigeria?
It's an incredibly corrupt place.
So your father fled corruption. That's why he brought you to America.
Yes.
Okay. So you fled corruption, you come to America, and why have you adopted so much vitriol for Black Americans? Did you have negative experiences? Did someone call you an African booty scratcher? What happened to you?
No, I academically outperform most of the so-called Black Americans that I'm in school with.
Sir, I don't want to listen to your bullshit origin story of you being academically superior. I said, what have you experienced that caused the vitriol and contempt you are now displaying for Black Americans? What did Black Americans do to you, sir?
I don't have any personal experiences of discrimination or anything from Black Americans. It's just what I observe every day in the classroom and in the workplace.
And what did you observe in the classroom from Black Americans?
How lazy they are, how much they bring their ghetto attitude to the classroom.
And what city are you going to high school in?
East Los Angeles.
And were you going to a public school or a private school?
Public school.
So you had bad experiences because when you came over here and went to school in the ghetto, you thought some of the black high schoolers were lazy?
Well, no, in university. What I'm saying is they were given opportunities
No,
that most people.
no. We're talking about high school. We haven't got to uni yet. So in high school in the ghetto in East LA, you're saying that you encountered some lazy classmates.
Right.
Okay, this is odd to me. When I was in high school, there was lazy classmates, there was overachievers. It really had no impact on me. So why did lazy Black American classmates have such an impact on you, sir?
No, you and other people I've met in my life who are Black American, so-called foundational, talk about.
Now you're switching it to you and others. Before we get to me, sir, why are you so concerned with the lazy Black American classmates you had? How did their laziness impact you?
No, what I'm trying to say is when you talk about
I
wanting.
don't care what you're trying to say. My question is, how did lazy Black American classmates impact you?
Didn't impact me at all. But what I'm trying
Okay,
to
so
say
it
is
didn't impact you at all. I got it. It had nothing to do with you. It didn't impact you. Yet you're using it as the reason for why you have the vitriol and contempt for Black Americans today. I mean, sir, that makes absolutely no sense. And it also makes absolutely no sense that you come from a country of failures. Your father fled and brought you here, and now you're down talking the people that paved the way for you to come over here. Oh, and just like that, he ran off. Oh Lord, Mike was too much for him to handle, y'all. Mike was too much for him to handle. He said, "Oh, up. It's not
Mm.
computing. Error."
Hey, shout out to you,
Hey,
Mike.
yo, Hammer,
Hey, shout out to
your
you.
help
You know
flag.
just how to question. Shout out to you, for real. You
Hey,
know
I will
just how to
dissect
get
these
to it,
motherfuckers real quick.
real quick. I love how you did that shit. And there's a young Taylor, man. Did y'all hear when he said the workplace? We gotta work with these folks, man. See what I'm saying? That's why this shit's so serious to me. We have to actually work and take care of our families right beside people who just hate you for no fucking reason, just like a white supremacist.
Like sir, I'm sorry that your daddy didn't have it like that and you couldn't afford to go to a better high school. That's not our problem. What the fuck?
And then they want to group us in with these same motherfuckers. Hell, fuck no.
And
Yeah. Hey,
then
Mike. Hey,
Mike,
Mike. Hey, Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
He said that he went
I was
to.
gonna ask him a question before he left.
Yeah. He said that he went to East High School in Los Angeles. Now,
East
if you've
Los
been in
Angeles.
Los Angeles,
Is that Compton or Inglewood or something? Where's
no,
East LA?
man.
That's where the Essays
Man,
and the
East
Mexicans
LA.
live.
That's where. Yes. That's where all the Hispanics at in East LA, and they don't like blacks, man. If he went to school out there, they'd have been and they ran him
East
up out
LA
of here,
is
him and his
pretty
family.
Latino, right?
Yeah, they would have been ran him up out of there, man. They real racial out there, deep in East LA, and all their high schools out there. So what the hell is he talking about? I think he's faking it, man. He's faking it because he didn't go to school
Hey,
in no East.
but at the same time, he speaks to exactly how most of these tethers feel.
exactly.
They feel that we squandered our opportunity and we've already got reparations by getting Section 8 and food stamps, y'all. Do y'all listen to the mindset of white supremacy they have adopted?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. That's exactly what it is. They
So
know
that's
nothing about nothing other than what the white
so that's
supremacists
why you
train
call
them
them
up to be.
tethers, because they adopted the behavior of the oppressor.
And they
Most non
actively against our best
most
interests. Yes.
non-whites do. Most non-whites do. Neely Fuller Jr. talks about that. All prisoners learn from their captors. Every last one of them does. So if we're going to be calling them a tether, we better be calling ourselves that too.
All right, Linwood.
That's,
You're already a
hey,
suspected tether, Linwood. So
Linwood,
calm down.
hold
I
on,
mean, but
hey,
Linwood.
look,
being serious,
How are we a
being
tether?
no.
serious
Hey,
now.
look, Mike.
I want to know how we
I
a
was
tether. Can I ask
Mike.
Linwood how we a tether real quick though?
Go ahead.
Hold on. Who's saying Mike? Who is that?
It's young, Mike.
Who? Okay,
Young.
Young, what's up? Weigh in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, look,
what's up,
Mike.
Young?
I was Yeah, man, I was listening in on one of the white supremacist spaces, and one of the racist dude was saying that he was like, man, you know what's worse than a nigger? African nigger. And I was like, whoa. He was like, man, because you know those people are so slow and they're so dumb, and you know you can tell them to jump off a roof and they'll do it. You know,
And
you
that's why,
can have them. That was
and
crazy.
that's why they put him above us. Go back to what dude was talking about earlier. That's exactly why they put him above us, because they know FBA, you cannot mistreat an FBA most of the time, because we always got an ass whooping in our back pocket for you. Them folks will let you tell nigga jokes.
Yeah, I got that shit in my front pocket, cuz.
Tell nigga jokes business. So I didn't mean to cut you off, brother, but I wanted to say that's the reason why that Hammer guy called in talking about why they put immigrants. That's why. Go ahead.
And speaking of Hammer, Hammer left the backstage. Hammer, if you're listening, click the link and call back in. I was gonna bring you back up, but you ran off too soon. So click the link again, Hammer, and we'll bring you right back up. But before
His
we do,
connection
we've
had a
got
malfunction.
Idris.
He had to dump more chicken nuggets in the fry pan. That's why his phone disconnected.
Damn. We've got Idris coming from the back to the front. Idris, for those who aren't familiar with you, let us know where you're calling in from, what your lineage is, and what you have to say about what you've heard. And you're on mute, by the way.
Okay.
You better not say you're black Brit. You better say you from Australia.
That's it. Yeah. So I'm a white Australian, right? Well, basically, I'm from the United Kingdom of Great Britain. I'm from London. I'm originally from Somalia. And basically, I was absolutely sickened by what I actually heard. It's just white supremacist talking points at this point in time. He shouldn't have said any of this. He's got to realize that there's the good, the bad, the ugly in each and every race, in each and every community. Now, if let's just take his argument at face value. Let's just say that let's, for example, say for example, if there were dysfunction in the Black foundational American community, why is a man like that focusing upon that particular community when in Africa we have way too much dysfunction? What is the fundamental root cause of the dysfunction of Black people in America, in Africa, all over the world? It would be the systems of white supremacy. So we should never be called, we should never be attacking anyone when our situation is rather bad itself. I mean, it's just, does he not see the problems in Africa? Does he not see the dysfunction going on there? This is really sickening.
Idris, real quick, I would love to give you the floor with him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a phenomenon. We are going to see an exchange with a tether versus a non-tether. Let's go.
I understand why he's calling me a tether. But I just want to say, I actually disagree with the other guy.
Which other guy?
The guy that was saying that Black Americans essentially are, that their predicament is their fault, which is not true. It's undeniable that a lot of the issues Black Americans face is because they were put in that position by the white dominant society, right? What the problem I have with the FBA?
Why were you attacking the FBA and saying that they had?
I'll tell you why. What I'm attacking them for is when they pretend as if that's not what's happening. What I don't like.
Hold on.
Is when,
sorry. So you said that they have squandered their opportunity.
No. That was not me. That was somebody else.
Oh, that was someone else.
Yeah, that's someone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've had quite a few tethers that call in Idris. So Idris, this tether is called Hammer. This is the one from Cameroon that said basically that we're not really Americans, only whites can be American, and he said a whole bunch of other fuck shit.
Yeah. My thing is that the United States is a white colonial project. It was meant to ensure that white people are at the top. So what I tell Black men is that you guys say you're full-blooded Americans is inaccurate. Yeah, you may have the legal citizenship, but the reality is that from the moment you got here, white America has got out of its way to put you at the bottom. In fact, they're literally putting Latinos over you. So when you're going around saying you guys are full-blood Americans, I laugh at that. And on top of that, when you guys going on reparations, I support for Black Americans. My only
Sir, America is a nationality, not a ethnicity. No one is saying they are a quote unquote full-blooded American. Stop the cap.
project. By default, to be American is to be white. You may have the legal citizenship, but we all know in real life who has the power and privileges. We know.
Okay, all right. Now here's the thing: these the Black foundational American people, whether the white dominant society accepts or rejects them, they are Black and they are foundational to the United States of America. They have one second, please. They have a history, they have a culture, they have a way of life, they have customs, they have traditions over centuries in the United States of America, which is somewhat distinct and different to Africa. They are a community and a tribe and a clan in and of themselves, and we should and respect that.
Okay.
Irregardless of whether they're at the top or at the bottom. Go on.
Africans. The only issue is their culture essentially is influenced due to their history as being slaves in America, and essentially being, in many ways, stripped of the culture in the United States. They're an artificially created group in the United States. They were bred here in this country. And no, America first began as a settler population. Then they brought slaves here. Let's not forget that. Okay? Before the slaves were brought to America, it was originally settled by what? White European settlers, unless you want to know that too. So it was first white European settlers that came here.
That is emphatically incorrect. The first people here were the indigenous Native Americans. When the white pilgrims or settlers tried to come here, they starved and they died. They could not sustain themselves. They had to rely on trading with the indigenous folk and getting the indigenous natives to teach them how to hunt, gather, and farm, which is why we even have the pseudo holiday Thanksgiving that we have today. They came over here and failed and died, and due to the benevolence of the natives, and then later due to the work of the foundational Black Americans, that's how this nation was built. So stop the cap, sir. There's the history lesson for you.
Thanks for clearing that up for us, Mike.
Yeah. So I don't know what he was saying, but my standpoint is saying they're not natives. So before you got here, there were natives and whites already here. Well, actually, it was natives, then white settlers came. So my thing is that.
So let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you a question. I mean, what do you define
as dumbass doesn't understand that Africans circumnavigated the globe before any other group? You don't understand that there is African Egyptian hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon. You don't understand the figures of the Black Olmec, sir. There were melanated indigenous folks here long before white settlers. When Christopher Columbus got off the boat, he said he saw dark Black natives. So what are you talking about?
Do you see what I'm talking about? He just said that Black Americans are indigenous North America. Is that true?
Jesus Christ, this man is such an ignorant.
No, I mean, he didn't say that at all. Basically, to begin with, Black people have got across the entire world and have settled in different parts of the world. That's just what he said. Now, at the end of the day, all right, these people, they are foundational to the United States of America. And I want to understand what your definition of native is. What are you talking about when you say native?
White settlers came here, they saw the indigenous native population. Were those people Black Americans?
Yes, they were West Eurasians.
That's what the FBAs are alleging. When white settlers came here and they saw the indigenous.
I'm deflecting. Idris just asked you a question. Now answer it. Idris, restate your question.
Yes. So what do you define as a Native American per se? That's what I need to understand firstly.
People who were here for thousands.
Hammer, what is your definition of a Native American?
Said it. The indigenous Native Americans. The tribes that were here before all of us got here.
And what color
Groups
were
that were
those
here.
tribes? What color was their complexion? What shade was
They're
their
mostly,
hue?
most of the people are saying things like Asiatic, but they're mostly brown skin. If you want to be honest, it's that color. But
Were
they're
they
not
melanated people?
Well, that's very misleading because
All right.
melanated.
You
means
just
black.
said brown skin. You just said brown skin. Brown skin comes from having melanin. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so okay. So you're saying that the Native American people are from originally West Eurasia or something, and that they crossed over to they crossed over the plains of Alaska. Is that what you're saying? Hello? Are you still there? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
I'm not on mute.
Sorry, can you speak then?
Yes, but like I was saying before, when it comes to the native population, right, they were here thousands of years before
23,000 years ago?
2,000 years ago. Well, I don't know exactly what the time, but I know it's
I mean,
thousands.
it's between 23,000 to 27,000 years ago. So you're saying that originally that they were from West Eurasia, or you're saying that they were from Africa? Where are you saying that the Native Americans were from?
Based on what I gathered, Native Americans, this is what I'm saying, right? Essentially migrated to the America, I think, from essentially Asia. But that was thousands of years ago. This is what I'm saying. But the whole point is this, right? Is that this is not what the FBAs are saying. The FBAs are saying that Black Americans were here before the whites came. That's the issue I have. If we want to have about Native Americans, we can have a conversation. But my thing is when they're saying, no, you're not native to.
Hammer, do you not understand that they were Black indigenous people here before the whites and before slaves came from Africa? Do you understand that the transatlantic slave trade, as it's reported, is a absolute fallacy? Most of the Africans that were transported from Africa ended in South America and the Caribbean, which is where the heaviest population of Africans outside of Africa are today. Most of the quote unquote Native Americans were melanated Black folk that look just like New Era and look just like me and any other FBA brother. So, what are you talking about? You're believing the white man's history, the same white man that told us Christopher Columbus was a benevolent man, the same white man who said the founding fathers were righteous people and not raping slaveholders. Sir, your history is incorrect. If anything, the transatlantic slave trade myth, the truth, is the reverse of that. The first slaves that were really transported were from the Americas to Spain. So, what the fuck are you talking about? In the late 1800s, Lincoln had a plan. He said, you know what? The freed Black slaves, we should probably send them somewhere to Liberia or a different country. But he said it was logistically impossible. So, riddle me this. How is it logistically impossible to send free Black people from America to Africa in the late 1800s, but we're supposed to believe in the 1500s they sent millions of us shipped like fucking sardines from
Can I come in
Africa,
here
sir? That makes
before
absolutely
he
no sense. Where was the food stored on those ships? Where was the water stored on those ships? How do people packed like sardines survive a 40-day voyage that was navigated by the wind and the ocean's current, sir? That makes absolutely no sense. So then we have to think about this. Well, if most of the Black people in America did not come from Africa, then where did they come from?
I
It's
think
very interesting. Hold up, Idris. It's
no
very
problem.
interesting that most other land masses, their indigenous people, are dark-skinned, black melanated people. But you think that wasn't the case in America? Why are the original Aboriginal Australians dark-ass melanated black folks? I thought Australians are supposed to be white. Oh, damn. Oh, go ahead, Idris.
Yeah, so basically it was I think he has the previous thinking that I used to have, which was the Native American Indians were from West Eurasia. I mean that was what I used to think. I used to also believe this, and he believes that most of the Black people came as slaves from Africa. That is his particularly story. He does not believe that even the darker skinned Native American Indians were black. That I think is his belief. So we can actually ask him the question: is that what you believe? You're on mute, sir.
No, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. Now, to answer the question, okay, he said that Black Americans are indigenous to North America. He said that the Atlantic slave trade never happened. Those are two big statements.
Sir, I said that the way that we're taught the transatlantic slave trade is incorrect. The number of Africans that came to the Americas is dramatically overstated. Most slaves during the transatlantic slave trade went to South America or went to the Caribbean. That's what I said. Dumbass tether baby bitch boy.
Did Black Americans come from the transatlantic slave trade? Yes or no?
A percentage of them did, absolutely.
A percentage. How much?
Yes, a much smaller percentage than is reported as the official
Say
narrative.
the percentage. What percentage?
Sir, if I was to guess a number, the numbers that I've heard that actually make sense is 3 to 6%. That's your answer. 3 to 6%. Now tell me otherwise.
6% of only 6% of Black Americans come to the slave trade. And that,
oh my God, he's so ignorant. I said out of the transatlantic slave trade, 3 to 6% ended up in the Americas. That's what I said, dummy.
Yeah, and it's still wrong. So once again, what?
Okay, no. You said I'm wrong, right?
Okay, because
You just said I am wrong. So what is your source? If I said 3 to 6%, what percentage do you think?
Every single Black American that lives in this country is only here because their ancestors came from the West African slaves.
Then why do I have Native American citizenship and I can trace my family members that were members of the tribe since even before slavery in America?
Right? They came here and admixed with the indigenous.
No. If every single Black American in America came from slave ships and none of us are indigenous, then how do I have Native American citizenship? My lineage on the native side weren't slaves that were held by natives. These weren't freed slaves that then mixed with natives. These are Black aboriginals. So what are you talking about?
With native tribes. That's where the admixture comes from. In fact, you guys have more European blood than you have Native American.
Sir, we're not going to allow you to do the tap dancing. You said my figure of 3 to 6% is incorrect. So what percentage do you believe?
Every 100% of Black Americans.
100% is what you said. So now I'm going to ask you, hold on, Edge. So now I'm going to ask you to cite your source. Where did you get the information that 100% came from slave ships?
That's what I was going to ask you.
Any fucking library. What?
So you can't cite a source.
Any history book.
So you can't cite a source. Okay. You can't cite a source. I got it. There was something called freedmen. There were octomaroons. There was maroons. There was everything in between. There was Black people that even came over here, migrated over here during the time of slavery, and they were never enslaved. So what are you talking about, sir? There were even some Black people who had slaves of their own. So what are you talking about, sir?
I hope you understand what's happening here, right? Everything I'm saying is literally backed by all historical books, every single knowledge out there. What you're saying is pseudo.
The same history books that told us that Columbus was just a benevolent explorer and not a rapist. Okay, I got you. Yeah, he's been indoctrinated real crazy. We've got some new people backstage, so I'm gonna put the tether on ice after Idris finishes having. So Idris, go ahead and finish your conversation with him real quick.
So basically, you're actually saying that 100% of the foundational Black Americans were from the slave ships. Now, if you're saying that, I need a specific reference in that regard, because my understanding now is that that there were that the foundational Black Americans were the first people in the United States of America before the Native American Indians and before the whites, and basically the cross-Atlantic slave trade was predominantly a myth in which only 6% came across across Africa on the slave ships. That is what I've been taught. Previously, I used to be of the view, just like you, that almost 100% of the slaves came from Africa and that they came after the white man. So what is your perspective on that then? Hello, you still there?
Yes, I am. Hold up, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly, sir.
Yeah. What you've been taught is pseudoscience on YouTube, that if any one of these folks went to any historian in real life, they'll get smacked across the face. See, they can't go to Congress saying this stupid shit. They can't go to legislative bodies saying this dumb shit. They can't go to the UN saying this stuff. They can only...
The Cameroonian African Bush baby tether boy has so much energy for us, but he will never speak out like this against the Germans or the French who colonized him and fucked up his country to this day. This is so sad. Idris, we're gonna drop you down for just a minute because we gotta
no problem, sir.
no. We did have somebody backstage, but they oh no, he's back. All right, hold on. I'm gonna bring up a new person and then we'll bring everybody back. Hold on. All right, Shay Sun, can you hear me? Shay, you're on mute. All right, Shay going once. Shay going twice. Shay Sun going 3 times, and you're out of here. All right, we'll go ahead and bring everybody back up. Good Lord, that boy.
Yeah,
this man is from Cameroon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me get a 1 in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. We are now pausing the playback to go live with you all. We've got a guest waiting backstage we're going to bring up in just a moment. Hit the like button on the way in if you have yet to do so. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. And above all else, hit that StreamYard link if you'd like to call in and let us know what's on your mind. All right, I'm seeing some ones. The audio is A-OK. Hey, Prince of Paraphernalia, make sure to drop some links to your merch store. We're going to go ahead and bring up Millie, coming from the back to the front. How you doing, Millie?
What's up, man? I'm doing all right. I've just clicked into the show now, so I just want to see what see what you guys are talking about, really.
Yeah, so I was playing a bit of a replay. This is our first live discussion today, me and you. But yeah, in the replay, we were talking to a tether or two that had some very interesting critiques, if you will, towards the foundational Black American culture. But yeah, I mean, it seems like there's never a shortage of some migrant calling in and spouting nonsense, talking down about us and our condition and how we're lazy and we're not taking advantage. Yet when you look at their country that they fled from, oh boy, whole lot of failure.
Yeah, I really want to deny it, but there's this idiot on YouTube called the Arab Nigerian's Perspective. And he was saying something similar about South Africans, saying that South Africans are lazy, and it's just like I felt disgusted because I think like I hope South Africans won't see this and think that that's how we all feel about them, because this guy's a coon anyway. He's on YouTube.
I think I know who you're referring to. He's always talking like pro-Israel and dissing Muslims, and all Muslims are evil people and their faith is really terrorism and yada yada yada, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, I'm estimating that he probably is from the coast, so he'd be classified as Igbo, but he's not Igbo, if you know what I mean. So basically, his ancestors would have been the bastards that would have come and raided my people and tried to kidnap people. And yeah, he looks like the kind of person. He looks like the kind of wanker who. But I won't go into too much of my people's history. But I'm willing to bet that he's not from the mainland Igbo land like I am. He's probably from the coast. The people, because during that time they used to the many Europeans, they brokered deals with the tribes that lived on the coast. So that was the thing. And because I'm from the mainland, and so it's like I'm just a kisser. But going back to it, as much as I keep on trying to deny it in my head that we don't have that Africans don't have that level of vitriol. Just because I don't have that level of vitriol for you FBAs, the more and more I see of it, and I see stuff like that, and I'm like, I have my head in my hands, and I'm just like, oh gosh, this is terrible. Why are you? Why? Well, why? Because I'd rather, in my mind, it would suit me to believe that we all have an admiration for Black Americans, and we don't have any form of vitriol for them. So, but unfortunately, it's times like that you just think, okay, I think some of us are on that dumb shit. So.
Yeah, it's interesting because oftentimes we'll even have suspected tethers calling in complaining, saying that I'm misleading my audience, I'm blowing things out of proportion. This is only something that lives online, and in real life, there's not any kind of contempt or disdain between foundational Black Americans and Africans. And then those same people calling in saying that this is a myth we're making up, they will turn to that same xenophobic, tribalistic rhetoric, talking a whole bunch of shit about us. So yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic, to say the least. What's up, Mark? Nice to see you, brother. But yeah, so your Nigerian background. For some reason, I always get you confused with Idris. Idris is the Somali, right?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that of Idris, but okay. Yeah, I'm Nigerian. So Idris will be from the other side of the continent in Somalia.
Yep. Yeah, Idris is our Somali brother, and you're our Nigerian Igbo brother.
Yeah,
Our Nigerian tribal
bang
chief
on,
up in
man.
this
Yeah.
bitch.
But the only thing is that I don't want to call the span in the works with that term. I've heard a lot called akata. I was wondering that because even I got family back home who call me an akata, and I think they mean by it doesn't mean cotton picker. It means someone who's removed from who's basically overseas, basically. So I guess when they call me a kata, and I'm thinking, oh, is that what I mean? But I guess that's they obviously it's in tongue in cheek humor, but it's like that's why I'm just a bit unsure about the term akata, because then it's just like, okay, if that's what it means, then what African language is it? Because there's like hundreds of languages in Africa. What language actually says that akata means cotton picker? Because but at the same time, like as a
No,
nickname.
so it doesn't mean cotton picker. I think certain Africans have different words for us that mean cotton picker. Akata is a Nigerian word actually. And really what it is it's supposed to be, or at least originally, it was a description or used for describing a wild cat, a cat that doesn't live at home, a cat that lives in the jungle. So they call any, melanated person not living in Africa, they call him an akata, to be like, oh, you're a wild animal, you're a wild cat, you're not on the continent, Your name's Millie and you live in the UK. You're Mike and you're American. You're a kata. So it's just another way for them to be xenophobic.
Okay, well, that's I was completely unsure because I was just remembering like because when I went back home, people would they called me a Yankee, and I'm thinking like, I'm not from New York, I'm not even American, but they just think anyone who's from he's from overseas, especially in the West, they just have a name for all of us. So it's
And notice how they're throwing labels on you to delineate them from you, but as soon as FBAs talk about delineating it, oh no, that's divisive, nigga. That is divisive. You trying to tear us apart. No.
Okay, but it's just another thing. Is just 'cause I guess when they say that we don't have any African blood, and the thing about Africa is that we are genetically diverse. We're probably the most genetically diverse people on the planet. So the reason why we are kind of like we West Africans are kind of looked at as funny type of ways because we look like the people on the telly, and that's because we share similar features and stuff like that. Like it's been said that my people Igbos have been said that they look like people from the south, and that's probably because a large amount of the people from the south are they were like, if you heard of the Igbo landing, the thing in Georgia that I heard about, is just because Igbos were one of I think they were incentivized to go after Igbos because they said we had a lower mortality rate on slave ships and stuff. So it's like I think there is a huge Igbo representation in the Americas, and
Nana,
apparently
again, you said it, and we gotta harp on the distinction on the Americas. The transatlantic slave trade that was between Africa and the Americas. The United States of America is not the same as the Americas. The Americas are South America, the Caribbean, the island of Haiti, and the list goes on and on and on. But when we talk about the Americas modern day, when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade modern day, we equate that to America, the land of the free, the home of the brave. But America, the country, is different from the Americas. So just like you said, they try to say that there was certain Nigerian, slaves that came over and da 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 da, and they're trying to say they're in the South or something. No, no, no. Those folks went to the Americas. Jamaica, St. Lucia, Brazil. The list goes on and on. Even if I pull up a map right now and show you the ocean's currents and how they traveled from West Africa to the Americas, they were going from um, West Africa down to South Africa, down across to basically Brazil. And then from Brazil, they would go up to the islands of like St. Lucia, Puerto Rico, Haiti, et cetera, et cetera. They weren't actually going to America that we know today. And actually, it was impossible for them to sail directly from West Africa to America because it was such a long voyage and they had to resupply, and there's no way that they would have enough, room for the people plus the food and everything. So where they were actually going was from West Africa down along the coast of South Africa, then over to the Americas, which is not the same as the United States of America.
All right, but please correct me if I'm wrong. But when I said the Americas, I always thought the USA was part of the Americas. So as in North and South America, it was a way of saying the Americas is a way of saying North and South America. But if I'm incorrect, then I apologize. That was when I say the Americas, I refer to North and South America. So
No, see, it's not that you're incorrect. I just wanted to expound upon that because us Americans, we think when people are talking about America or the Americas, we think that that's the U.S. of A. No, the Americas are a landmass comprising of North and South America and all of those islands surrounding it. So the only reason why I wanted to harp on that is because when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, a lot of people are like, oh, but all of you guys in America are slaves. You come from slaves. No, a lot of us were indigenous. A lot of the slaves that were brought over, they landed in the first penal colony destinations, South America, the Caribbean, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't even make any sense for them to wait and skip all those penal colonies where they could sell slaves and wait until they got to the United States of America and then start selling them over there on those colonies. That doesn't even make sense because logistically, the slaves would die the longer that they were out at sea.
Oh, I always thought that is because it was whatever was left over from going through South America and the Caribbean, that was what was brought to America. But another question is if you say that you don't have any African blood,
Hold on. Like you said, what is left over, right? You would think that whatever was left over is what would go to America. If you're a slave trader, why would you have cargo left over? If you got all of South America, all these islands to sell slaves to, and you got, say, 250 slaves on your boat, you have every opportunity to get all those slaves sold off and trade those slaves for rum and wine and this and that. So even if we play devil's advocate and say, okay, well, the last stop on the train is the USA. Maybe there's some slaves who didn't get sold off in any of the many South American countries, who didn't get sold off on the islands, and so they dropped them off at America. Nah, not likely. Not likely.
okay. And one more thing, a question is do you not think that it might undermine your claim for reparations if you say that only a small, minute percentage of you actually came from Africa?
No, I don't think that would undermine our claim for reparations at all, because first of all, it's damn near impossible to quantify what percentage of us were indigenous versus which percentage were from Africa. A lot of indigenous Black tribes, they reclassified as Negro. So even if, let's say I come a family, let's say I come from a family that doesn't come from Africa at all, we're just indigenous, but we get misclassified generationally as Negro and now are enslaved right alongside the African slaves and are treated just the same I mean, we still deserve reparations. We didn't get any tribal any tribal reparations because they took away our native identity and they turned us into Negro or turned us into African slaves or whatever. So with the misclassification comes, a whole lot of foolishness. But I don't think that that would take away any reparations claim at all because there's still been no reparations paid out. There's still many people, whether indigenous or African descent originally, who went through chattel slavery in America and have received no compensation.
All right, no more questions, Your Majesty. Your no more questions.
But no, but as far as the ocean's currents, this is something that most people don't realize. They don't understand. They believe the fallacy that they were going from West Africa straight over to America. They think they were going from West Africa straight over to America, and all these slaves is getting pumped over here in America. No, this map does not do a good job representing true size, true scale. First of all, we know that you can fit like 6 or 7 United States of Americas inside of Africa. So we already know that the proportions of the land masses are way off. Also, this distance is really 5 times the size of what is being viewed here. So they actually could not sail. And again, they didn't even have steam powered boats yet. They were just going off of the wind and the ocean's currents, right? So it was impossible for them to sail in a straight shot directly across to the USA because, for one, they would run out of supplies before the voyage was complete. They would die, starve, whatever. For two, if they're getting caught up in this current, this is where a lot of hurricanes are going on. This is where it's very easy for people to get lost at sea. So there was absolutely no voyages that went from West Africa straight to the USA. That did not happen at all. Even later on in later years, when they developed steam engines were run off of what? Off of coal. So they still, even when they had steamboats, they could not do a straight shot from West Africa to the USA because they would run out of coal to move their vessels. So if you look at the world's ocean's currents, this is the true path that they went. They went from West Africa, they went down to South Africa along the coast, and then they took this current in a shorter straight shot straight over to South America, straight over to Brazil. And then, and actually, I'll zoom in a little bit so everybody can see what I'm looking at. So again, they did not go straight across like this at all. It's impossible. They would have died. It never happened. What they did is they went along the West African coast, down by South Africa, and did this straight shot with the help of this current over here to South America. And then they stayed along the coast and rode this current all the way in to what? This is known as the Americas. This right here, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, all that shit. So the last stop, the absolute last stop would be coming over here to the Americas. I think what was even more likely is that slaves were traded or resold from former slave colonies in South America and the Caribbean, and then they made their way over to America. Or like you said, maybe in some off chances they couldn't sell all of their slaves, while they're over here in many of these penal colonies. So then they sell some off in America. But the vast majority of African slaves went to the Americas, not to be confused with the United States of America. And the Americas is all of this, and America. So yeah, that's just a distinction that I want to draw because although you've, got your education by the Queen, and a lot of times you guys get a lot more knowledge on geography than us Americans, put a 1 in the chat if you live in America and you really didn't even realize the wordplay. Put a 1 in the chat if you believed the myth that they were sailing straight over from West Africa to the United States of America. Put a 1 in the chat if you did not know that was impossible, that in fact they were following the ocean's currents to go south and then across to Brazil and then over here to all these islands and shit. So come on. Matter of fact, there's something that I would love to share. I'm going to do my own expose on this, but there was a documentary I was watching just the other day ago that talks about the transatlantic slave trade. Matter of fact, it'll probably be my watch later. They talk about the transatlantic example of a voyage that was going on, And when these people talk about this voyage and when they explain the logistics, it makes sense. It does not leave us puzzled. It does not leave us confused. We aren't thinking, well, no, they couldn't have made that voyage. Where's the food? Where's the water? No, the way that they're about to explain this shit makes a whole lot of sense because this is the way it really went down. You know what, guys? I watched so much stuff. Made in Hell, Ku Klux Klan. It wasn't the Klan one, but you know what? It was made by these same folks. Free documentary history. So let me see. Free documentary. I cannot type. And then we'll say transatlantic slave trade. There we go. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. So let me go ahead and yeah, and I'm glad that you guys are showing up and getting the knowledge. Yeah. I really didn't even realize until recently that when they talk about the transatlantic slave trade and going to the Americas, that is not the United States of America. South America is the Americas. The Caribbean is the Americas. Most of them slaves did go to the Americas, but not the United States of America. And I know that USA wasn't called the USA back then, but you guys understand where I'm coming from. So real quick, let me see if I can find this part. And it even talks about how these crooked ass Africans was capturing their own people and selling them to the Europeans because they wanted to do trade with them, y'all. It was real savage. It was real backwards. Real backwards. You know what? What I'll probably do, yeah, what I'll probably do is start like right around, yeah. Matter of fact, we should just start right around with us 5 minutes in. Yeah, damn, I should just start it from the beginning. Fuck it. I got time, y'all. I got time. I'm gonna just start this from the beginning. Let's go.
Between the 15th and 19th centuries, a vast slave trade was established between Europe, Africa, and America. Approximately 12 million men, women, and children were sold as slaves on the coast of Africa, torn from their homeland, and transported across the Atlantic by white slave traders to work in the New World. This trade grew considerably over a century and a half and resisted several attempts to abolish it. Slavery was officially abolished in France on April 27, 1848. Stories from slaves, captains' logbooks, and letters written by ship owners come together to form the vibrant framework of this story of slavery and bring to life the fates of Yanka and Tariki, born free in a village in the Gulf of Guinea.
Mark Jones says, I seen a Navy, Marine, FBA talk about the tragic Atlantic slave trade. He was out at sea for a couple months. He admitted to himself it was no way that was possible with them ships back then. Facts. This is the truth about the transatlantic slave trade we're going to see right now. It's not that they went across the ocean from West Africa to America. They went from the West African coast down to the South African coast, down to a straight shot to Brazil, and then started riding that South American coast up to the islands of the Caribbean. And you'll see here how they have to, manage the slaves and keep them clean and keep their spirits up and make sure they don't want to rebel and how they trick them and shit. This is the true story. But in America, they want us to believe that they came from West Africa straight over to the US of A, and anybody that's black in America to this day came from a slave boat. No, no, no. This is the real truth. Look at this shit. It wasn't no white man in the bushes with a musket and a net and some rope and some chains. In America, they make us think it was a white man up in the bushes out there in Africa just waiting to steal him some niggas. No, it was you Africans stealing your fellow African and selling them to the Europeans. The transatlantic slave trade would have never existed on the way it did, on the scale it did, if it wasn't for Africans' direct involvement in it. Sellout Africans who are already doing trade with the Europeans, who have traded in their spears for muskets, they're now running down on their fellow African to try to use them as an easy lick. Let's go get some money real quick. Let's go sell them to the Europeans, to the pirates, to the captain of the ship.
I couldn't say how many days we worked for. I lost all sense of time, but it was several weeks, during which more unfortunate people like us joined us. We had no idea what to expect and could not even begin to imagine what lay ahead.
Where's the white man at, y'all? Where's the white people at, y'all? I thought it was these evil ass white people who went over to Africa and started stealing Africans from the bush. No, it was not like that at all. It was these crooked ass sellout Africans who were selling out their own. But what's good, Millie? Go ahead and jump in.
Well, it was like I said earlier, the Africans who lived on the coast, not necessarily the mainland Africans, and on top, and also, I hate to like sort of contest it. It's just that that's like saying like there were some black people who helped kill Emmett Till, or even there were some black people who tried to intimidate the witnesses for Emmett Till as well. But that we wouldn't say that okay, that changed the narrative because they were still serving a white supremacist a white supremacist cause.
Sure,
So I guess
that's a false equivalency because there was no black involvement in Emmett Till's death.
okay, maybe I didn't believe it because you watch the Till movie because it's like they showed there were black people who helped kidnap Emmett Till and also black people who trying to intimidate the witnesses for Emmett Till. I can believe that was false, and I'd want to believe that that's false as well.
Hey, wait a minute. This is the first time I'm hearing about that. So if this is the first time I'm hearing about that, and if there is truth to that, then guess what? I would rag on them sellout ass Negroes in the South who intimidated witnesses and helped capture Emmett Till and shit. But honestly, I don't know about that. Chat,
Yeah.
help me out. This is the first time I'm hearing that black folks helped kidnap Emmett Till. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to use that to like sort of encompass the black people in the South. It was just a few people that did it. That's the thing. That's I'm just trying to make the equivalent to say.
I understand you don't want me to just say sellout ass Africans. You want me to descriptively describe them as maybe the sellout Africans on the coast at that time.
Yeah, that they were because
All right,
they're the ones who would have traded with Europeans. So and then they said, okay, go get us some more slaves. Because I'm saying because my
again though,
ancestors
wait, hold up. Again though, even if your ancestors weren't part of it or whatever, you still shouldn't take offense to what I'm saying because I'm mentioning sellout as Africans who captured their own, neighboring tribesmen and sold them to Europeans. Whether they were on the exterior or the interior of Africa, a sellout African is a sellout African. So if your people want a part of the sellout African class, then you should take no offense.
Of course, because my ancestors would have been the people that they would have tried to kidnap. So,
But listen, you take slight offense to this, and I understand why. Your ancestors hold on. Your ancestors would have been the people that these sellout Africans would have been capturing and selling. You have to understand where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is in the United States of America. Black people have been bludgeoned with false information that it was this white man out in the bushes capturing African people and enslaving them and bringing them to America. And that's not what happened. Certain sellout ass Africans, a lot of them on the coast, did trade with the white man, got guns from the white man, and made deals with the white man that they would sell other Africans. And when they sold them, the transatlantic slave trade brought them from West Africa down along the coast, across to South America and to the Caribbean. They did not come to America as we know it today in the numbers that they did. And this piece is really not for you mostly. This is mostly for the foundational Black Americans, because again, we've been taught that it was some evil white man out there in the bushes just capturing up some Africans and bringing them on boats. No, there was direct African involvement.
Oh, and also one more thing, something that Akala said, that there were more slave revolts in West Africa than there were in the Americas. That's just something, that's a fact that he dropped. Like, so it kind of counts the narrative that we just had people in shop windows saying, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying that there were Africans that were fighting against, that were against slavery, and they said there were more slave revolts in West Africa than there were in the Americas. That's just a factoid that that Akala said. So if it's not me, it's just Akala who's of Jamaican background. So like, I'm just quoting him because obviously I don't believe I have a right to even say anything or have any contesting against that. But it's what it's what he said. And someone said that wasn't till a movie made by Tether from the UK. I read that one. I'm not too sure. I had to check that out. So yeah, I don't know. It could be like I didn't want to believe, because they actually had Black people who helped kidnap Emmett Till, and they also had Black people who intimidated the witnesses for Emmett Till as well. So I don't want to believe that, because even one of them even looked like Queen Latifah. I'd say Queen Latifah weren't even born in, so that's a bunch of old cobblers. But like, okay, I'm gonna land my plane now. It was just something that I just had in my head. Otherwise, I would have kicked myself if I didn't bring it up. So. All right, I'm gonna hush now.
Yeah, it's all good. And I'm looking it up right now. Because yeah, this is the first time that I've heard that Black folks had involvement. Let me see. Yeah, it is saying that there may have been some Black people in the truck with the people who went and kidnapped Emmett Till. But again, we would call out them sellout ass Negroes, just like we calling out these sellout ass Africans. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna do a whole broadcast on this maybe next week. But this really dispels the myth of the transatlantic slave trade. It was not taught to us properly. Most of us were not these African slaves. These folks went to the Americas, which are dozens of other countries and islands besides the United States of America.
(1825). The slave trade, which had been banned in France for 7 years, continued in secret between Africa and the Americas. Although slavery had been abolished in France in 1794, Napoleon re-established it. Emboldened by the lax attitude shown by authorities, slave ship owners in Nantes, Bordeaux, and the West Indies continued their lucrative partnership. Ships delivered arms and merchandise from Europe and America in exchange for African slaves sold to the French West Indies and Cuba. These ships would
Sold where? Sold where? Sold to the French West Indies and Cuba. Guess what? The French West Indies and Cuba is a much more logistically sound voyage to make than to go from West Africa to the United States of America. You know, we got Eric Johnson up here. Eric Johnson, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, bro. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, you know, just standing on lineage, batting down tethers and dispelling myths.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. We know how you get down.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play the tape.
Then returned to France, loaded with merchandise from the plantations, coffee, sugar, and cocoa beans. One winter morning in 1825, the brig La Bienfaisant from Nantes set sail towards the Gulf of Guinea. It would take 3 months for it to reach its destination on the southwest coast of Africa.
It takes 3 months for them to sail from France to West Africa. 3 months, right? 3 months. Keep that in mind. Mind you, when they're doing this 3-month voyage, all they got to worry about is the crew and its captain. They have no slaves. It's just the crew and the captain that they've got to feed, that they've got to clean, that they've got a house. Peep game, y'all. Peep game. As soon as they get all these slaves in the boat, are they going to take a 3-month voyage? Or are they going to take a much shorter voyage over to a place that is not America? Technically, it may be considered the Americas, but it was not America. Just like how they say Christopher Columbus discovered America. No, he discovered, for white people at least, the Americas. Word on the street is he landed in Jamaica or some island around there. He discovered the Americas. But America and the Americas are two different things.
On the 16th of April, 1825, having reached the coast of Africa 98 days after leaving Nantes, the Bienfaisant dropped anchor at the mouth of the river.
The supply of slaves was under the control of local traffickers, who took advantage of tribal wars, famines, and raids to take people captive.
They did what? They took advantage of tribal wars. If it wasn't for y'all having tribal wars, if y'all had a concept of Pan-Africanism, then this would have never happened.
Sometimes they allowed the white slave traders to negotiate directly with the local population. These slave traders who came from Europe and America learned how to comply with the lengthy negotiation rituals.
What did he just say? They had lengthy negotiation rituals. I thought the white man was supposed to be in the African bush stealing Africans. No, they did business with these Africans, certain ones at least. They had
They
trade
authorized them to do
agreements.
business with them too. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was authorized.
You giving them full access.
They're following
You giving them full access.
rituals. They are following indigenous African trade rituals in order to conduct trade with the Africans. Come on, y'all. Come on now. The more
And
I
that
learned
goes to
about the
show you that
transatlantic slave trade, hey, wait, real quick. The more I learned about the transatlantic slave trade, the more I blame these Africans than I blame the white man. I'll say it again. The more I learn about the transatlantic slave trade, the more I blame the Africans than I blame the whites. Because if
and
a
that
white
goes to
person is a robber, if a white person is a stealer, if a white person is a rapist, that's one thing. We can get on that. But if these Africans know how they get down and they allow their people to be offered up like a lamb to the slaughter to these predators, then goddamn it, this transatlantic slave trade would have never happened like this if it wasn't for Africans' direct involvement. But go ahead, Eric.
And that goes to show you that this is still continuing during the modern day, because a lot of us from America can't even do business in certain African countries without it being some bullshit. But when it comes to these other people from other countries, the European nations, Asian countries, hell, even certain Caribbean countries, they'd rather do business with them than do business with Black Americans. So it's just like that reverse ass backwards. It's just that reverse way of doing business, but you ain't trying to do business with people who was actually stumping for y'all since the beginning of time. They don't make no damn sense. You were giving these people full access during the tribal beefs and wars that you was having to enslave your own people, and y'all was trading them for umbrellas and have drunken bottles of rum. They don't make no sense. It's still like that to this day. You're using the barter system to try to get resources that you already have in Africa, but you letting the Chinese and these other people come into your homeland and take resources from you, and you ain't even getting anything beneficial from it. You're using the barter system. You ain't even getting anything financially to benefit your people. Like, that don't make no sense.
Got it. Derek says Africa owes us reparations too. They do, but I ain't even listen. For all them tethers who want to say we'll never get reparations from the U.S. government, I say that's a lie. I say we will get reparations, and it's possible for us to get reparations from the U.S. I ain't even going to try contemplating trying to get reparations from these Africans. They so backwards. They ain't got control over their own resources. The nations or the tribes that were slaving us aren't in existence to this day. It's way more muddied. It's way more muddied up. But the institutions And the governmental bodies that were responsible for the misclassification and the chattel slavery going on in America, they're still alive and well. Our government is still intact. Those institutions are still here. I'd much rather, fight my fight going after reparations from the US than reparations from these Africans, because they ain't really got shit.
After making us wait 12 days, King Keppel finally agreed to an audience. I decided to take the ship's surgeon along with me. For him, it would be an edifying experience, as he had never visited these parts before, and I doubt that he...
See, these white folks is coming over there humble, submissive, feminine, cooperative. The black African tribe dude made them wait for 12 days. Made them just wait for him for 12 days to even talk to him. And let's see what happens when he talks to the African leader.
He had any idea of how negotiations were conducted. I hadn't told him a thing.
What do you need, Captain?
300 parrots and mules, half in pieces of Indian cloth.
Munuma loolu nekk fi munuma ko jox lu weesu téeméeru bopp ak juróom-benn fukk wala ñaari téeméeri bopp. I can only give you between 160 and 200 pieces.
Then allow me to trade with the natives.
He said, allow me to trade with the natives. The African leaned forward. He said, hold up, nigga, I am the plug. You trying to supersede the plug? You trying to go to the plug's plug?
He's trying to get his 15%. He want my 15%, nigga.
He said, let me trade directly with the natives. He said, hold on, what?
I'll consider it.
We waited many days and nights. With me were women and children from our village and from villages far away that I didn't know. The men were in separate huts. Some of them had fought back, but others were too weak to put up a fight.
These sell out us Africans. He rocking a red coat. He rocking a red coat like he one of Paul Revere's ops. He got the musket and everything.
Representing that UK for real. I love the queen, nigga.
He manned him. He manned him for real.
It's a beautiful one. Much more beautiful than the last ones.
There are 120 Dutch ones like this, and 800 French ones like the last lot.
Do you think it would hit the water jar?
His Majesty could easily hit it, and even some...
He said, do you think that it will hit the water jug, referencing this water jug this man is holding? Let's see what this African leader does. Now that he's so smitten, he just got hundreds of Dutch and European firearms.
Much smaller. Trading can now begin. I got what I wanted. We can choose the slaves ourselves, and King Keppel has authorized us to trade with the natives. Before setting sail, the crew reorganizes the deck.
Christopher says a guy I went to college with wrote a paper about how sanitation would have made all the trips impossible without illness falling upon all shipgoers. Yes, they were not going from West Africa to the United States of America, that landmass. The trip was too long. They would have been lost at sea. They wouldn't have survived. They would have succumbed to disease, to illness. So they made much shorter trips. This trip, they say they're trying to go to Cuba. Come on now, y'all, come on. The transatlantic slave trade, the way that we were taught it in America, is not the way it really went down. Not at all. We're going to learn that in the short trip they took, the month-long trip or so, where they trafficked some slaves, even some of the sailors died, y'all. Not just slaves dying from disease, some of the sailors themselves pass away from disease. So if not just your cargo is dying, but also your employees are dying, come on, they ain't making no trips over to America. They ain't making no multi-month-long trips to America when they can barely make a month-long trip. When they make their month-long trip over to this penal colony, let's see how many of them died just over this 1 month. And mind you, when they do take these slaves and shack them up like sardines and shit, We talking about like 250, a little under 300 of them. So for the millions of slaves to have allegedly come to the US of A, how many boats would have to be running nonstop? What are we talking about? It takes a month, over a month. Matter of fact, over a month, because it takes them 3 months to even sell from France over there. And then the tribal chief got them waiting for 12 days and shit. So it's taken like 4 or 5 months to even get under 300 slaves over to a colony. But we're supposed to believe that millions came across to America? Nah, a lot of them were trafficked to the Caribbean, to South America.
A wooden fence with a door separates the bridge. Tall nets are tied to the outer rail to stop people falling overboard. The ship's carpenters have halved the height of the lower deck to create another deck on either side of a corridor. The human cargo is stored on 2 levels.
Captain, these are my recommendations. You are already familiar with them, as we have already worked together in the past, yet as they are crucial to the success of our expedition, I'm not afraid to say them again. Endeavor to choose good specimens and select the younger ones, between the ages of 15 and 35 maximum. Aside from the fact that they are more resistant to exhaustion caused by the long sea crossing, once you are in America, you'll get a better price for them. Make sure that you have between a quarter and a third.
Once you are in America, you will get a better price for them. Y'all, back in the day, saying America or saying the Americas was interchangeable. It was like saying Africa. If I say, hey, I'm going to ship some slaves over to Africa, y'all be like, okay, but wait a minute. Africa's a huge continent. It's a huge landmass. We talking South Africa, West Africa, and then imagine if there was islands surrounding Africa too. Which part are we talking about? Listen to the wordplay. They interchangeably use America and Americas. They were not talking about the landmass we're on, guys. They're not talking about the US of A. They're talking about South America, the Caribbean, and all them other islands around there. Don't get it twisted. I think someone else wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say something too, because it would have been more beneficial if you would have sent, certain slaves to America, because you would have got a bigger price for them. But in certain situations, you would have had to do lesser trips in like fewer days. It would have been best for you to go to the Americas, also known as the Caribbean, and throughout South America, because you didn't want to lose all your stock. So in certain situations, you would just gonna have to choose between the America and the Americas. But most of the time, if I was doing something like that, which I wouldn't do a day in my life, I would rather take the easier route than instead of just imagining me getting to America in a short amount of time. That don't really make no sense. It's not really business wise for you to do something like that.
The myth of the Middle Passage is that they went from West Africa to America. That trip would have took 3 to 5 months. Let's see how many of them died in just this 1 month trip they take, and this will dispel the myth of them taking multi-month journeys to deliver slaves.
Third of Indian cloth. At least 5 foot 2 inches tall, stocky, are neither lame nor blemished, a full set of teeth, a full head of hair, and in excellent health. Don't be ashamed to lick their skin, to taste their sweat, to check that they haven't contracted any diseases. As for the women, choose them young, of childbearing age, or soon to be of that age. But make sure that the women account for no more than a third of the men. As for the Negro children, they must not account for more than 1/3 of the women.
Today, I had all our slaves branded with the letters LB, pour le bienfaisant, so that King Pepple cannot swap them for specimens of a lesser value before we have got them on board the ship.
Listen to that. They branded the slaves they chose because they thought the African tribal chief was going to be grimy and swap out the African slaves they chose with some lesser quality African slaves. This is how low down they get. This is how, come on, y'all. This is a business. This is a business with 2 consenting parties. The only party that was not able to grant their consent was the slave. And that slave, before he was ever mistreated by a white man, he was mistreated by his fellow Africans.
And I wanted to say something. I should have said this earlier when I was talking. Why you think that drugs cost more in America? Because they got a higher demand for it. It might be cheaper in certain countries throughout the world, but once you get it to America, you can maximize your profits by the hundreds, thousands, let alone millions. So why you think that drug traffickers take the chance to send drugs to America back in the golden era of the drug trade, the 70s and the 80s, since it might not have even been maximizing their profits in certain parts of the world, but once you send it to America, you can make much more money from it because it's a higher demand. It's the same thing as the slave trade in certain situations. You're gonna get more money in America because there's a higher demand for it than you would get like probably in like say certain parts of the Americas or maybe certain parts of Europe. Because once you get them to America, you can maximize your profits. It's let along with the women because you get more money for certain women throughout the slave trade than you would have got with like children and stuff. Because they sometimes those women was breeders and stuff. They could produce children at a higher quantity.
Guys, this documentary opened my eyes because the way that we were taught slavery in grade school is false. They packing up all these hundreds of thousands of people and bringing them across this boat multi-month journey, the middle passes, the yada yada. No, it didn't go down like that. And we're gonna learn some of the mind fuckery. We're gonna learn the mind fuckery that kept these African slaves in check. God damn it, I would not have rebelled as one of these slaves if I was under the programming, the psychological programming that these people were under. The slavery, while it was physical, it was mental way more than it was physical. Way before they even arrived on a plantation, they're going to get programs. Watch, y'all, watch.
The first thing I saw when we got to the coast was the sea, of course, but also the ship. I had never seen anything so big on the water. But my surprise soon turned to fear when I realized the ship was waiting for its cargo, and that cargo was us. Although I tried my best not to show it, I was terrified when they made us get on board. I remember what the others were saying, that we were headed for beyond the Great Sea, and that white people would eat us.
Listen to this. The first rumors that they hear is that they're going to go beyond the Great Sea and white people are going to eat them. They already fear these whites as being savage cannibals, but the programming hasn't even started yet. Those are just the rumors they hear.
Take all necessary precautions to avoid the spread of parasites and diseases that Negroes carry, and which are often the cause of loss of life amongst our slaves. To this effect, have them shaved all over, or wash their heads and bodily hair in vinegar. Do not forget to wash their eyes. Lime fruits, which you find easily in that part of the world, are very good for this. For too often, once at their destination, the slaves that have partially or entirely lost their eyesight can no longer be sold.
Competition between ships has resulted in an increase in prices. Therefore, we shall only take 286 slaves out of the 300 we initially wanted.
Competition in ships have increased the prices. They're taking how many slaves? 280 slaves. 280 slaves. And the voyage is going to be about a month because, again, they're not going to the US. They're not going to America. They're going to the Americas. More specifically, I think they're going to an island somewhere in the Caribbean, but we'll see.
And the 360 that the Bienfaisant could have held if we reduced the amount of space per slave. These 286 slaves cost the same amount as 360 would have cost 2 years ago. 3,000 pieces of Indian cloth, and from Nantes, 1,400 guns and swords, 1,500 barrels of gunpowder and bags of lead. 400 pieces of china, 120 cases of glass beads, 10,000 liters of brandy, and 5,000 iron ingots.
They got the African man speaking to them in their native indigenous tongue, telling them
Lord.
you will be housed, you will be fed, you will be looked after when you are sick. Telling them they are lucky. They are lucky. You have been shackled and chained to protect you.
Bullshit.
As soon as they get on the slave ship, which again wasn't even a fucking slave ship, that ship primary purpose was not transporting slaves, it was a merchant vessel. Indian garbs, gunpowder, guns. They had to retrofit it to carry some slave cargo. And of the slave cargo they can fit, they can only fit 280 to 300. And the first thing that these slaves get inundated with is an African speaking to them in their mother tongue, telling them that the white man's going to take care of you, they're going to house you, they're going to feed you, they're going to take care of you if you're sick, you've been shackled and chained to protect you. The programming was real. Once you get back to the Big Island, Avery family will be reunited. Do not
This is just
rebel
like
or try to escape, and everything will be fine. Go ahead, Eric.
This is just like when they go to the immigration office, they clog their mind with the false narratives and the stereotypical points of Black Americans. Or you don't need to hang out with those niggas. See, we're gonna give you your green card. You just can't hang out with those Black Americans. You got to do what White Daddy says. This is the same talking point that the white man has been using against other Africans, and certain Africans in the tribes have been running along with it. So that's why I say, like, dudes like Idris who be telling the truth. There's a difference between a dude like this. He love his master. He doing anything to stay out of trouble. He got a brand new coat. He got dust particles on it. He got a brand new hat. Probably stole that from another slave trader that got killed for his white master. They using the same talking points that they've been doing for immigration when they try to process them all through America. They using the same talking points when they go get their green card.
Talk about it. Just like we got some writers like Millie, like Idris, like Francis, we've got some coons, we've got some Sambos, and this has been going on since time immemorial. These same tethers coming over here with the spirit of white supremacy are these same tethers who would have been dressed like the white man employed by the British and French sailors to go subjugate some Africans. But let's get into it.
His Majesty King Pepel.
Soon you'll be thanking His Majesty King Pepel, y'all. The white man's gonna
like
take
the,
care
like
of
the Jamaicans,
you.
Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, they're gonna take care of you. They're gonna feed you. They're gonna house you. They're gonna take care of you if you're sick. You're in chains and shackles just for your own protection. Soon you'll be thanking His Majesty. Soon, just watch, guys. Just watch.
But they just said earlier the white people was gonna eat them. Now you trying to thank them? Like what? Where
No. They were never told directly that the white man was going to eat them. They heard rumors from other Africans that they would be taken over across the sea and eaten by white men. These were just urban legend, folklore stories that they were telling amongst themselves. But as far as what they're getting from the white man so far via his African representative, it sounded like a good deal. Okay, what? Huh? Kind of like how those of us that were enslaved in America, we weren't just whipped and shackled and slaved like in fucking Selma or 12 Years a Slave. A lot of times we had prestigious positions. Some slave girls, if y'all was fine enough, you wasn't even a slave. You was dressed in a nice little dress, hanging out in a saloon and shit, being a side chick and shit, So there was many different designations for even slaves in America. There was many different things going on. Some of us had employment agreements. Yes, so some of us had employment agreements. Some of us were supposed to work for a certain amount of time and then receive XYZ in return. I mean, come on, the truth is stranger than fiction. But let's go ahead and get into this transatlantic slave trade as it really happened.
Deep inside the hall, it was impossible to move and impossible to sleep. We were separated from the men. That first night, I kept my eyes wide open. I wanted to wake up back in our village, seeing my mother's face.
Today, the 1st of September, we cast off and we're missing 14 pieces, but
137 days
4
at
months,
anchor.
my nigga, and
It
some
was
change.
no.
4 months.
It was 4 months of them just being in West Africa trying to barter for slaves. So it took 3 months for them to get over there from France. Then 4 months of being in Africa to barter with slaves, and then a month to go over there. Guys, it would have took half a year
Almost
to just
9
do one
months.
of these. It would have took half a year to just do one of these slave trips. One of these round trips would have been 6, 7, 8 months. But we're supposed to believe the story as they tell it. Come on, y'all. And we got a couple people backstage. Kuta Kinte and Mike only. I'll be bringing you guys up in just a moment. Let me get through some more of this content.
But I don't want to wait any longer.
Hey, Black Americans, were we told that the white man snuck over to Africa in the bushes and dragged some folks onto some boats, or did we learn that the white man brokered arrangements with certain Africans and was chilling in Africa for months at a time, for 4 months at a time, not being pressed at all, not having no beefs, no nothing? They was just there doing some trade, doing some trade. Yes, she is stuffing a rag down her throat to kill herself because one night in and she's already like, nah, I ain't with
Lord,
this shit. She said, help me kill
that's sad,
myself.
man.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
How did she get a hold of this piece of cloth without anyone noticing?
Hold on, motherfuckers. Don't get it twisted now. Don't get it twisted now. Let's play a little game. Who do y'all think he's whipping? Chat, go ahead and put your answers in the chat. Who do you think he's whipping right now? Let's play a little game. Panel members, Millie, Eric, who do you think he's whipping right now?
He either whipping one of the slaves to show dominance, or he whipping one of the crew members. But I'm just that's one of my answers though. But you can never tell with these motherfuckers.
Again, half the times these sailors were damn near slaves themselves. I've been living in Portland, Oregon the last few years. I always make it a mission of mine to know about the history of the place I live. In Portland, Oregon, they had underground tunnels. They had underground tunnels from brothels and saloons and shit. They had underground tunnels. And in Portland, Oregon, back in the day, around this time even, um, you know how we have a phrase getting backdoored? In Portland, they called it being shanghaied. Being shanghaied. Why is it called being shanghaied, Mike? Because what would happen is if you was a white man and you was traveling to Portland, Oregon, and you go into this bar or go into the saloon and fuck on some prostitutes, what they'll do is when you drugged up, they'll hit a button and a fucking a subterranean level will open up just like on some fucking Scooby-Doo type shit. They'll hit a button and the floor open up and you'll fall through the floor down to the underground tunnels, and they would capture your white ass in the tunnels, and those tunnels led straight to the ports. Because again, this is called Portland, huge shipping and trading and mercantile things going on. So they would take these European travelers, these American settlers in Portland, they would drug them up, get them underground in these tunnels, and they would wake up on a fucking ship sailing to China, sailing to Africa. That's why they called it Shanghai. They would wake up in the middle of the ocean, and now they're basically a slave. And this captain's like, yo, you want your food, you want your rations, you want to get paid at the end of this trip? We'll do what the fuck I say. These folks were treated damn near just like slaves. And who he's beating on right now is one of the white sailors, because he's upset that one of them allowed a slave to get a rag or whatever to shove down their throat and kill themselves. He ain't whooping no black person right here.
As I held them all responsible for the death of that Negro woman, I ordered each sailor to be given 20 lashes on the rear deck.
He said each sailor was held responsible for the death of that Negro woman. Each and every sailor got 20 lashes.
I also told them to be more vigilant from now on. Clearly, death is less frightening for these damn Negroes than the journey towards a future they know nothing about.
To avoid the outbreak of a rebellion, they would take us up on the deck in small numbers, men and women separately. There,
and even the Africans is like, ugh. Even the Africans are like, ugh, and this ain't even African getting whipped.
They're using them as an example.
Yeah, they're using
that
them
can
as
happen
example.
to you.
If I'm gonna beat my white sailors, my white crewmen like this, what you think I'm gonna do to you? Come on. And in actuality, they didn't want to hurt the slaves. They didn't want to damage any of the slaves.
Can't
They wanted them.
Can't hurt your product, man.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to step on the product. They want them to be good and fit, so when they arrive on the colony, they can get top dollar.
we were fed and washed. We could stretch our limbs, breathe fresh air, and see each other in natural light. And we could look out at the sea,
What she's talking about right now is they would take them from the bottom of the ship, from the belly of the ship. They would take them up in groups. They would wash them. They would bathe them. They would give them food. They would let them look out on the sea. Guys, if you got to do a rotating shift, bringing slaves from the bottom to the top to feed them and make sure that they got their spirits raised just enough so that they don't die of a broken heart or that they don't want to rebel. Guys, this couldn't have happened with more than a couple hundred people on the ship. So if each one of these quote unquote slave boats that we really know were just mercantile ships, if each one of these boats, it takes 6 months for them to even bring a couple hundred over to a colony, then why do we believe the story that the transatlantic slave trade brought millions to the United States of America when the ones who were trafficked didn't even make it to America like that? They went to the Caribbean, they went to South America, they went to Brazil, they went to Haiti, they went to Cuba. But go ahead, Eric.
I think the time would have been cut astronomically by going the shorter route, and I don't know why people can't really understand that. I mean, you'll lose less stock by going to the Americas instead of just going straight to America. That wouldn't make any logical sense. I mean, you'll be losing profits. If you want to maximize your profits, the best way was to go down to the Americas and do business. In certain situations, if you wanted to maximize your profits, you would have went to America. But if you wanted to save your stock and not lose a lot of slaves, the Americas / the Caribbean would have been the best manner for you to go.
To sail from West Africa to America would have taken multiple months. Let's hear how harrowing this journey of only a month was. I think this trip is only a little over a month, and let's see how many die, how troublesome it is. So when they want us to believe that millions came over on a multi-month middle passage journey, no.
Go on, make them sing and dance.
Mind that you make our Negroes sing and dance as often as is possible, at least twice a week. Music and dancing are so important to them that without these, they may voluntarily slip into a state of affliction that often leads to death.
Did you hear this? He said, make these Negroes sing and dance at least twice a week, because if they don't sing and dance, they will fall under an affliction and they'll die. They'll die just because their spirits are broken, y'all. Is this not kind of synonymous in the South on the plantations? How, we were singing on the plantation, picking the cotton and shit. Damn, they knew that our spirits had
Negro
to be
spirituals.
raised. They knew our spirits had to be high, or else a lot of us would just die from a broken heart.
We were scared of getting ill. We had stomach cramps, diarrhea, burning fevers, and then cold shivers. Some of us died, some of the white people too.
Some of us died, some of the white people too. Come on, y'all. This is only a month voyage going from West Africa to, I think they go to the Caribbean, to some island over there by Brazil. Let's get into it.
We never knew what they did with the bodies.
And again, guys, this goes to the psychological warfare that is at play. The white man don't even have to threaten eating them. They already have heard rumors that they're going to be taken overseas to be eaten by the white man. Then, when somebody does die, their body just goes missing. A slave dies next to you.
They throw
Next
them
thing you know,
overboard.
I know, but to them, they don't know they just got tossed overboard. They think they ate him. So if we get in a picture into the psyche of a slave, I can understand why they was in rebellion. I can understand why they wasn't. Come on now. They think these motherfuckers gonna eat them. People going missing. They don't know where the body's going. The one African they talked to on the boat said, be good, everything will be okay. You'll be thanking the majesty. Just make the trip. Just make the voyage. They're making sure their bottom line is intact right now. They're making sure there's no rebellion during this passage, because they know that all they want to do is get them to the colony, sell them, and then they don't give a damn what happens. They don't have to work on continuously subjugating them or making them do hard labor or anything. These ship merchants, their jobs is just to get the slaves there in one piece. We gonna bathe them. We gonna make them sing. We gonna do whatever we can. We ain't gonna hurt them. We gonna psychologically mind fuck them. Come on. So we're gonna see the mind fucking that's going on the boat, and then we're gonna see the mind fucking that goes on once they get to the colony.
Wait, are you planning on doing an autopsy on him?
It might be useful to know what he died of in case any other Negroes catch the same
It was
illness.
dysentery. Don't open him up for that.
Let me show you something. Several of my colleagues agreed.
Listen, the white doctor is trying to do an autopsy. He trying to slice up the body. The white captain is like, hell no, don't slice up that nigga's body. They already got rumors that we eat them. So now they're going to come in and see us sliced up. No, don't do this.
That Negro inferiority is due to the specific anatomical structure of this part of the brain known as the corpus callosum, which is smaller in size than ours.
Many of the Negroes.
Do you listen to how the supremacy was embedded in their culture and their society? This doctor, who's probably an esteemed credentialed doctor at the time, is talking about, I want to do an autopsy because there's been research published claiming that the Negroes are inferior because a certain part of their brain is smaller than ours. He wants to slice them up to see if the theories are true and if our brain is smaller in this area than theirs is because we're just scientifically backward savages. Oh, Lord. And he's like, nah, don't do the autopsy. You gonna scare these niggas.
Think they are going to be eaten. If they find out one of them has been cut open, it'll only encourage them to think they were right to be scared. So put this away now. I don't intend to have to quash a rebellion with Negroes taking control of the ship because they're afraid they might end up in the butcher's block.
Damn, he knew how feeble his stronghold was. He knew that rebellion could happen instantaneously. He said, I don't want the ship overtaken. He said, I don't want to be murdered. He said, I don't want to be killed. He said, these Negroes will take over the ship. A rebellion will happen if they think we're butchering them and eating them. Oh, Lord, truth is stranger than fiction, y'all. Truth is much stranger than fiction.
Due to the specific anatomical structure of this part of the brain known as the corpus callosum, which is smaller in size than ours.
Many of the Negroes think they are going to be eaten. If they find out one of them has been cut open, it'll only encourage them to think they were right to be scared. So put this away now. I don't intend to have to quash a rebellion with Negroes taking control of the ship because they're afraid they might end up in the butcher's block.
The stink down in the hold was unbearable. The cramped space, the heat, and the fact that there were so many of us meant that we all sweated profusely. Added to this was the filthy state of the latrines. The air was so putrid, it made it hard to breathe.
The confined space in which the captives are held and the need to keep them chained and shackled contribute to the proliferation of harmful microorganisms that cause disease. Death can be prevented by bringing the Negroes up on deck to air them and wash them down in seawater.
This one's dead.
Hey, I think there would have definitely been a high chance of rebellion if they knew that they were being lied to. If they
They knew
knew that
better.
once they finally reached the destination, they would be enslaved and in bondage and whipped and persecuted for generations. I mean, I don't think they would have went so willy-nilly. But what do y'all think so far on what we've seen?
They wouldn't have went so willy-nilly. They would have chopped their ass up and threw their ass overseas if they knew the things that they was being told was false. And they definitely would have chopped that nigga up in that UK off-brand Queen Elizabeth jacket. He would have been the first nigga to go.
Facts. I mean, if some of them are committing suicide just because they can't take the trip anymore, then imagine how many would take their lives if they realized what was waiting for them when they finally got there. But Millie, go ahead and chime in, brother. What do you think about what we've seen thus far?
I got a bunch of stuff. As you know, I've changed to my West Indian cricket shirt, even though I'm not Caribbean, but I support the West Indian cricket team. But I was going to say something, but I just thought, but the first thing that came to my mind was if you only heard of it, was the Ibo landing, where I think, I don't know if you knew about it. It's like when the ships they were about to go to Georgia and they drowned themselves. I think that song Freedom and Before I Be a Slave, I'll Be Buried in My Grave. That's where the song comes from. So so I think some people did actually literally did kill themselves when they arrived there, or when they were about to when they arrived there, they did actually kill themselves. Yeah.
It says here it was the largest mass suicide in 1803.
Yeah. So it was
it's over the coast of Georgia. One of the largest mass suicides of enslaved people took place when Igbo captives from what is now Nigeria were taken to the Georgian coast. In May 1803, the Igbo and other West African captives arrived in Georgia. They were purchased for $100 each by slave merchants. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. See, this is strange. This gives me more questions than answers. It says here that these West African captives arrived in Georgia on a slave ship, the Wanderer, right? Oh, you know what it is? St. Simon's must be an island off the Georgian coast. It says they were being resold to plantations on nearby St. Simon's. Let me see where St. Simon's is. St. Simon's is, it's an island off the coast of Georgia. Okay. Yeah, so what it is when they were taking them from Georgia to St. Simon's. Let me mute Millie, got a little background noise, no worries. So when they were taking them from Georgia to an island off the coast of Georgia, that's when they rebelled. They packed them under this vessel, the York, which was going to take them over to St. Simon's. During the journey, approximately 75 Igbo slaves rose into rebellion, took control of the ship, drowned their captors, and in the process caused the grounding of the ship. What's the difference here, guys? What's the difference? These were slaves who were already slaves in America. They were already being mistreated on colonies in America. And then when they tried to take them to another colony, they was like, no, I already know the
They
get
wasn't
down.
going for
Fuck
that shit. They
shit.
already knew what the business was, so they rather go out guns
75.
blazing.
Hey, if only 75 could do that, then what do you think would have happened to the 280 slaves in this documentary if they would have known the truth? If 75 can successfully rebel, then 280 or so, oh yeah, they had to keep that psychological oppression up. They had to. And also, just playing devil's advocate, it says these were West African slave captives. We don't know that. For all we know, these were melanated aboriginals misclassified as Negroes and then being sold from one plantation to go over to St. Simon's. We don't know these were West African captives. These are folks that are already in Georgia. How they originally got to Georgia, we can't say. But the footage that I'm showing you shows that most of them were not taking straight shots. It was impossible to take straight shots from West Africa to Georgia, or let alone any other part in America. Instead, they traveled to the Americas, which are many other land masses other than the US of A. But let's go ahead and get back into it.
Be sure to log every Negro death, and mind that you throw any dead bodies overboard at night to prevent this sorry spectacle from awakening feelings of rebellion among the other Negroes. Be sure to wash down the space the dead Negro occupied, and scrub it with strong vinegar, as all sorts of diseases can come out of their bodies and spread. And of all human bodies, the bodies of Negroes are the kind that manifest these sorts of infections most often. Cleanliness is a task that must be repeated tirelessly. The health of your crew depends on it.
Land ahoy! Port side!
16th of October.
Guys, where was this trip that they just took? Where did
The
they
West
travel
Indies.
to? I thought they going to America. I thought they're going from West
I
Africa
just
to
told you
America.
it's impossible. They would have been killed.
You telling me it takes half a year for them to traffic some slaves from West Africa to the French West Indies? God damn it. The French West Indies is not America like that, playboy. It's considered as the Americas. Yes, technically it is lumped in with the Americas. Technically, Canada's America, right? South America's America, right? No, we got to be more specific than that. When your racist ass grade school teacher was trying to teach you that your lineage comes from a slave boat and da da da. No, ma'am. Most of those vessels went to the Caribbean. This is the French West Indies. This is why they called it the New World, because it's a whole half of the globe they didn't know. It wasn't that the landmass known as the US of A was the New World. No, all these islands, the Caribbean, South America, North America, everything in between. This was a whole half of the globe they didn't know of. So, goddamn it, if we looking at the French West Indies, which is where they went, this ain't America, playboy. This ain't America. Where did they go specifically? Was it Colombia? Was it Venezuela? Was it Honduras? Was it Nicaragua? Was it Costa Rica? Was it Jamaica? Did they go to the Caymans? Did they go to Cuba? Did they go to Haiti? Did they go to the DR? Did they go to the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Puerto Rico? This ain't America like that. We've been indigenous to the American landmass, the continent known as Turtle Island, America, where we live. We've been indigenous to that. The slaves was going here. And they were barely able to successfully get the slaves there. They were barely able to. Let's see how many died along the way. Let's see. It takes them over a month to even do that trip. And y'all want us to believe that they was just passing up the French West Indies and all those slave colonies. And they was like, no, we don't want to sell them there. Let's wait until we get them out. No. But what makes more sense, what makes much more sense is that black melanated Native Americans that they reclassified as Negro, they would then want to sell them over to a colony off the coast of Georgia, or sell them over to the Caribbean, or mix them and pass them from colony to colony because they want to get them off of their indigenous landmass. You don't want a slave who's indigenous to the land where they're being enslaved on. They know the lay of the land. They know how to escape. They know what's going on. But goddamn it, these black natives reclassified as Negro slaves, we want to get them off to some neighboring colonies.
16th of October, 1825. The Bienfaisant has the French West Indies in its sights. The brig had a good crossing, much faster than we ever could have hoped for. 46 days from the coast of Africa. That's 18 days less than the fastest journey I have done.
46 days. It takes them 46
18
days.
days less.
46 days, y'all. 46 days. And over the 46 days, we've had white sailors die. We've had some slaves die. Some slaves kill themselves. 46 days. They would not have made no multi-month trip to America, which wasn't even possible at the time. The Middle Passage, doing a straight shot from West Africa to America, is impossible. They had to travel along the coast. They did a straight shot from the coast of Africa over to South America, and then they start riding those coastal waters up to the French West Indies.
Done to this day. Our speed spared us the loss of life that a longer journey would probably have caused.
What did he just say? Our speed saved us the loss of life a longer journey would have caused.
They would have lost more money if they went straight to America. They were better off going to the West Indies and the Caribbean.
No, brother. Let's properly frame this. It's impossible to go straight to America. It is absolutely impossible for them to do a straight shot directly straight over to America. It never happened. Not even once. It never happened. It is logistically impossible for them to go from here straight over here. Guys, this is not an accurate representation. The size of this map is not accurate. We know that easily 5 Americas, 5 US of A's can fit into Africa. These sizes aren't proportionate. The distance of this right here is really 4 or 5 times this distance. It might as well be America over here and West Africa way the fuck over here. This is not an accurate depiction. It looks way closer than it actually is. It is impossible for them to go straight across. They would have been lost at sea. They would have ran out of food. They would have ran out of water. So, Eric, it's not that, that they could have made a straight shot, but they would have lost more life. No, it's more so it's economically viable for them to get the slaves off as soon as possible, because if they would have waited for last stop America, if they would have waited for the last destination of the train America, then so much of that cargo would have died by then. Again, they went from West Africa down along the coast over here, straight shot to South America, and then they rode the coast up using this current up to the West Indies. Why even save any slaves and take them up a bit further to America when you got slave colonies in the West Indies, when you've got so many burgeoning slave economies going on at that point in time in the West Indies? You've got so many settlements, so many colonies. There's no reason at all for them to hold on to some slaves and earmark them for America. No, 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 no. But let's go ahead and get into the content, because truth is way stranger than fiction.
Out of the 286 slaves that we embarked with, only 16 were lost. 6 Negro men, 5 Negro women, 3...
16 slaves died, y'all. 16 slaves. And some white crew members. So if 16 slaves die off of just a 40-day journey, how many would have died off of a multi-month journey with even more slaves on the boat? Because again, they were only transporting 280 slaves at a time. If you had a larger ship and more slaves, then that would have increased the mortality rate, because more slaves means more diarrhea, more unsafe conditions, more germs, the list goes on, more deaths. Come on. Listen to your spirit, listen to your heart. What strikes with you as true? What strikes with you as true, that we came over as a straight shot from West Africa to America, or that these folks went from West Africa along the coastal waters to South America, then up to the French West Indies? Y'all, what makes more sense logistically? And again, it took them half a year to just make this one trip. Half a year to just make this one trip. 3 months to get from France to West Africa. Got to stay in Africa. I think they said 137 days or some shit, right? Come on.
3 Negro girls and 2 Negro boys, representing a 6% loss in takings. Meanwhile, out of the 32 crew members,
they lost 6% of slaves. 6% of slaves were lost in just 40 days.
We lost 4 sailors and the ship's boy.
They lost 4 sailors and another member of the crew. So 5 white people dead, 6% of the slaves lost, and this was just barely a month voyage.
With only 16 were lost. 6 Negro men, 5 Negro women, 3 Negro girls, and 2 Negro boys, representing a 6% loss in takings. Meanwhile, out of the 32 crew members, we lost 4 sailors and the ship's boy.
In the last 3 months, the governor has had 2 ships seized before they had time to offload their Negroes. It's not that the governor has got it into his head to enforce the law banning the slave trade, nor has he a newfound liking for Negroes, but he is currently building new roads, bridges, and churches, so he has been requisitioning the Negroes from slave ships and making them work for him.
You listen to this. So when the tethers come around, when the white folks come around and say, well, Britain banned slavery, they banned slavery. Did they really ban slavery? Because it says years after it was banned, King Napoleon reinstated it. It was Napoleon or Leopold, one of them, they reinstated it. It says here that some merchant ships carrying slaves were captured. It says they weren't captured because they wanted to enforce the anti-slave laws. They were captured because the people running these plantations were building roads and bridges and infrastructure, and they wanted to use the slaves for their cause instead. And also, they're getting a lot more religious pilgrims, and slavery is frowned upon in religion. So, y'all, even the folks who want to say they abolished slavery and they were patrolling the waters to capture slave boats, the man just said it. They were capturing slave boats so they can use the slaves for their own causes.
In the last 3 months, the governor has had 2 ships seized before they had time to offload their Negroes. It's not that the governor has got it into his head to enforce the law banning the slave trade, nor has he a newfound liking for Negroes, but he is currently building new roads, bridges, and churches, so he has been requisitioning the Negroes from slave ships and making them work for him.
It's not that he likes the Negroes or he wants to like honor the anti-slave law. He wants to make them work for him. You know, we just had a
He
cash app
just
come
want him to
through.
do his dirty work.
Yeah, we just had a cash app come through from the real CP. He says, keep this work up. Thank you, brother. And I thank you for putting a comment in the chat. If there's ever somebody who sends me a cash app or PayPal and you don't get recognized within like 5-10 minutes, then definitely say something in the chat. You know, we won't look at you sideways. A lot of times I don't get notifications, and it's not until you guys post a message in the chat that I'm like, oh shit, I missed the cash app. So thank you again for your contribution.
Luckily, I found 3 colonists who I trust and who desperately need more Negroes. We will make it look like your Negroes are already old property belonging to these colonists, and that the sale will take place in their names. Officially, you will just be acting as their representative.
You see what's going on? They said, hey, we know this governor is trying to steal all the new slaves for himself, so we're going to pretend like some of these new slaves are really old slaves who've been on the colony, and we're going to fudge the records. And listen to the slick shit.
I have all the documents needed should there be a control check. The local police and the customs officers are quite easygoing, but there's a new young magistrate who recently arrived from France. He was on the same boat as me. He's everywhere, asking lots of questions to colonists and slaves. It's better to have everything in order, just in case he starts poking his nose into our business on the day of the sale.
So for those who want to say that those of us that do come from slaves, we were just farm equipment, right now they're looking for the distinguished among the group. Right now they're looking for the
higher price
higher
niggas.
educated, the higher price niggas, the ones with skills. He said, if there's any blacksmiths or sculptors or potters amongst you, step forward. What are you afraid of? Do I look like I'm badly dressed? Look, the white man is taking good
He
care
one
of
of the
me.
good niggas. The white man loves me, nigga. Look at me. You could be just like
I have
me.
a Jack Sparrow hat. I eat the good white meals. I have a little musket. Do I look like I am badly dressed? Look at me and look at you, nigga.
He got a flintlock pistol that look like a Glock. Like he got it made, man.
Yéen ni man ngeen war a mel ñi ciy liggéey nañ demee ne yéen ñi ci am jëkkër demee leen ne ak seen njaboot yéen ñi ci am jabar dem leen ci ñoom.
Venga, Chaso. Venga, Feodi.
And the sister said, I can tell by his voice he's lying.
This nigga is lying. He lying, nigga. Don't go.
So she decides to try to do some slick shit, and although she has a husband, she chooses not to stand by her husband because she doesn't believe them when they say husband and wife stand together. We're gonna make sure you guys are sold together.
léegi nag am ngeen ay njiit yu
Separate
bees yu bokkul ak ñun képp ku fi def lu aw yoon duñ la def dara.
If you behave well, you will be treated well. Listen to the programming. They had to program the shit out of him just to get them to not rebel on the ship. And now once they get here, we got the token Negro saying, hey, don't you want to dress like me? Behave well, you get treated well.
Don't you want to grow up to be just like me?
waaye képp ku fi wax wala nga xool fi tubaab bët boo ko war a xool dinañ.
He said, but a wrong word or a strong gesture aimed at a white person and you will be severely punished. Look at the buck dancing Negro.
ci sa kaw.
And yeah, I remember the first time I watched this documentary, I thought my audio went out or something. For some reason, the audio goes out here for a minute, so just bear with me. The first time I watched this shit, I was high as hell, y'all. I was high as hell. Yes, now y'all know behind the scenes, I smoke my joints and I watch documentaries, okay? That's just how I get down. And I saw this part and I started skipping and fast forward. And I said, what is wrong with my audio? The audio ain't working no more. It's just the documentary, y'all. It's just a documentary. They said, when this Willy Wonka nigga comes through, we want there to be no audio. We want them to know how serious it is when this Willy Wonka nigga comes through.
He about to take them to Candyland and shit.
For real. wonder why he was looking at his back. I wonder if he was seeing if there was any whips on his back because they want a
You
fresh
already
nigga.
know why he
They
was
want
looking
a
at that
fresh
back.
nigga.
You already know.
They said we need a fresh
Pound
nigga
Town.
that we can buck break, that we can instill a broken spirit into. We don't want no nigga with a rebellious spirit. We don't want no nigga who's already revolted, who had to be whipped.
Protecting these niggas.
Tariki and I wanted to have the same master. We wanted.
Oh Lord, Nova says he pulled up on little Lukey Dookie and he got triggered. Nova, let me know. Did you actually call into his show? Matter of fact, has he already taken down that broadcast and put it behind a paywall? I mean, oh man, old Lukey Dookie, he's mad I released those photos of him. Oh shit. Oh
You a
shit.
dirty motherfucker. I seen them photos on your community tab. I'm like, who is this nigga doing usher poses in tidy whities? Like, what the hell is this?
He worse than Myron Games. Myron Games was in the bed with a white boy and shit, but he wasn't posing in his tidy whities with a loose wrist.
Okay.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. That shit was crazy. And you know, we got Christopher in the building. How you doing, Christopher?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today, man?
Doing well, can't complain. You know, learning about this history. It's a real passion of mine, and you know it because I ain't even smoked my morning joint, y'all. It's about to be noon, and I ain't even had no joint today. God damn it.
That's what's up. I'm just kicking in myself. About to hit the vape real quick as well, man, as I start my day. But man, I'll be honest, man. I don't, it's hard for me to trust mostly any of this stuff, that's made by people who are not from our community and who have not done independent research. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's just like just watching these videos, it just comes across as like so fucking far fetched. Like, why wasn't they whooping their asses? You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. You got your wife and your kid. Like you're separated from your family. Like you should be getting up in somebody. It just don't make any sense. Like it's just like it's like they just give us any story, and we're supposed to be like, oh yeah, that was our ancestors. You know what I mean? It's so like some parts of it is so far fetched.
Oh, well, listen, I think I am doing a good job dispelling the myth that these are our quote unquote ancestors, because as we see here, a lot of these slaves went to the French West Indies, which is not America. I mean, it's part of the Americas, but it's not America. So, those slaves went to South America and other places. They wasn't really over here like that. But as far as why they weren't rebelling, why they weren't whooping Whitey's ass, so to speak, I don't blame them, honestly. I mean, you're captured by some African warlord. You're
You
sold to these white
outmanned, you
folks.
outgunned, you at a
Yeah,
disadvantage.
you're
You
sold
got
by these
niggas
white
talking about they
folks
good
and
white man.
told, yeah, you're told that they're good white men and they're gonna house you and they're gonna feed you and they're gonna protect you and they're gonna take care of you if you're sick and you're gonna, thank the majesty. Just get on this boat. Just get on this boat and be good while you're on this boat. So they do that, and now fresh off the boat, they're now getting sold and shit. I mean, the mistreatment hasn't really even began yet. The real mistreatment hasn't even really began to the degree that it's going to be propagated, and we're going to hear more of this mindfuckery, for lack of better words. When we learn about the psychological programming, I mean, I'm not too surprised why they didn't rebel like that. Listen, right now they're just auctioning them off. Watch when some of them get to the plantations, how they quell rebellions before they even start.
To pretend to be man and wife, but I didn't dare go over to him, and neither did he. He stayed where he was.
We sold 270 slaves, of which 136 were divided into 18 lots of 3 to 6 members. 12 families of 3 to 4 members and 88 pieces of Indian cloth sold individually. As there were several takers from some lots, I gave preference to those who could pay outright.
Listen to how they already splitting them up. They sold like 160 to 200 of them. They're splitting them up into lots of 3 to 6 people. I mean, they're already losing their ranks. They're already losing the
Separating
power of the
families.
group, separating the families and everything.
Payment was in merchandise or money. The 2 families who didn't find any takers were broken up. Then the Negro boys and girls were sold separately. However, for those families who procured a lot of interest, they were auctioned, and we got much more for them than for many other lots. Look at these muscles. This mule is sure to be hardworking. 180. Bidding starts at 180.
That
200,
white
sir.
man was
200,
having a blast
230.
saying
I have
mule and shit
230.
up there. What?
I have 300.
Straight up Negro auctioneer
Come on,
right
don't let
there.
such a fine specimen get away. 950. Yes, sir. 1,000. 1,100. Any higher? 1,100.
Damn, that
Sold to
shit
Mr.
went up
Bonaparte.
real fast. Damn.
Now we have an outstanding parrot. I shall start bidding at 150. 180. I have 180. 220.
Guys, wait a minute. Pause the show. Although I only have 25% European in me, a lot of these motherfuckers claim I'm biracial. So let's act like I got a white daddy who comes from a lineage of slave drivers. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Work with me here. Just bear with me. I've got a fresh new slave for the auction block, 50 cents, okay? Do I hear a bidder for 50 cents? Does anyone have 50 cents, okay? He will pander to white conservatives. He will say anti-black things. Is there anybody? 50 cents, anybody? 50 cents, 75 cents. Do I hear
75
a
cents
dollar?
for a tether slave, please.
Do I hear
I
a dollar
have
for Uncle Diggity?
KFC chicken sandwich.
Do I hear a dollar for Uncle Diggity? 50 cents too high. Oh, God damn it, y'all. Come on. Help. This is a strong slave.
Mike,
This is a strong slave. This is a good, strong slave. We'll do a lot of work for y'all. He'll do a
for
lot
real.
of work. $1. Okay, we've got $1 for Chris. We got $1 for Chris.
Damn, y'all desperate. Damn, Chris, $1?
We got one. He will work and understand this slave is a thug of sorts. This slave is a thugging slave, okay?
Do
He will
some
go
freaky
capture
shit on
the
your
other
birthday
slaves.
too when the wife ain't looking.
He will go on slave patrols and capture his fellow melanated folks. He will do good things for the white folks. Okay. Does
Catch a
anybody have
freeman for real.
$1.50? Does anybody have $1.50?
Does he
Yes,
get prostate
Deadpool, that's
exams?
Lucas. Yes, that's Lucas. I'm the king of fucking receipts. If I just whooped his ass like this with a casual community post, what do you think I'm about to do to him on Monday? I got dozens of these photos, and these aren't the worst ones. So let's talk about it. Should have never tried to insert yourself into our FBA discussions. Should have
I had
never
to
tried
get
to
Stevie
cosplay.
Wonder on you, man, when you showing the pictures. I was blind for a couple of seconds, man.
Hey.
250. 280. 300. We have 300. 300. 330. Look at these breasts. Look at these breasts. And this belly, which has not been spoiled by pregnancy. These buttocks, so firm and muscular. 350. I have 350. 400. Over here. 400. Who will give me any higher? Sold to Mr. Dishart for 400. Our third item is another exceptional specimen.
Very
Look at his
good,
neck.
Uncle.
Look at him. He already ready for her. Look at him. The eye of the tiger.
When we got to the dwelling, or as they called it, the master's property, a priest made a speech.
A preach is going to make a speech, y'all, as soon as they get sold, before they go to the new plantation, before they even meet their masters, they going to get another dose of programming. And guys, I actually did the currency conversion and whatnot. The last slave got sold for $400, right? $400 back then in the 1800s is about 10 racks today. About 10 racks.
Telling us how lucky we were. Thanks to the white people who brought us here, we would enter the family of God, and our souls will be saved. Although we had our own gods, he explained that here there was only one God, and if we didn't live in his love, we would burn in hell for all eternity.
Come on. I don't blame them for not rebellion. They're being told that they are in a new world now. And this new world is ran by a new God. And if you don't obey your master, you will burn in hell for all eternity. God damn it, if that don't sound familiar.
I'd be like, just kill me. You know, I'm okay with just taking the plank walk.
Get your ass.
Come on. The psychological programming. Come on. They ain't even got whipped once. They ain't even really got that mistreatment yet. They got captured by an African, put on a boat. These white folks said, hey, these chains are to protect you. You know, be good. Everything's going to be all right. You're going to thank us. They get off the boat. They get sold. And immediately they're being told, you are in a new world with a new God. Obey us or you will burn in the fiery abyss forever.
I will put my spirit in you, and you will follow my laws. You will obey my commandments, and you will be faithful to me. Step forward. Your name is Christ.
And then they gave us new names.
Ulali.
No one asked us our
Just like they did with us indigenous folks. They literally sent us to Christian boarding schools and Catholic boarding schools where they beat us with rulers and shit and gave us European names and shit. Come on now. My last name is Lane for a reason. It's not because
My
that's
last name
indigenous.
Johnson.
Exactly.
real names.
Your name is Uzeb.
They acted like we didn't have names. They just told me my name was Delhi.
Your name is Delhi.
From that day on, I was never called anything else.
You are Jean-Baptiste.
Later on, I learned that Toriki had been renamed St. John.
Your elders will teach you the running of the estate. If you obey, if you work hard.
Then they're taught by their elders. Then the good old fucking Samuel L.
niggas.
Jackson and the Django ass niggas, then them niggas are gonna go teach you the ways. Come on now.
Master Calvin
Come
gonna do
on.
good by you.
Then Steven is gonna come down here and tell you how things run on Candyland Ranch. Okay.
You will be treated well. However, any act of insubordination, any attempt at rebellion, or trying to escape will be severely punished in accordance with what's been set out by the law.
And again, we're in the French West Indies. We're in the Caribbeans. These folks who did run away, who did rebel, they were known as the Maroons. And put a 1 in the chat if you were part of the broadcast we did on Jamaica a week or so ago, where we learned that there was the Leeward Maroons and there were the Wayward Maroons. And one faction of the Maroons were sold out by the other faction. A man named Cujo sold out the Maroons, sold out the revolutionaries, sold out the freedom fighters, sold out the rebellious people so he can make some deals with the white folks. I mean, all right. History just repeating itself, right?
Any slave who strikes his master or his master's wife or their children, and this act results in bruising or drawing blood, will be sentenced to death. And if you try to escape, you will be punished. For a first attempt, the fugitive will be branded on the shoulder with a fleur-de-lis. For a second,
First attempt, you get burned with a cast iron on your shoulder.
the fugitive will have their shin flayed. For a
Second attempt, they're going to cut off a piece of your shin.
third attempt, the fugitive will be sentenced to death.
Third attempt, they going to kill you. God damn it. They was allowing you 3 attempts. Oh, they really didn't want to hurt you.
3 strikes, law, California.
They really didn't want to hurt you like that, but you see, they have to keep you in line, and they don't want you to rebel all the way, so they have to punish you some way while still keeping you working. They even said that the punishment for striking a white person, you had to bruise the white person or draw blood in order to get a punishment. So just peep the checks and balances, the delicate balancing act of subjugating a people, enslaving them, while also making sure they never want to rebel against you.
The commander wings the bear at sunrise. But when the day
And then they tell you to go talk to this old, broken spirited African woman who been slaving for decades, and she gonna tell you the ways, y'all. She gonna tell you the ways. And listen to
See
how
the supervisor.
the African sister puts her up on game.
the commander wings the bear at sunrise. But when the days are short, we must wake in the dark. This is followed by mass, as they call it, a sort of prayer for their god. And then we go to walk. We each have a patch of land. You can grow what you like on it, and what you reap is yours.
They even gave them a patch of land where they can grow whatever they want, and they can choose to eat the things they grow, or they can choose to
Dang, they
sell
got their
the
40
things they
acres in the
grow.
rule and everything.
Listen, they get their own patch of land. You can either eat what you produce, or you can go into town and sell it. Listen to how they have to give the slaves a sense of autonomy, a sense of independence to keep that rebellious spirit down. Doesn't this sound like some shit going on modern day? Well, you're not a slave, but you're going to work 40 hours at this job. If you look at us wrong, we're going to fire you. You get 2 15-minute breaks and a half an hour lunch break, and maybe a couple days paid vacation. Come on.
Yeah, it's all of us. That's why it was so easy to make slavery, illegal, because it's like we already got you guys,
Yeah.
You can eat it or sell it. But you can only tend to your patch on Saturdays. They call it Saturday garden.
But you can only tend to your patch on Saturdays. They call it Saturday Garden. Ain't that how a lot of us folks are still living to this day, right? Slavery with a smile, slavery with a grin, slavery with extra steps, and maybe we'll get Saturday and Sunday to ourselves.
When you sell something, keep the money. It's yours. But never leave it in the heart. There are dishonest.
Guys, she telling her when you sell things for money, keep the money, it's yours, but watch out for them trifling ass Negroes, them Africans gonna try to
Yep.
steal from you.
Saves a checking account, goddamn
When
it.
you sell something, keep the money. It's yours. But never leave it in the heart. There are dishonest Negroes who steal money.
And then check this and check out what she's also about to say. Because again, I just watched this one day when I was high last week. I believe she's even gonna say that they had the ability to purchase their freedom. Again, why do you give somebody that ability? Because you're trying to stop a rebellion before it even happens. Listen, you're going to work for us, but there's a God over here that says it's the way it is. And if you go against God's will, you're going to burn in the fiery abyss. And we even going to give you this little patch of land to work. You got Saturdays off, sell your crops, make some money. And if you save up enough money, we'll even let you buy your freedom. So what is most likely to happen? Are most of these slaves going to try to rebel and burn everything down? Or are they going to work good and diligently and hard in order to purchase their freedom? All right.
Women buy back their freedom with their bodies.
She says some women buy back their freedom with their bodies. Let's get into it. What was really going on them
Prostitution
plantations?
for real.
Let's go.
They was getting their groove on.
Never leave it in the heart. There are dishonest Negroes who steal money. Some women buy back their freedom with their bodies. But not here, because this one, he has a wife. But his nephew's case is different.
Don't mean
It's
then
one of the
let it be
new
his
ones in
birthday.
his bed. And sometimes, if she's clever, he falls in love with her and gives her back her freedom. But not always, because the master's nephew sleeps with all the new ones, but never gives them their freedom. You can buy your own body back, which means.
And again, guys, a lot of times Europeans outside of America tell the real history, tell it like it really is. A lot of these cigar store Indian statues of black melanated Native Americans are found in Europe, are found in Scotland, are found in Wales. Europeans abroad have no issues at all to, excuse me, telling the true story of the transatlantic slave trade. American Europeans, they've got a reason to lie. They've got a reason to hide. They've got a reason to muddy up the facts. They've got a reason to make you think, Aboriginal man and woman, you're not really from here. You know them slaves that came from Africa to like the Caribbean and South America and stuff? That's where you guys come from. That's where you guys come from. We're going to reclassify you from a native or indigenous as Negro, and we're going to get you involved in the slave trade.
Buying your freedom. But the majority of Negroes who work in this cursed country die working before they have been able to save enough money.
And most of them die working before they can save enough money to buy their freedom. Just like most of us indigenous folks with these employment agreements had a goal in mind, had land we were going to be promised, whether it was 40 acres and a mule. We had business dealings, business arrangements, and they reneged on those contracts time and time and time again. Even when we got our freedom, they did this sharecropping fuck shit where, listen, this ain't a plantation no more. This is just land. And you're going to have your own, and you can live over there on that side of the land, and you're going to work this land for me, but you're not my slave anymore. You're free. But yes, you're going to work my land just like you did when you're slave. The difference is I'm going to pay you some money for it. But guess what?
I'm paying you niggas some money. Basically the same thing. They're just paying
But
you.
guess what? You gotta pay me rent for that shack you're living in. You gotta pay for the farming equipment and the tools you're living in. So by the end of the harvest, they didn't even have no money. They didn't even catch up. They didn't even progress. This is the same trick, y'all. You can buy your freedom, but coincidentally, most slaves die before they buy their freedom.
It takes so many years to save up that you're old and useless by the time you have enough. And what can you do once you're free? You wander the streets without any work, with no money to eat or sleep.
Damn, it takes so many years. You're going to be worthless and die before you can even buy your freedom. And for those that do buy their freedom, they're just roaming the streets like drunks, no place to live, no place to sleep. Doesn't this sound like America? Work good for the corporate slave masters. And one day when you're like in your 50s or 60s, you can like retire and get like a golden parachute and a golden watch. And like you'll get the social security and you can just live out your days. Oh, wait, most Americans don't do that. Most Americans end up being 70 years old, working as a Walmart greeter. But again, the
Yep.
American dream. The American dream was ripped off from some of these plantation dreams. Come on.
You will see freed slaves when you go into town. You will see poor Negroes who look like old wrecks. And you will see a few Negroes who managed to earn a bit of money because they've served the white folks so well that they were given bonuses. But they too have become white folks in their minds.
Ooh, they said there are some Negroes who are free now, who worked for the white man so well that they received bonuses, but they have become like white people in their mind. Damn, isn't this what goes on nowadays? The basketball player, the rapper, the athlete, the drug dealer. God damn it, they get some bonuses, but they gotta adopt that white mindset. They gotta
That's
work for
that's
the system.
that's the boule class overall. You know what I mean? Like all the way
Exactly. They
together.
even had slave boule class. Come on now. They even had slave boule.
Right.
That's the whole Congressional Black Caucus right there.
The Dems.
Hey, I'm proud of being a college dropout because they ain't teaching none of this shit in no school. Self-learned, self-taught.
Without question, it has been poisoned. It's dying. This could only have been caused by poison. What poison? I don't know. But it's definitely poison.
Today we lost an ox. Along with the animals we lost last week, that makes 3 ox and 2 mules. There are poisoners amongst you. This crime is punishable by death. If any one of you knows who's guilty, come forward at once, or you'll be charged with collusion.
White man don't know how to take care of his animals, how to properly farm, so some of them die, and the black slaves get blamed for poison. What slave who's just trying to earn their freedom, just save money and work their patch of land and earn their, what slave is gonna risk that poisoning some ox?
Ain't no slave finna do no shit like that because they know they'll be punished.
Exactly. But white inadequacy equates black subjugation.
I hold you all responsible. You will pay for the dead livestock by working Saturdays and Sundays for the next month. If you're not happy,
we won't get no overtime.
Damn, they was getting the weekend off just like we do, and now
Bullshit.
they don't get the weekend off. Now they don't get the weekend off.
Damn, at least give an overtime, master. Damn.
I'll lift the sanction. In the meantime, go back to your huts immediately.
I think this is what Kanye meant when he said slavery is a choice. Once you are in the thick of it and you peep the lay of the land, you can choose to believe the propaganda and work till you die, holding on to dreams of freedom, or you can rebel and become a maroon. It's a choice. We left without saying goodbye.
No introduction necessary, Mr. Dustal. People speak of you so often, I knew you'd turn up soon.
They speak of you also, Mr. Desart.
My wife.
Welcome.
Madame? In France, people like you have made assumptions, knowing nothing about the real situation in the colonies. You have just arrived. But once you've spent some time here, you will understand the need to preserve the established order through slavery. There are no workers who want to come from France. Even if there were, they would never survive the climate of this godforsaken country. Only Negroes used to the heat of the tropics.
Doesn't this sound like America? Yeah, we got all these European immigrants coming through Ellis Island and shit, but they don't want to work. They
They're
lazy.
lazy.
They ain't fit for this kind of labor. Let's get the indigenous folk to do it. Let's get the indigenous folk.
Can work here. Yet this race we must command are fiendish and treacherous. They're serpents. Isn't that a little excessive? Negroes and people of color have one thing in mind, and it makes me shudder. To destroy the whites.
Pierre?
I hope we'll find our daughter a good husband, so she may contribute to a race of honest people while we continue to diminish the race of rogues.
That is my mission too, Mr. Deza.
You know, I've often secretly watched their revelries. You can't imagine how utterly indecent the movements of the two dancers can be. Do you see all the mulattoes? They're almost all the offspring of married settlers. Men who would never shake the hand of a Negro man won't think twice about betting a Negro woman by force to satisfy their desires.
Now she jealous of the mulattoes, talking about
Just like a white bitch, jealous of the black woman.
all these white men would have never shake a Negro's hand, but these white men will sleep with a Negro, force themselves on a Negro woman. Why do they want to have sex with these slave black girls? Oh, look at the jealousy.
I found out where Tariq was by questioning the other slaves. He did the same and came to find me several times at night. This went on for a few weeks until the day 2 slaves died from those so-called poisonings, and Pierre Desart forbade us from receiving any visitors. It was
Damn. So they was taking away their weekends because some ox got quote unquote poisoned, but then some slaves get quote unquote poisoned too. So then they realize, okay, maybe it's just sickness going around. Maybe no one's poisoning the ox. All right.
for that moment that we decided to run away, to be maroons, as people called them.
Maroons, they ran away to be maroons, and goddamn it, we already did a documentary about the maroons in Jamaica,
Yep.
and they got sold out by Cujo. They got sold out. The wayward maroons got sold out by the leeward maroons.
I can't tolerate that some of you tried to escape. All of you know what happens when you try to run away. But the government has asked us to stop the mutilations. So Saint-Jean and Delis will not have their ears cut off. But the law requires that they be punished.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lord, we got titties out. YouTube, this is for educational purposes. YouTube.
Yeah, I'm blind. I don't
Is-
see nothing. Stevie
This is
Wonder.
for educational purposes only. We are reviewing a documentary film that is public on YouTube to this day called Ebony, The Last Years of the Atlantic Slave Trade, Free Documentary History. Yes, this was a French production, which is why there's English dub over it. Guys, I'm telling you, these Europeans, they have no issues telling you what's what. It's the Americans that want to get real shisty-like with the history.
8, 9, 10.
I was put to work again the next morning, but for the next 30 nights, I was forced to sleep in a hole with my feet shackled.
15, 16.
Before locking me away, the
And she getting beat by that Sambo ass African dude. God damn it.
Bitch ass nigga.
White man won't even do his own dirty
Coward.
work.
steward rubbed my wounds with a mixture
At
of
least,
lemon
at
and
least
chili
whoop my
pepper.
ass if you gonna do it,
Supposedly,
white
was
man.
prevent
Don't let the
infection,
other
but
nigga
in
do it.
reality, it was unadded torture. Thinking back to that moment, I would have preferred to have died from gangrene rather than go through that.
67, 68.
As for Tariki, he spent 3 days tied to a stake with no food or water. After that, his master, Pierre Desart's nephew, came to get him. Tariki could no longer.
I'm gonna get my ass whooped. I'm gonna heal up. I'm gonna reflect on how I got captured last time, and I'm going again. I'm going
You're gonna
again.
do better.
I mean,
Do better. This is what I'm talking about. Do better, brother. We're gonna get out of this.
y'all motherfuckers
I'm
got
trying to
me
be a maroon or
fucked
something,
up.
nigga.
And muck. This is the transatlantic slave trade. Most of the slaves in the transatlantic slave trade went from West Africa to the French West Indies, or as we know nowadays as the Caribbean. So this myth that every black person in America came from slaves, no, we was indigenous. Most of them slaves went to the Caribbeans, went to South America.
Yep.
Work. He had to be
Only a
carried
few
in the
made
cart.
it.
Pierre Desat isn't the worst. He's very severe and brutally punishes his slaves when he thinks they've done wrong. But he calls the doctor if a slave is sick, has their children looked after by servants while the parents work, and doesn't force pregnant women to work. But there aren't many pregnant slaves. Only 2 babies have been born here this year. Most women prefer to make their bellies bleed rather than give birth to a slave child.
When we hear this story that, okay, well, I know you guys are waking up to the history and the fact that not many African slaves came to the United States of America, but the slaves that did come here, they were bred. They were bred, and then they were baby factories, and they were spitting out on the. Come on, y'all. This is a perfect example of a colony where they said only 2 births have happened. Most of the women want to have their bellies bleed before they want to give birth to some slave master's child. So let's cut the bullshit.
Bonifon, Pierre Desade's nephew, is hard and cruel. The women there work until their water breaks and are sent back to work the next day.
And Muck, again, to answer your question, these are Africans that were captured by Africans in West Africa, sold to merchants, and they have just been delivered to a plantation in the Caribbean. So when you ask me if this movie is portraying Africa or the Caribbean, there's your answer. Both Africans who got shipped to the Caribbean.
Tariki told me that he whips everyone, even children. And he has beaten slaves to death. I have to go now, before the market ends.
Leave your yarn. You've been gone long enough as it is.
And again, it's so much more nuanced. While we do have these evil Frenchmen, slave drivers, we got some good Frenchmen like this one, putting some shillings in her pocket. Hey, girl, tell me what's really going on. He trying to act like he ain't
Trying to
treating
get
y'all
in them
wrong.
draws. You ain't slicking nobody.
Stop it. He trying to blow the whistle because in actuality, at this point in time, slavery was already abolished. Slavery's
Trying to
already
get my
abolished.
turn.
Yeah. And he's trying to make sure that these colonies, these French colonies, because again, this is the French West Indies, i.e. the Caribbean, when it was under French dominance, they wasn't supposed to be practicing no slavery. So white boy trying to blow the whistle. Well, wait a minute, they still got slaves. They still treat them like slaves.
You know, some of the slaves have learned to read, so they know the law. A master may beat his slaves, but he doesn't have the right to kill them. A man like Bonifon deserves to be in prison for what he does to his slaves.
Damn, she said some of us slaves have learned to read and we read the laws, and even your funky ass laws say you have the right to beat a slave, not kill a slave. And this motherfucker's killing us. He should be in prison. Oh God, I know why they don't want us
You
to
ain't
read.
making no money by doing that. You fucking the game up.
I know why they don't want us to read. Come on now.
These niggas smart when they get educated.
Muck says, I don't understand what I was asking. Hey, Muck, maybe you should click the link and call in instead of speaking through a chat, and then we can have a proper discussion. Or you can
he
just keep
clearly
watching.
understands.
I don't have the same power as the police here. I can only ask, but I promise I will.
You can sniff around wherever you like. I couldn't care less. I have nothing to hide.
No one has anything to hide. Yet every day the governor receives a letter requesting I be sent back to France on the next boat.
Where would you like to start?
Wherever you please.
No. I've always been well treated and well fed. I work. Yes, but I can rest whenever I need to.
You've never been beaten?
Never.
And I can understand the fear. In his mind, he's like, why should I tell this white Frenchman what's really going on? He's just going to get back on a boat back to France tomorrow. I'm going to be here facing the repercussions. It ain't like modern day. They didn't have cell phones. White Frenchman wasn't going to call the French governor and be like, hey, yeah, y'all, this nigga blowing the whistle. We need to stop this plantation. They enslaving them. Nah, this man would have had to take a several-month journey back to France. This slave would have probably never seen this man again. There's a large percentage chance that this slave would never even see this man again. So why is he gonna put him and his people at risk spilling the beans? I mean, I can kind of understand.
Look at that back. He gonna tell you everything.
Of being beaten if you speak out.
In your country, do you expect to touch the hearts of the people in those faraway lands? Do you expect them to mix their tears with the tears of poor black people? Tell me, will the slave be seated on a golden throne? Will that make him any less of a slave? Would that make him any less the property of another man? I've already said too much.
I saw a plantation owner take an iron trunk, lock the poor victim of his tyranny inside it, and place it near the heat of the fire to cause excruciating pain. A young man told me.
Paul says Christ only got 40 lashes. She got 75. Yeah, talk about it.
That in order to be able to recognize his slaves, he had the ears of 6 slaves cut off. I watched a Negro woman who had stolen a duck be given 50 lashings, then have her wounds rubbed with lemon and chili. She was tied up outside and left for 2 weeks to pay for the terrible crime that she pleaded guilty to. I'll stop there. I'm tired of describing these atrocities.
When you get back to France, be very careful that your servant only writes when you are present. These scoundrels use every trick there is to send messages back here, telling other Negroes about equality and freedom. Some even send messages.
She said, make sure your servant, while you're in France, only writes to you. We don't want them spreading notions of equality and freedom. Damn.
Messages to the colonies demanding the abolition of slavery. Ah. Speak of the devil, and lo, he appears. I think he's pleased we finally decided to send him back. I wish you a pleasant journey.
Raw and refined sugar, coffee, cocoa beans, indigo, cotton, pepper, rum, mahogany. The hold and lower decks of Le Bienfaisant are loaded with goods, which, as well as money, was used to pay for slaves.
At my master's nephew's estate, they found the corpses of other dead livestock. Bonifant accused Tariki and 2 other slaves, Yusef and Solitude, who was pregnant, of poisoning the livestock. My female elder knew that Bonifant
Rumors of poisoning livestock, so they're going to round up these folks and kill him just because they think they might be poisoning some livestock.
wanted to punish Tariki for speaking to the magistrate who had recently left the island. The judges sentenced all 3 of them to death. They waited for Solitude to give birth before hanging her. I asked to speak to my master, Pierre de Sac. I swore the evidence was.
waited on the slave girl to kill her. They waited to kill her until she had her
Dirty
baby.
motherfuckers. Dirty
They waited till
motherfuckers.
she had her baby, and as soon as her baby was born, they ripped the baby from her arms and went to go hang her on a tree because they think someone might be poisoning the ox.
Was faked, and Toriki was innocent. He refused to intervene. Later, I begged him to buy Solitude's child. He agreed and freed the child, naming him Agricole.
Damn, I guess at least the baby got bought and freed. I guess that baby can rest assured knowing that his freedom was paid for with his mother's bloodshed. I mean, god damn it. And now she's running around searching for his grave. They buried them in unmarked grave. She don't even know where her
It's sad,
husband.
man.
That was
It's
her
terrible.
husband. I don't know if I've expounded upon that. That was her husband. They kept a secret that they were husband and wife because they didn't believe the African who was talking about you guys are going to be treated well and husbands stand by their wives. We're going to keep you guys together. No, no, no. They got put on the same plantation because they lied and never divulged that they were husband and wife. And her husband gets hung because, well, some cattle died and they wanted to blame them.
Normally, baptized slaves, like Toriki, were supposed to be buried in a cemetery, but they refused. I searched for a long time, but never found him.
They say 12 million people were captured, and we know where the vast majority of them went. It wasn't to no United States of America. Y'all, put a 1 in the chat if I've made you rethink what you have been taught about the transatlantic slave theory, really. Because again, we know that there was transatlantic slavery from West Africa to the French West Indies, from West Africa to the Caribbean, from West Africa to South America, but it is only a theory that there was this middle passage that did some kind of straight shot from West Africa to the US of A and was dropping off slaves. It just wasn't going down like that. It wasn't logistically possible. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel that you always knew there was something strange about the way you were taught the transatlantic slave trade. And now, after seeing this, you're like, hold on, it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Now I'm kind of getting closer to the truth here. Hold on. They was barely able to do a 30-day voyage. White sailors and the black captives were dying. So to think that they were doing a multi-month trip to America, guys, peep the wordplay. America and the Americas means two different things. It's like there's a state, New York, and then there's New York, New York, right? Well, America is US of A, Turtle Island, but the Americas is South America, the Caribbean, and all those dozens of islands. Come on, y'all, come on. Truth is stranger than fiction. Yes, it wasn't possible. It was not logistically possible to bring slaves to the 13 colonies. Not in the order of magnitude that they're claiming it happens. Come on. Come on. But I digress. Eric and Chris, go ahead and jump in. Let me know. Was that your guys' first time seeing that documentary? What do you think about it?
That was my first time seeing it, man. And yeah, it's I mean, honestly, it's just hard to watch, period. You know what I'm saying? I have mixed reviews on it. Maybe some of those things happened, maybe they didn't, but either way, it's fucking gross, man. It's hard to watch that. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. Like, just the whole, like, where do these people come from that is so important, that they're so important that other people are their human chattel? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just disgusting to me all the way around.
Yep, I feel you. How about you, Eric?
Yeah, that was my first time seeing that like that, but I always knew that, by the way that you was describing the situation with them shipping off slaves and stuff, it would have been better off for them to go to the Americas instead of just coming to America. Because everybody know from the real history of the slave trade in America, only a small percentage of those slaves came from, those places in Africa and came to America. Most of them was going to, the different places in the Americas, South America, Central America and Mexico and stuff like that. So when people trying to falsify history, especially in America, documents like this that be showing the true exact history, and people like you that's showing the exact history, is exactly why we need people like you out here teaching us and other people from different cultures the true history about the Atlantic slave trade.
Yep, I agree, brother. I agree. And go ahead and click the link and call in if anybody wants to weigh in on the topic at hand. After watching something so harrowing, I gotta rebalance real quick. So I'm gonna take the time out real quick to play a quick tune so I can roll up. As soon as this tune is over and I'm rolled up, new people click the link. We'll bring you up. We'll chop up some game. But god damn it, I got some Nina Simone on my mind.
Southern trees, barren, strange fruit, blood on the leaves, and blood at the roots. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the gallant South. Them big bulging eyes and the twisted mouth. Scent of magnolia, clean and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck. For the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, last drop. Here is strange and bitter crowd.
All right. We are back. We are back. We are back. I'm only halfway done rolling my joint. But goddamn it, we back, y'all. We back, y'all. We back. And thank you, FBA Young Lion, for putting me up on game. I didn't even know that wasn't the original. Shit, hey, I gotta stand on Lineage real quick. Ooh, what's the original? What's the original? Strange Fruit. Is it even called Strange Fruit? I think it's called Strange Fruit. What's the original? Is it original by Billie Holiday? See, this is why I wish I lived in a different time. Billie Holiday popping up, and she looked like such a fine sister. God damn it! I wish I was not born in modern day, where the ratchetness and the ghetto-ness was at the forefront, where sisters wasn't looking all natural and so pretty like this. Billie Holiday looked like a fine ass sister. Okay, and you know what? Not only do I need to put my finishing touches on this king size cone, but God damn it, I want to hear the original. I ain't never heard the original. Let's go, run it back.
Billie Holiday was pretty good, by the way.
Southern trees bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves.
Damn, I need to do an expose on Billie Holiday. She got jailed for performing that song. It's not like this is NWA fuck the police. Like she got jailed for performing this song. She got jailed for performing this song we're listening to right now. Okay, the more you know.
Yeah, Billie Holiday was in a lot of trouble with the law throughout her life.
Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees.
Wait a minute, I was today's years old when I found out Billie Holiday got murdered. What? Panel, did y'all know about this? Billie Holiday got jailed for singing that song and she was murdered? What?
Yeah, she lived a hard life, bro. She was on drugs too.
Damn, well, okay. You
Yeah, a lot of those artists around that time.
Like, goddamn it, she got murdered. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, a lot of artists around that time back in those days had like serious drug problems and stuff, but they made revolutionary music. But I never knew she got murdered though.
Yeah, I didn't know she got murdered neither, or that she was jailed for performing.
I never knew
song.
Ray Charles was on that Blue Magic until I seen the Ray movie with Jamie Foxx.
Oh yeah,
I was like, damn.
my introduction to Ray Charles was that Ray movie, so that's the only reason I knew he was on that hair run. Yep, that's the only way I knew.
Pastoral scene of the gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolia, sweet and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit
for the crows to pluck, for the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, for the tree to drop. Here's a strange and bitter
And yes, I'm a Juice World fan. That's why they immediately queued up the Juice World right after that. Let's go. Let's go. 999 gang. Yeah, y'all, this is wild. I don't know the half of it. That's why I love doing what I do, because not only do I educate you guys on what I do know, but you guys educate me so much on the things that I would not have known otherwise. But we've got a new guest coming up from the back to the front. We've got Kat in the building. Let's see what Kat has to say about the serious
Oh,
discussion
fuck.
at hand.
What is a rocket?
What do you mean, oh fuck? I didn't come over here to talk to you. Mike!
You want to
Hi.
dress today instead of funky tights? Damn, I'm surprised.
No, don't address me with fuck. I don't know who you think you're talking to, okay? I came up here to talk to Mike about something. Can we talk about something? Because I've been waiting for like 20 minutes in the back. Is that all right?
What's on your mind?
Well, I want to go back to the video that you were showing, the one with the women giving birth and all that stuff.
I'm talking about the documentary we reviewed on the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, what was it called? What was the name of it?
Shit. Let me try to find it real quick.
Oh, I had to go there. It's just really funny, like the commentary that was given after it, with the two, whoever they are, on your panel. All they could say is,
hold on, real quick. All right, time out. I can't hear you and think at the same time. I know you think we might have provided funny commentary on the transatlantic slave trade documentary, but you first asked me what the name of it was. This is it right here. It's called Ebony: The Last Years of the Atlantic Slave Trade. It's from Free Documentary History.
okay, well, you don't have to put me on the screen.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you're being shy today.
I'm not, but you don't have to. We're not going to do that again.
Okay.
I don't have to be
It's the Lord's Day. She don't got it hanging out like it's a Friday or something.
Excuse me?
He said it's the Lord's Day. You don't have your ass hanging out today. It's not Friday.
Whose Lord's Day? Yours?
Oh my gosh.
I don't believe in fairy tales. But anyway.
All right, Kat.
Yeah.
What
do you
let's
have
stick
to the topic.
What's on your mind? Because unfortunately, it is a reoccurring thing where whenever we touch in on some serious ass history, whenever we are dispelling historical myths and inaccuracies, whenever we are educating not just Americans, but diasporans by and large, we always have some tethers coming in to kind of muddy up the game and throw some salt in it. So, Kat, what would you like to say about the topic at hand? I'd love to know. And before you tell us, I think Chris wants to say something. He just came off of mute. Go ahead, Chris.
I was just gonna say the oh fuck when she called up. You know what I mean? Because it's just disruptive. You know what I mean? Like
No, someone said that to me. I didn't say that to somebody.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay,
yeah, that was me saying oh fuck when you called in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
So, Kat,
Why?
Well,
But
he
why?
already explained. He already explained because you're disruptive. Because typically you're disruptive. That's why. But anyways,
he
I
didn't
want to
explain
hear.
anything. He didn't explain anything.
Ma'am. I want to hear what you have to say about the topic at hand.
No, or he asked
Get your
me a
story
question.
out. It's okay.
You can what?
Tell your story. Tell your rebuttal. Tell your.
Well, hang on. Hang on. What? Can you tell me what a definition of a tether is? Can you give me a definition of what that is?
Oh my gosh, ma'am! You
That's
came
not
up
what we
here
were
Explained that to you
No,
last
hold
time.
on.
You got amnesia now?
Yes, we explained that to her last time, ma'am. You said you wanted to talk
You
about the
didn't.
slave documentary. You said you wanted to speak about the slave documentary, so speak about the
I
slave
was not
documentary.
here last night. I didn't. What was the definition of a tether?
Ma'am, you want to talk about the slave documentary? Let's talk about that.
I
'cause we're
asked
not
you a
talking about
question.
tethers right
Can you
now.
answer it?
And I'm telling you that if you're going to come up here, you're going to be on topic. All right, see you later. We've
She
got
ran away.
Lawrence
She
coming
had
from
to
the
go
back
back
to
to
the
the track
front.
on the Lord's Day.
For real, she somehow said that our commentary was like funny, but like, come on, she just came up here to be a tether distraction. That's all.
We was keeping it
That's all.
real. We wasn't trying
We
to be
over here
funny.
on
We
a
was
history
giving our
vibe.
talking points.
We on a history vibe, and she want to start. Oh, what's the definition of a tether? Cat, no one's tripping off of you. Lawrence, remind us where you calling in from.
Hi, Mike. I'm calling in from South Africa.
Okay, yeah, the Kenyan living in South Africa. I remember now. I remember. Well, you've got the floor. Let us know what you think about the topic at hand.
Well, there's two things I see here. It's Africans are nothing without Black Americans, and Africans cannot survive without begging for handouts.
Yes, both correct statements.
Well, I'm an African, and I don't rely on handouts.
Sir, you and your people rely on millions of dollars of handouts and subsidies from foundational Black Americans annually.
No, that's not correct, Mike.
Sir, it is correct.
How is it that Black foundational, so-called Black?
Sir, because we are foundational to America. We are American citizens. You come from Kenya. In the fiscal year 2022 alone, the United States has provided nearly $324 million in humanitarian assistance to the people of Kenya. Sir, those are our tax dollars. So yes, you guys wouldn't be nothing without handouts and government assistance. We've already given you over $300 million in just 2022 alone. Can I get a thank you, Kenyan man? Can I get a thank you?
How much has the white man given to Black Americans?
Sir, you came up
What
here
does that have to
saying
do with the
that
topic?
no, hold on, y'all. He came up here saying that, Mike, you say Africans cannot survive without handouts. Mike, you say Africans will be nothing without FBAs. What's your proof? What's your evidence? I give him evidence and he wants to move the goalposts. I literally show how we've given you over $300 million in humanitarian assistance in just 2022 alone. But now he's going to talk about, well, how much have white people given up? Blah, blah. Sir, this is just from the United States. This is just from our country. If y'all got 300 milli from just our country, how many other European nations contributed to your humanitarian crisis? Oh Lord, you don't want to talk about the truth. Checkmate. Just us Americans have given you 300 million. Can I get a thank you?
No, because I haven't seen a dime of it because I don't need it.
Oh Lord. Look how selfish these motherfuckers are.
But your
Look
people
how
do need it.
ungrateful these motherfuckers are. Sir, while you may not need it, like Chris said, your people need it. We should get a thank you on behalf of your people. Your poor, down bad people that do need it, they ain't getting no fucking help from Lawrence. Lawrence ran over to South Africa to help the South Africans, while the U.S. is helping the Kenyans. We can't even get a thank you on behalf of your countrymen?
No, because the average Kenyan isn't benefiting from it.
Sir, the average Kenyan is poor as fuck, and they are benefiting from 300. This motherfucker telling me 300 million. Oh, Lord, I'm about to checkmate him. Wait a minute. Lawrence, remind us, what are your thoughts on reparations? Do you believe that Black Americans, should not be entitled to reparations?
You shouldn't be entitled to reparations.
We should or we shouldn't?
You shouldn't.
We shouldn't
But
get
we
no
giving y'all
check,
assistance.
but we giving them 300 million a year. We giving them 300 million a
That
year,
don't make
but
no
something
sense.
for us. Oh no, we shouldn't get nothing. And that 300 million we are giving the Kenyans, they're ungrateful. They're acting like they don't really need the money. They send it back, motherfucker, send it back.
Shit, I'll be gladly to take that 324 million. That's like saying the British don't need to give all y'all jewels back that they stole from y'all.
And Broxy,
It's like me saying some shit like
and
that.
Brown Foxy, it'd be a way different argument if he's saying, Well, yeah, I am grateful that you guys are helping us, but unfortunately, our country is corrupt, and a lot of that money goes to politicians. He ain't saying that. He's saying, yeah, y'all send us millions of dollars. So what? Y'all shouldn't get nothing for yourselves, and we don't need the money anyways. How about that? All
He's a
right.
perfect example of why we need to delineate. You know what I mean? He's just a greedy African. That's all he's worried about is himself. You know what I'm saying? They have no sense of unity at all.
They need the money, all right. We can tell by them shanty towns some of them are living in. They need the money. We need that money too.
Let's talk about it. Max is asking where Kat went. She fled, and then she came back. She's
I sent her
backstage.
back to the track. She need to get my money.
Yeah, we're gonna bring her back in a bit. Hopefully she can remain on topic. But Lawrence, go ahead because you're just a perfect case study in how backwards and ungrateful and undeserving these Africans can be.
You see, I've been working my whole life. Same thing with my wife, same thing with my family. So I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, because
Fuck
I
your
have
countrymen, huh?
no. I've provided for myself. I haven't needed a dime from the Kenyan government.
We get it. You're selfish. What have you done for your fellow Kenyans?
I work for Kenyan Power.
That's not doing anything for Kenyans. Where's your orphanage at, dude?
You work for Kenyan Power in South Africa, but okay. What have you done for the poor, downtrodden Kenyans?
Well, in my 20s, when I was just a journeyman, I was building power lines. I was teaching trades in villages.
That's your
Working a
job.
job, working a job is not community
Just say I'm selfish,
activism.
man. Just say I'm selfish as hell, dude.
Working a job for the power line is not you being a community activist. What are you talking about? Guess what? We can say my job involves me being a community organizer and activist, but you being a tradesman working on the power lines, I don't see how that's directly benefiting your down bad Kenyans. So, sir, again, what charitable contributions have you made to your native countrymen of Kenya?
Well, no, like I was saying, when I was a journeyman in my early 20s, I was building power lines in villages in Kenya. That's not something that I was being paid to do. It's not something that went towards any hours. It actually, the company didn't even look at that on my resume. It was just something that I wanted to do for my parents. That was the village that they came from, and I wanted to give
Wait,
back.
hold on, sir. And still selfish,
I just
Damn.
don't believe you, dude. Just
Wait.
everything about you says no.
Still selfish because we're talking about he went back to his parents' village. So still they have to have some kind of direct tie to him, right? They have to have some kind of direct tie. I get it. But sir, riddle me this, Lawrence. Do you believe those Kenyans that you helped set up power lines for in the villages? Do you think those Kenyans should be grateful towards you?
Yes.
Ah, so you think that Kenyans should be grateful for you putting up a power line, but you, Kenyan man, aren't grateful for us sending over $300 million to your country. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. If they should be grateful towards you for simply putting up a power line, why shouldn't they be grateful towards us for giving them millions and 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 millions of dollars?
Black taxpayer dollars.
Just black taxpayer dollars. You're acting as though you black Americans are the ones who are sending the whole of the 324
We
million.
send some of it. We send some of it. We send part of it.
Yeah,
It's still our money.
0.001% probably.
It's more than what you guys are contributing to your own economy. Sorry.
Hey,
It's more than what
he's
you guys
trying to
contributing to your own
argue.
economy.
He's trying to argue on out of that 300 milli we sent, what percentage of that came from Black Americans? You're ungrateful to begin with, sir. You don't think you should be grateful for the foreign aid to begin with. I mean, you're, dare I say it, you're a backwards ass African. And I thank you for calling in. I hope you don't go anywhere. But we do have another guest we got to bring up from the back to the front. We've got Quafano in the building. Quafano, where you calling in from?
Mike, it's Kwafi Nino from Narratives and Dialogues. You know who I am, brother.
My bad. Quafi Nino. Go
Yeah,
ahead and let us know where you're calling
bro.
in from.
It's Sacramento, I'm from the Bay Area, remember?
Nigga, I talk to a lot of people I don't remember. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
really don't. I
Mike,
really don't.
Mike, we used to be
Narratives and
on.
dialogues, though. I remember that channel, and it's slowly
Yeah, we
coming
used to
back
be
to me.
over at Grandmaster Troll and all those places. You know, we just Mr. Real Estate. But anyway, man, this is what they do. They always get on here when you're doing a show that's based on, you know, history or slavery. This is touching to them just like it is with white folks. Now, even the Africans that come here to America, they get into this, oh, you guys should be grateful. And they always think that black people have not contributed anything. They should have watched the thing that you did on Tariq Nasheed, you know, that would have told them, but still, I guess it's just hard for them to believe that, you know, we've accomplished anything, you know, and that we all are just, you know, grifting off the white man, or we should be grateful, or we always blaming the white man, and that's not it. You know, these are old talking points, like from the '80s, and they
Quick
continue to do
melanin
this.
runs through my veins. Hit it on the head. I just want to acknowledge their comment real quick. The way the Africans sold/sell their people, you would think they would have already had power lines. Damn. We in the 21st century, and Lawrence is talking about he's a fucking charitable person because he put up some power lines. Did y'all smoke up the slave money, or did y'all smoke up the slave money?
You supposed to want that instead of just waiting for the white man to give it to you. You used to want to develop your homeland, even though y'all didn't have that by the time you was trying to do something for the village that your parents came from. Y'all should have already developed power lines so y'all can have electricity.
I just want to
Right
ask
now,
you one
Nino has the
question, Mike.
floor. Go ahead, Nino. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ask him anything you want. I'll give you guys a one-on-one.
Okay.
Hi, Nino. How are you?
I'm doing fine, brother. I just don't understand why is it so why is it such a big concern with you guys when it comes to this reparation thing? Why? I mean, you're nowhere in America. Then when you get here, you're smacking your teeth. You should be grateful, and you equate to whiteness. You know, oh, we're not them. You know, I see it all the time. I've seen it at the university. You know, I graduate from San Francisco State University, and I've seen you guys do it even there at the college. You know, I work at a college.
Right.
Why is this so?
Well, you have to understand from the African perspective, from my perspective, you know, we started with negative 500, negative 1,000, right? We have corruption. We're dealing with the results of colonialization. We had war, famine, all these things. And again, I'm not denying what Mike is putting on there. But what I'm saying is that we didn't have a so-called leg up like you Black Americans did. You guys started in a much better place than us. And more to the fact, you have affirmative action, you have all these benefits.
Sir,
Well,
please explain how we start. No, hold on, Nino. Sir, explain how we started off in a better place than you.
Mike, you're kidding me, right? You're living in America, where you have things like welfare, you have things like affirmative action, you have preferential treatment.
I've never used welfare or affirmative action. So again, how have we started off better than you? I mentioned we sent y'all $300 million in foreign aid. You talking about, well, I'm not poor. I don't use foreign aid. I ask you, how did we start off better? Well, Mike, you guys have welfare and affirmative action. Sir, a lot of us don't use welfare or affirmative action. So thank you. Try again.
No, just like you don't use affirmative action or welfare, I don't take handouts. I've never taken handouts, nor have my family.
Well, you guys come over here and use the financial aid. You come over here as exchange students, and y'all can get all kind of stuff when y'all get here. Black Americans Foundation Black Americans can't get that. You know.
But brother, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not in America. I'm in Kenya.
Okay, but why are you so concerned? I'm just trying to figure this out. I mean, if you came here, if they gave you the benefits, would you take them? Answer that question.
Well, it depends, right? If I came over there now, no, because I have an actual skilled trade.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see. see you. But I just wanna know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
You see, unlike Mike, I actually take pride in my work and my background. So I wouldn't ask for handouts. I would never do
So
that.
you
I take the utmost pride in my work and my background. My work is being a social activist. My work is producing content that betters my community. My track record is being a realtor as a teenager, parlaying that into being an insurance broker. Oh my God, sir, you don't want to talk about what I do on a day to day and what my track record is because it's shitting on yours. It is absolutely shitting on yours. And I'm sorry, but we really question your lineage. We really question that you're even a Kenyan man living in South Africa. You sound Indian, sir. I'm smelling curry goat. Sir, are you truly an Indian up here cosplaying as an African? Because we've had that before. You wouldn't be the first.
No, I am Kenyan.
Do you have any Indian background?
No, zero.
Do you have an issue with turning on your camera for a moment and showing us how you don't look Indian at all?
Mike, I'm not going to play these games with you, man.
This isn't a game, man. No game, man. I said, we think you're Indian. You say you're not. We can't see you. We can only hear you. You sound Indian. Will you turn on your camera so we can see you don't look Indian at all? And your response was, you're not going to play games. Sir, you're here on my show. I've cammed up many a times. I'll go grab my camera and plug it in right. We can cam up at the same time. Sir, are you refusing to turn on your camera? Damn, he ran away, y'all. He fled. He fled. I'm sorry, Nino. I know you wanted to ask him some things, but the chat was pressing about it being Indian. I didn't know he was gonna. Well, no, maybe the Indian boys in South Africa and they have load shedding. So let me just hold out hope that that the Wi-Fi just went down. Okay, I'm holding
He
on
didn't
hope
want
the
to show that
Wi-Fi
he was
just
on the
went
love
down.
boat. That's why
Nah,
he had
he's
to get up out
Indian.
of here.
I say
Yeah,
this,
that
man.
motherfucker Indian.
You got more of them that do this than even the Indians. You know, you don't even see Indians in San Francisco out here doing all this shit. Real talk. They just don't. And you know that, Mike. And it's multicultural out
Facts.
here. It's mainly African people, and I try my best to be. This is how they really feel. You don't see them do this shit in person. They don't do this in person. I don't get it. You know.
Not at
And also
all.
the cat person that came up. I'm surprised at Cat, man. She's really trolling all over the place, huh?
Oh, she's
She
back. Hey, Cat's back. And real
He
quick, before I bring Cat back, before I bring her back, I gotta say, you know, I do these broadcasts and I stand on lineage, but sometimes you gotta take the time out to honor a sister, okay? Sometimes you have to take the time out to honor a beautiful black woman. And I just want Big Hank to know, Big Hank, I want you to know your wife is glowing today, brother. Your wife is glowing. Oh, Lord, she is glowing today. Come on, come on. Everybody needs to get a beautiful queen like Big Hank got over there. Everybody needs a strong support system like Big Hank got over there. Big Hank got his wifey. I need me one. S. Larvadane, are you single? Let's go, y'all. Let's go. We all getting booed up around here. Big Hank can't be the only one with a fine wife. Let's go. And now we're going to bring Cat back. Cat with the stinky cat. Cat, what's up?
Hey guys, do you know what? I'm actually starting to come around and to understand what you guys are saying. Because some of these guys, like the last guy that just came up, right? When you asked him about reparations, how dare an African tell African Americans or Black Americans that they have no right to reparations, right? This is the thing. Like, now that I'm actually listening and paying more attention to a lot of what some Africans be saying to you guys, now I can understand why you guys think of us this way.
Well, hold on, Cat. Hold on, Cat. I asked you a question. Are you sober today?
Yes.
Damn, Cat came up here sober. She said, "Hold on." She said, "Hold on. I ain't been drinking no Smirnoff. I'm sober, and I hear these mushmouth tethers. Hold on, you FBAs are right. You FBAs are right."
Hang on a
You
minute.
know what, Cat?
I have been drinking a little bit, but I'm not.
Oh shit.
I'm not
drinking
drunk.
wine coolers.
I have to be honest,
Cat's
right?
version of
I,
sober is way different than ours, y'all. Cat's version of sober is way different than ours. But hold on. I'm gonna be back with Cat in the game. Hold on. We got Big Hank coming from the back to the front. What's good, Big Hank?
What's going on, Mike?
What's good, brother? Hey, in classic tether fashion, whenever we really getting deep into some history, we really getting deep into debunking some myths. We got these tethers coming up here with the distractions, y'all. It's crazy.
Yeah, I saw old boy got up out of there when the facts started hitting.
Had a heavy Indian accent, and immediately when I pressed him, he said, "Oh,
Yeah,
I'm out of here."
yeah, man. But I was gonna keep it short, man, because old dude brought up something that I've been noticing from these lives. A lot of these tethers and a lot of these white supremacists, they always use the same narrative. Like, for some reason, they think black people over here don't pay taxes. It's like we're just exempt from taxes. What was the Lawrence guy when you brought up the Kenyan? How
Yep.
much money we sent to Kenya? He was like, "Well, the white people sent that." Like, bro, do you know how long FBA's been paying taxes here?
Facts. Facts. Hey,
Yeah,
the Kenyans should be grateful for him putting up a power line, but he shouldn't be grateful to us for giving over 300 million in just 1 year alone.
bro, for real. But like, I'm gonna leave y'all with this. And I'm gonna hop on off. In 1815, it was a Virginia poll tax that required free blacks to pay $2.50 tax so white people can vote. So I just want whoever tether is watching or any white supremacists that's watching, just know even when we couldn't vote, we had to pay for them to vote as a tax. So just to put that out there, and I'm gonna hop on off.
Well, thanks for calling in, brother, and thanks again for the contribution. I appreciate you.
Hey man, be one, man.
Yep, B1. All right, and we got everybody back up on the stage now. You guys go ahead and talk amongst yourselves while I relocate.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to get down too, but I thank you, brother, for letting me up. You're doing a good job. I've been knowing you a while. We've talked, even just text back and forth, even on the phone and everything too, back in the day. But I just say this.
Yep, I
Uh,
remember you now, Nino. Don't
yeah,
worry.
this is the thing. You know, uh, Anytime you find a group of black people that's trying to get together and do what they need to do to mind their own damn business, for one, you get these people, they come up here, they do this. And I think that when you ever do a stream on the detractors, as far as even the people that support, white supremacy and all of that, you got the trolls in the space, even those that have attached themselves to the black manosphere. They come in and do this. They've often, and they let them in, and this is the same thing why Pearl was able to come in and do what she done, because they think inclusion is the key. I'm not saying that, don't let other people come and join in, but they don't understand that freedom of speech is not disrespect. So they'll come in, they'll do that, they'll disrespect, and they'll turn right back around and go on their streams, just like somebody said the other day, and say, "Oh, look at them niggas over there. Look at what they doing." They do it often. So yeah, man. And Cat, if anybody know anything, you do. I remember you from the Roger Report. So I think you on
Oh,
board with us.
a long time ago. Hi.
I
Oh,
think
sorry.
you're on board with us.
That was a long
Just
time.
yeah, just come sober.
I try. Peace. Nice to see you.
He don't know
All right, Mike.
everybody. He said, "Mike, I known you since you were live streaming from the coffee shop looking like Professor Xavier, Mike. I known you since way back when."
Man, El Dorado Hills.
Yep. Facts. Talk about it. Talk about
Yeah.
it.
All right, brother. I'm gonna get down and continue to listen. I got some work to do today,
All right, brother.
and
Thanks for
I'll be
tuning in.
back up.
Take
All
One day.
right.
care.
Talk to you
All
soon.
right. Take it
Hey,
easy.
real quick, I wanted to agree with dude because I was like, honestly, like 95% of the simp shit I see nowadays is on manosphere sites. You know what I'm saying? Like, like even like the Kevin Samuel, like I deleted a bunch of Kevin Samuel's pages from my social media because it's like Kevin Samuels wouldn't approve of most of the posts that's up. All of them is on some old, look at how fine my wife is, or like, look, I got money and I got power, and it's just like it's a bunch of foreigners and white people dumping on black women for nothing. For you know what I'm saying? It's just like like and from my understanding, Kevin Samuels wouldn't approve of any of that shit. It's just some major league simp shit going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Well, Kat, let us know, what do you think about the documentary film that we reacted to?
Do you know what? I only probably caught the last like 5 or so minutes of it, so I didn't see the entirety of the video. I just saw the ending when the birth and the hanging and all that stuff. So, I was listening. What was more telling was like the commentary. I don't know, the two guys that were up here and what they had to say about
Still up
it.
here. Those two guys are still up here, and you said that their commentary was interesting. So, what about their commentary interests you?
I think one of them said something along the lines of, their suffering is no different than anyone else's. They just tried to like diminish it as if it wasn't like a powerful documentary, like, and if it was just taken away from the suffering of Africans that were brought to America. I can't remember what the other guy says off the top of my head right now, but he says something kind of just dismissive as well about it, and that's why it
Guys,
kind of pissed me off.
all right, all right, all right, hold on. I think there's a little bit of a delay. Those two guys are Eric and Christopher. Eric and Christopher, do you guys remember saying something that was dismissive of the suffering and the plight of those African slaves, or?
I don't remember saying what she was referring to. I remember saying that it was very hard to watch. You know what I mean? And I don't think that really takes away from the magnitude of how serious something is by saying that. But you know,
You did say that. You said it's very hard to watch, but their suffering is no different than any other people. So you tried to like say something positive and sensitive, but at the same time you were like, oh well.
I don't even think I even talk like that. To be honest with you, that
Oh,
someone's.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
and to
I
me,
know I didn't say nothing wrong because I felt the pain of those people being taken away from their homeland and being, you know, it was just a lot of tragic things going on with them, and the whole false narratives of how the Atlantic slave trade was really taught to us in America, and that really showed us where some of us went wrong at about the history of the Atlantic slave trade. So I didn't say nothing wrong. I was saying some positive manners of when the slaves were running away and trying to be maroons instead of just trying to, just be indoctrinated by the white supremacists in the Caribbean. So I know I didn't say nothing wrong. I
Yep.
don't know if you had like amnesia or if you were smoking something, but Eric didn't say nothing wrong up here on this panel.
And we also do have to remember that we're the only ones up here sober. So
sorry,
there's that.
saying something like it was hard to watch, but their suffering is like it's nothing special, basically. And I remember now.
All right, cat. Since you can't really,
Stop
This is
mute.
spiraling.
no. When I mute you, it is for a purpose. So remain on mute until I unmute you. You're kind of rambling about what you think some people said, and you can't properly cite what they said. So let's get past that, cat. Let's get past that.
I'm
As a Sudanese woman, what are your thoughts on the transatlantic slave trade as a Sudanese woman?
I'm talking.
Now you are, yes.
Stop muting me. You just say, we can have a conversation. You don't have to mute.
Ma'am, I will mute or silence you whenever I show to silence. You don't run shit around here. I'm trying to be civil. I'm trying to be passive. I'm trying to be on my Bob
Silence wench.
Marley. Wagwan, come on. What is your opinion on the transatlantic slave trade as a woman? And do you guys see why I mute her? See how she's moving her lips right now as I'm
I
moving
see
my
what you're
lips?
going through,
We
brother Mike. I
we
understand your
can't
pain, sir.
hear you. We can't hear you. I have a way of silencing you without you even knowing you're being silenced. So, ma'am, let us know, what is the Sudanese perspective on the transatlantic slave trade? Go. You have the floor.
Yeah. Have you turned my mic up now again? Okay.
Yes. Yes, I
So,
have.
I know you're not that smart. So, as a Sudanese, I have my people.
Clearly, I'm rather smart if you keep talking while you're on mute, but all right, bitch, keep going. Keep going.
That mute button is powerful. It's a motherfucker.
Come on, the Sudanese perspective on the transatlantic slave trade. Go. So you gotta take a deep drag real quick. I bet you that ain't even a weed pen. She out in the UK. She's smoking on extra nicotine.
She's smoking cigarettes smoked through a crack pipe and shit.
Kat, let us know, what is the Sudanese perspective on the transatlantic slave trade? All right, Kat's got her tongue, so we'll bring up New Era. New Era's in the building. How you doing, New Era? Nice to see you, brother.
What up, Brody? How you doing?
What's up? I'm just trying to keep an intellectual discussion going with all the detracting from Kat. Oh Lord. These tethers love to come to just slow down the progress. If nothing else, they come to slow down the progress and move the topic of discussion. Oh boy.
Yeah, I feel you. But I am proud of her for saying that one shit when she said she might be changing her mind after hearing all the Africans talking shit about us. I ain't never thought I'd say that shit.
I don't believe nothing she say out of her mouth.
Hey, if she says that and she's 100% sober, then maybe I'll believe her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so all the shit that Africans say about African Americans or Black Americans, i.e.,
And
what?
now you're going on mute. Bitch, I said, what is the Sudanese perspective on the transatlantic slave trade? Go. Manzit says Cat's making some progress. I guess she didn't drink that much.
She would have been felt the immigration test. She ain't even answering the questions.
Yeah, sorry. No. One question at a time, boys. One question at a time.
What
That crack smoke really got your
is
brain clogged. Just answer the question. What the hell's going on?
the Sudanese take on the transatlantic slave trade? Go.
Thank you. Sorry, sorry. I'm a dumb African. Can you unmute me? Unmute.
Way to hear you.
Okay, you can.
You is unmuted.
No, you keep saying I'm muted every 5 seconds. So I don't.
No, we can hear you.
Man, hurry up and answer the question, Kat, because I got something to say to you.
You say it now, and then
Answer the question first. You got a question for you.
Answer the question first.
Cat. You literally have one last chance to answer the question, or I'm just gonna not even kick you. I'm going to ban you from the studio. Meaning, even if you click future links, it will not work. Cat, you're getting on my goddamn nerve. I ain't even went outside to smoke my joint yet. Just answer the fucking question. What is your opinion on the transatlantic slave trade as a Sudanese woman? Go.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's false?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cat's out of here. God damn it.
Happy New Year. Goddamn. Go back to that track and get my money.
She's incapable of highbrow intellectual discussion, and that wasn't even really that highbrow and intellectual. I just wanted her opinion on the slave trade since she comes from Sudan. I mean, God damn it. I didn't know that I asked her for fucking nuclear launch code. Like, what the fuck?
She took that as a challenge because she's an independent woman and all of that dumb shit. So
Ain't no man gonna tell her what to do type of shit.
right.
And that question
Exactly.
wasn't even really hard to answer. Like, I don't know why she was wasting time.
Right.
So,
Well, at least we
hey,
get
I
back on
think I
topic. Huh?
think that you guys were talking bad about the Africans' plight, and I think I might have heard you say something. Bitch, get out of here with that.
I think what she was
Get outta here.
referring to was when I said that we can't trust the storytellers, and that's not diminishing the plight of a slave. I mean, shit, my fucking mom's ancestors were slaves. That's not diminishing the plight of a slave. I'm saying, like, we can't trust what these white filmmakers and story writers are putting down 100%. Yes, understand the story. Understand, this shit is mad sad for fucking slaves, especially female slaves with children. But at the same time, like, I'm not going to take everything at 100% face value when it's being made by somebody from outside of our community.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we can't. We can't. If that's the case, we believe that we came from Africa and Chris Columbus came up here without nobody sending his ass back like 3, 4 times. Most people don't even know about that shit. Most people think Chris Columbus came over here one time and was all happy. We sent his ass back a few good times. And
Yeah,
that's what
people
they
just
said.
prefer Columbus landed in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I did want to say, Mike, I noticed some shit about the fucking schools and shit, because you said you ain't know they ain't teach some shit in school. But when I was growing up in school and shit, New York is way fucking faster than the South. But they was teaching me way more shit than they taught me in the South and what they be teaching y'all over there in the West. That shit's fucking crazy.
But yeah, no, I bet living in the South, they can't help but shed light on some of the history there. But yeah, being born and raised on the West Coast, we definitely get a much watered down version of events, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Nah, they do the same thing in the South and shit. That's why I started fucking asking questions and shit. I started skipping school when I came down to the South. Fucking 12th grade, they stopped talking about negative numbers. I learned that shit in the 3rd grade before I even moved to fucking Florida. Then they started talking all that bullshit like, oh, black people came from slavery and shit. And all my family was telling us we was Indian and shit. So when I was in school asking that shit, they didn't like it. And they started kicking me out of class, calling me troublemaker. So I am glad that niggas is fucking talking about the shit. Not like the old head the other day. Man, all that shit matters. If that shit reach somebody, that shit matters, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck if a nigga 100 or fucking 2 years old.
Yeah, you remember that old head talking about, oh, Tariq ain't talking nothing new. I already known all this. Okay, sir, and you want a
Yeah,
cookie?
like, nigga, I don't watch Tariq shit. I know that shit, but I don't be going around shitting on a nigga like, oh, y'all niggas should have known this shit. I've been on nigga. Appreciation, my brother.
In certain situations about our history, some of this shit is common sense. Like some people just ass backwards when it comes to stuff about our history. So I just separate the real stuff from the fake stuff. And unstable creatures like Kat can't answer questions like she at the immigration office, but I bet she'll do anything for a Klondike bar and a 40-ounce bottle of Ciroc. But when it comes to Mike TV's questions, she can't answer that.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to have a real ass conversation with her. She started out good, but ended up fucked up.
Look, let's just be for real. Kat wants to hear Black American voices before she goes and gratifies herself and passes the fuck out off a half a bottle of gin. That's all it is, really.
That's why I said I don't believe nothing that come out that streetwalkers mouth. I can't take her seriously, man. It's just too many of these tethers are just making their country look bad. I mean, the people who actually are on code, I respect them, but y'all gonna have to start regulating these people more and more. We shouldn't have to be doing this all the time and keep making videos, live streams, and just reporting stuff that's happening in your homeland before y'all do. Not to say that a majority of y'all don't, but like certain amount of y'all just try to, get washed away by not trying to think about helping people back in your homeland. It's kind of ass backwards. I know you feel, the pain and suffering of your people. So me as an American, I see my people struggling, every day, but we still have something to bring to the table when it comes to us fighting for our rights. But people like Cats, he just try to go around the question and just don't want to she don't want to go forward and try to handle the situation. People like that are so used to running away in their flip-flops, leaving smoke signals, ass backwards in their homeland that they don't want to, face the problems heads up.
You know what I would love to see?
Hey, listen. After this comment, we ain't even gonna mention that dusty ass hyena smelling bitch anymore. But after this one comment, I just gotta acknowledge something. Okay, I gotta acknowledge something. Everybody has their usefulness. Cat has a very limited scope of use. Cat is only good for one thing, y'all. Don't try to have no intellectual discussion with her. Don't ask her about slavery. That's all she good for.
Bend that ass over. Let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for me.
Don't ask her to have highbrow discussion. This is all she's good for.
Bend that ass over. Let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for me.
I still
some love deep inside of me. No need to lie to me. I know you got a guy, he's not a guy to me.
Hold on, Cat. I know you ain't tired. I know you got some more shaking to do, Cat. Come on, bounce that ass. That's all you good for, darling. That's all you're good for, is being a place for mandem to nut in the UK.
Just say goodbye to him and take a ride to me. Ride to me. I still got some love deep inside of me. Please drag it out of me. You just might get that G-Wagon out of me. Please drag it out of me. Please drag it out. Rolly gang, patty gang, rich baby daddy gang. I'm with Red like I'm at a Cincinnati gang. Hood bitch tatter gang, for she tatter name. Real bitch held me down for I had a name. Heard this money on my head, what is that to me? I put 100 bands on him, he put a rack on me. We from two different worlds, but it's a...
Y'all, come on. Some people have limited use. Some people, it's just, there's just not a whole lot you can do with them. Some people are for entertainment only. I hate to say it, but some people should not join in on intellectual discussion. Some people just it's too much for them to handle. Their neurons start short circuiting. It's just too much. And you know what? I'm fair and I'm balanced because Cat ain't the only one, y'all. Cat ain't the only. She's a tether that's only good for one thing, and unfortunately, we do have some FBA sisters who are also good for only one thing.
You understand we're all different, right? You understand one don't represent every female, right?
Right, I understand that. But,
I'm different.
Lemanuel, no, hold on. What we have to understand is, regardless of how
you different right that wig. Oh my God,
it can be, there comes a time where a woman simply wants her cookies crushed.
Come home frustrated and she had a bad day and the things just didn't go right, and she ain't gonna want to be caressed, and she ain't gonna want to be massaged, and she ain't gonna want a forehead kiss. She gonna want her cookies crushed and crushed. And when your queen needs you to crush those cookies, you have to be able to meet the demand. Every sister, I don't care how spiritual she is, I don't care how feminine she is, every once in a while, she want cookies crushed.
I can't. That shit is classic. I love that shit. It's hilarious.
Jaren, do you just need your cookies crushed?
No more.
Jaren, be honest. Are you in need of cookie crushing?
It's not for me.
Okay, so you're abstinent then.
Yeah, at the moment.
And you've been abstinent for 2 weeks, huh?
Why does it matter?
Oh no, I'm joking. I'm just joking. At the end of the day,
I would love to fight. I would love to fuck Mike TV.
Not Mike Tyson. Not to be confused with Mike
Yeah,
Tyson.
I would do that.
Okay, ma'am. I understand you would love to fuck Mike TV, but before we even consider that possibility, you gotta let the coochie breathe. You gotta let. I'm sorry, as Larvadane. As Larvadane is my work wife, okay? And the work wife is seeing me frolic with some concubines, okay? It was just for entertainment, the coochie breeze.
Hey, play that Lion.
You gotta let the coochie breathe. With some air.
Bend that ass over. Let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for me. Bend that ass over. Let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for me.
I still got some love deep inside of me. No need to lie to me. I know you got a guy, he's not a guy to me. Just say goodbye to him and take a ride to me. Ride to me. I still got some love deep inside of me. Please drag
Now listen, my Coretta, Scott King. Listen, S. Larverdane, my Coretta, okay? Yes, that woman went to my hotel room, but I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Get out of me, you just might get that G-Wagon out of me. Please drag it out of me, please drag it out. Rolly gang, patty gang, rich baby daddy gang. I'm with red like I'm
Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, y'all.
My eyes are blind. They need to be sprayed with vinegar after looking at that Jesus.
That's why everything I do lives in the public forum, okay? Can't nobody ever accuse me of cheating, okay? Whatever I did was public. It was live. It was live, okay? Let's go. But yes, some women are only good for one or two things, you know? Highbrow intellectual discussions is not up on the table. And yes, I learned afterwards that broad was naked. I don't think she had any draws on.
I'm glad I
Yes,
wasn't
I
on
don't
that
know what it
live when
is.
y'all was doing that.
I don't
Well,
know
I was
what
in
it
the chat
is.
rolling this shit.
Yeah. Hey, I've come to realize when you stand on lineage, you get the privilege. But there's only one girl who got my eye right now, and she ain't gotta get on live and twerk like no hoe. Good lord, good lord. I try to tell these girls I'm a sapiosexual girl. Google it. Look at what it means. Look at what it means. Cause you
Yeah,
don't
fuck
gotta
that,
do
Mike.
no
We
twerking.
versus again. You forgot? That fat bitch telling kids we to be versus again.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. You just had
Yeah.
to go there. And, Idris is backstage. Idris, it says your device is not connected yet. So go ahead and if I was you, I'd drop down and just click the link again and see if it'll connect your mic this time. But yeah, y'all, this is wild. This is wild.
Hey, y'all know what I want to see on some real shit though? You know how we be roasting the tethers and shit? I want to see all the allies across the diaspora stop roasting the motherfucking sucking tethers and shit too, like we be doing. That
Nigga,
shit
the
would make
only
my
word I
day.
understood was tether. What you talking about?
I said I would love to see allies across the fucking pond and shit make videos like we be making, roasting these motherfucking tethers that be on
Oh
Twitter.
yeah, yeah. Midris, Illy. Y'all better start YouTube channels and start roasting the tethers amongst you. Yeah. Start spreading the word. Start spreading the word. But we got Idris coming from the back to the front. What's good, Idris?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
What up,
Yeah,
brother?
bro.
Izzy?
I'm alright. How are you guys, man?
We alright?
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
come
last
in.
call. Last call, guys. If there's any more threes or below that want the stage, last call. Mike TV does charity. Mike TV is very charitable. Any more 304s?
And don't expect me to throw loose change at any of y'all. I'm saving my money.
But
Go ahead, Idris. You've got the floor.
Yeah, just wanted to know how you guys were doing and how's things going.
we alright?
It was pretty good. We did a live reaction to a documentary on the transatlantic slave trade that really shed
Yeah,
light into the true things that were going on there and how most of the slaves went to the Americas, not to be confused with America. The Americas are the Caribbean, South America. That's where most of the slaves went. There was never no slave boats traveling straight from West Africa to the US of A. That never happened. It's logistically impossible.
yeah. Dr. Jermaine Shoemaker actually said um, the slaves.
Idris, I'm putting you on mute. Say that again, but say it with a spirit of disrespect, okay? Leave off the doctor title. Say that scamming ass nigga Jermaine.
The Cookie Monster.
All right then. Sorry, gosh, where have I gone wrong? Yeah,
Because although he may technically have the designation of a doctor, he ain't got no patience, okay? That nigga ain't a doctor like that. That motherfucker got some degree somewhere from DeVry, and now he's a fucking ITT tech ass doctor. Okay.
He's a graduate of IDCD College.
yeah. So Jermaine Shoemaker actually said that the slaves would firstly be dropped off at the Americas, and they would be dropped off at the Caribbean, and then they'd be distributed to America. Is that true? It distributed to the United States of America, the Americas, and the Caribbean. I mean, how true is that, or is that just another one of his propaganda stunts?
Think that a very small percentage of African slaves arrived in America, but those wait, hold on, I gotta. Is that Nick? I think that's New Era. Is that New Era? No, no, it's Christopher. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, it's you, Idris. It's you, Idris. I gotta mute you while I talk. There's a little bit of a background. I think that the African slaves that were trafficked in the transatlantic slave trade, I think a very small percentage of them came to America, or what we now know as America. I think those that did find their way in America found their way in America similar to what you said. They were already trafficked to Brazil or to St. Lucia or to Cuba. And, maybe they're doing some trading around. Maybe they've got some unruly slaves on some plantation in Jamaica and they keep running away and becoming maroons. So they're like, hey, let's go ahead and sell them over to a different landmass neighboring so they can, you know, get some money off these slaves. I mean, there could be truth to that. All I know with certainty is that the story of this middle passage going straight from West Africa to America, it never happened. It's just logistically is not sound. They would have had to have made stops along South America, along the French West Indies. So that story coming from Umar, or whatever the source is, that makes much more sense.
So it's the first thing. So it's the first thing he's ever got right. Okay.
No. The reason why Umar Johnson is such a dangerous scammer is because there's hundreds of things he's got right. There's thousands of things he says that are true, but that doesn't negate the scam. That doesn't negate the ill intent. That doesn't negate you being a detriment to the community instead of a positive force to be reckoned with. So a lot of scammers have to mix in the truths to mask the lies. So come on. Umar has said many things, repeated many talking points that were correct, but that doesn't negate the scamming ass Pan African coon.
I mean, honestly, I mean, this is maybe my opinion that I would have to back up through several references and resources. But from my studies, in my opinion, Newport, Rhode Island, Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana, were major ports for exporting slaves, not importing
Talk
slaves.
about it, exporting. There were native indigenous folks that were exported to Spain and Portugal and shit too, right?
Yeah, and to Europe, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's a lot of people who have dark complexions who are in the United Kingdom and in France, and they've been there for generations. What's their family lineage? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so many people that left North America as slaves and went other places throughout the world. There are people that went from Louisiana to South America as slaves. You know, so those were major hubs for exporting slaves. I mean, the entire continent of North America was full of, like habitable land, full of people. Why would you need to export Africans who can get you sick, first of all, and then also get themselves sick over the course of the trip to do the same job that natives around the corner can do? It don't make sense.
Talk about it. But go ahead, Idris. What do you think about that? Idris, you're on mute, brother.
Take your mic still muted.
All right. Idris isn't dealing with load shedding, but I think in the UK they just got shitty Wi-Fi in general. I think they just got the shitty Wi-Fi in general. And hold on, wait a minute. S. Larvadane says the port here in New Orleans is now a restaurant. Hold on, darling. Dinner for two? Mike Street? What's good? I'm trying to get some real authentic jambalaya.
Post the
some
links.
gumbo. Come on.
Can you hear me?
I want a po' boy sandwich.
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, you see,
Damn, then he dropped off completely. Yeah, he's dealing with some technical issues. It's all right, brother. It's all right. Deadpool says crawfish. I ain't never had no crawfish. I love shrimp. I love seafood,
y'all
but I ain't
keep
never
it.
had no
Just give me some
crawfish.
shrimp.
I don't know about the crawfish. Maybe S. Larvadane can get me to come out of my shell and try some crawfish. I don't know.
I'm gonna just keep it simple. I don't want to do all that crazy unorthodox shit that y'all eat in Louisiana. Like, I just want to keep it
Crawfish
plain and
is
simple.
normal, bro. We eat crawfish South Carolina too.
I ain't never grew up eating that stuff. Just I'm more like a fried street
Oh yeah,
taco.
they want the balls and all that shit in the South.
I went to the coast for some seafood not too long ago, and I ordered a seafood bucket. And this was my first time ordering a bucket. I almost sent that shit back. They gave me the shrimp like whole, like with the eyes and and 10 inch. I said, "What the fuck is this?" They said shrimp. I said, "This ain't no
They
shrimp.
gave
I'm
you the white
accustomed
folk
to.
style.
I am used. Call me bougie. I am used to peeled and deveined shrimp. Okay,
Yeah,
peeled
they
and
did you
deveined.
dirty. Yeah,
Don't
they
hand
did you
me
dirty.
no whole body of a crawfish. Come
Yeah,
on."
That's that Cali in you,
Shrimp and
Mike.
grits, I eat that all day.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the Cali in
Okay,
me. I want
okay.
y'all to wipe the doo-doo line out the shrimp's ass crack before you serve it to me,
Yeah, I
okay?
forgot you is the
Clean
calorie.
everything.
Them niggas do be doing the yellow straight on fucking normal shit. I
Yeah,
forgot.
guys,
Yeah.
sorry
Um,
about this. I just had a few Wi-Fi problems.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. And before we let you jump back in, Idris, S says crawfish is expensive right now. Gotta wait till next month. The crawfish. Oh no, see, she giving me the game. So if I want to come to her neck of the woods and really splurge like a big shot at, hey baby, come with Mike. We having crawfish, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't care about the prices. I don't care how expensive them crawfish is. We eating crawfish. Hey, I don't even like crawfish, y'all,
Yeah.
but we eating crawfish. Okay, we eating crawfish ass. And here's a bucket to set home to mama. Okay, it ain't
Take your
feminine
ass
if
to
you got
Popeyes.
it
You're gonna enjoy this while I'm eating.
for real. But go ahead, Idris, jump in.
Yeah, what I'd been taught, of course, as I've previously said, was that the white man came to the United States of America. He made an attempt to kill off all the Native American Indians. Now, whether how much, to what extent he succeeded, I don't know. And
say what happened.
what I've also been taught under the white supremacist system was that slaves were brought over from Africa to America. Now, you'd think to yourself, why would that white man not want to enslave the Native American Indians instead? Why go all the way to Africa? Myself, what I could guess, I would hazard a guess, the reason he did this was that he wanted the land for himself. So therefore, he thought, let us do all that we can to eliminate the Native Americans, and then let's
Failed,
just get
and
other
they
groups of people.
absolutely failed.
That's
Yeah,
What
they
they
did.
did.
They
economically
did.
unfeasible, though. I get your point, but that's just financially irresponsible as fuck. You know what I mean?
It is. It
Look,
is.
look,
But
look, look. The first thing they did was the same shit they did with Africa. They tried to trade with the local tribes, but the native people native to the Americas realized that these white folks was lying. These white folks was scheming. Word got out about these white folks. So the next thing they did was, okay, well, these natives are savages. Let's kill them all. There was wars. There was rebellions. They could not kill them all. So they said, you know what? Let's try to give them smallpox. So let's try to give them blankets with germs on them and shit. Let's ride around on a train just shooting all the buffalo, just shooting all the wildlife, just killing all the animals. Let's try to limit their access to food. They've done everything and they could not eradicate the native population. So now what do? Hey, you guys don't really come from here. You guys come from Africa. Okay.
right, and so basically, having tried to kill them off, what I've also been taught is that he brought over Africans on slave ships. Now, myself, when asking why would the white man actually do what it is that he did, I can't understand the mentality or the mindset of white supremacy. I don't know why he acts in the way he does. You know, and
Wait,
I'm not
first,
talking.
first, first,
I'm not
first,
talking.
start picking apart the lies. Start picking apart the lies. They want us to believe they wiped out all the natives and then started bringing millions of Africans over when that
That's
was a
right.
voyage that was logistically impossible to make. They could barely make a 1 month trip from West Africa to the West Indies without the slaves and the white people dying.
And
So
it's
why are we
all
supposed to believe that they spent months long voyages coming over to America when they had so many other colonies to sell slaves to first before arriving in America?
and this was all but while financing wars amongst each other in Europe. You know what I'm saying? How,
Yeah.
how are they supposed to fight each other and pay for all these goddamn slave ships?
So we're
Yeah.
fighting the natives, we're fighting the British crown, trying to be sovereign, and we're gonna import millions of Africans. No, what they did successfully is import a bunch of European immigrants to try to lower the native population, reclassify the native population. Now people were getting off the boat at Ellis Islands paying $5 and getting put on the dolls roll and listed as native. Why would they try to bring all these white immigrants over and list them as native if the native population was already died off, was already inconsequential?
Yeah. Once again, thanks for all the information and thanks for dispelling all the knowledge that unfortunately that I was fed in the United Kingdom of Great Britain, because it's just this is the narrative that they're pushing hard, and even the Caribbeans are also pushing the same narrative in the UK, that almost 100% of foundational Black Americans came from Africa via the Caribbean. That's the line that they're also pushing as well. So, once again, it's better for me to talk to people like you who are the foundational Black Americans. You obviously will know your history. It's like, basically I'm hearing this from the horse's mouth. I'm getting it straight directly from the source. So that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yep.
That's what all these suspected tethers should do, is get it straight from the source. But guess what? A tether don't act like Idris. A tether don't say, "Hey FBAs, can you tell me what the truth is about your guys' history and your lineage? Hey FBAs, can you give us some game?" If anything, if Idris was a tether, he'd be saying, "No, you're wrong. It says in the history books this, and no, it didn't happen. Like, you guys all come from like, what are you talking about?" So it is very nice having the balance of someone who is an ally across the diaspora versus these tethers, because these tethers, oh lord,
Yeah,
it
Mike.
becomes tiresome. It becomes
I need to
tiresome.
cut you off real quick. Let me put you on some game real quick. You wanna know all that shit about the school system and all that shit?
Yep.
I just found out like a few months ago how they say they got a cheat search, whatever the fuck it is. It's a law that says the teacher teach whatever they want. They just choose to teach motherfuckers lies out the books. That's why we always had like one cool teach out the motherfucking when we was growing up that actually told people the truth.
Yep.
But not yeah.
And for my people out there that need a translation, what New Era just said is they had a law in the book that they can basically, what they taught us was up to the instructor. So that's why it's I mean, that's why I can also understand some black folks being against desegregation, because some might think, okay, well, now they're gonna go to a white school and get all this white version of history and da 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 da. I can understand that argument because yeah, back in the day, come on, hey, put a one in the chat if you a black person from America and you done had a racist history teacher, or you had some kind of racist teacher who instilled in you that you were inferior, that you weren't shit. I got a brother, and it breaks my heart to this day. I had a brother who been supporting the channel in more ways than one. He told me, Mike, I had a teacher that said that my skin was like dark, like when the teacher took a shit in the morning or something. You know, this is a perfect example on why history is so important, because history instills us with confidence. History instills us with a sense of who we are, and one wrong teacher can fuck up our psyche for our whole damn life. So, god damn it, this is important, y'all. This is important. Matter of fact, one of these days I might have to put together some kind of I don't know. I'm really big on documentaries, so over time I really do want to produce documentaries, just like Tariq Nasheed has done. But god damn it, I got to put together some kind of lesson plan or something, because again, our children aren't going to get this knowledge unless we give it to them. So each one
So
teach one.
essentially, yeah. So essentially, unfortunately for me in the UK, I've been listening to the Jamaican population and to the UK, as I've said before, and that's what they've filled my head with non-stop. And so I've been completely and utterly, you know, taught perhaps, in the wrong way. So, thank you very much for actually, shedding a lot of light on the situation. So, in short, what you're saying to me is that the Native American Red Indian and the Native American Black Indian were all natives to the United States of America, and some of the Africans managed to, from the slavery of the white man, managed to find their way to the United States of America. That's essentially what you're saying. And there's people that were Native Black American Indians were actually enslaved on the continent itself. That's essentially what you're saying, isn't it?
Facts. We were
Okay.
already here.
Thank,
There
thanks
are
for
some that came over. Yeah, there are some who came over due to the transatlantic slave trade. But the mind fuckery is that in America, they teach us in the public education school system that if you're black and you're in America, you come from a slave plantation. And that
Yeah.
is not that is not the end all be all. History is much more nuanced than that. There were some blacks who were always free and had slaves of their own and fought for the Confederacy. There was some blacks, black indigenous folks, who were never enslaved. And then when slavery happened, they got in bed with the white man and got some slaves of their own. And then later on, they get misclassified as slaves when they were slaveholders. So I mean, history is way, way, way nuanced. So much more nuance when it comes to
And there was a
history.
whole bunch of motherfuckers begging to get their ass too while some was selling out. Some was fighting to get their ass too.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on,
know
wait
that.
a minute, hold on. I'm repositioning y'all. I got the AOK from my love S Larvadane. She says she down to be my new pen pal, y'all. All this time streaming, 4 hours, 13 minutes. I still ain't smoked my joint. I know like 2 hours ago I was talking about a joint that I was gonna roll, and I still ain't sparked that shit. But now that I
Yeah.
got me a new pen pal, god damn it, I gotta celebrate, y'all. Y'all go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. Mike TV will be back. I gotta switch to my phone.
You need
I
to get
got
a
to smoke a celebratory joint, okay? I gotta smoke a celebratory one.
Before you go, Mike.
Mike. You need a guest
Before,
host like Jay Leno had, like Johnny
before
Carson
you
had
go,
Jay Leno. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Mike.
hey, if I can have me a good hey, I thought I had one in the past. Put a one in the chat if y'all remember J9 Eve.
Well,
Shit, I did have a little co-host for a hot minute until she switched up on me, but yeah, man. If I can get
Mike,
me a
before you
nice
go after your
educated.
oh,
joint,
that's why I ain't been seeing her.
Yep.
Mike, before
Go ahead,
before you
Idris.
go after your joint, sorry to hold you back from your joint. Um, you know these HBCUs, Brown, Spelman, Washington State. If I
Yep.
were to if I were to go to those campuses, and if I were to go to their history departments, and if I were to go to their African American history departments, if they have one, and if I were to go to their African American, sorry, how am I saying, man, foundational Black American professors, would they verify and would they confirm all the things that you and Tariq are actually saying? Would they be able to independently confirm that for me?
If they ain't coons, they
Well, I
sure
went to an
will.
I think
HBCU, so I can answer that for you.
I think it depends on the person for one. For two,
I'm talking about the department.
um for two, educators are
All
still
right.
people. So
Yeah,
I mean, if
I'm talking
it,
about the department. That's what I'm talking about. The
well,
department.
no, and also HBCUs have been infiltrated by Africans. So a lot of scholars in HBCUs are either Africans cosplaying as FBAs or they're white people pretending to be black. Rachel Dolezal. It was another one too who was an HBCU professor and she pretended to be black. So, my answer to that question is it really
Yeah,
comes
Jewish
down to
woman.
who that educator is. These are institutions that are
Yeah,
backed by private donors and our
yeah,
federal government. So they're going
yeah,
to
yeah.
say what's in line with the status quo more than they rebel against it. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
you know.
that's right. So
I went to
basically,
HBC. I went
yeah,
I went to HBCU, to be honest with you, and like, to be honest with you, it's not as someone who grew up in a black neighborhood and went to a
yeah,
black high school and black junior high school and black church, you know what I mean? And then I went to a HBCU. It was culture shock for me because most of the kids that went to the HBCU I went to had grown up around white kids. They were black kids that
yeah,
grew up around white kids, and they were looking for their black experience, which was kind of a normal thing for me. And Mike
correct.
is right. The HBCUs have been infiltrated not only by foreigners as far as their administration, but by corporations. You know what I mean? Like they don't teach, like, like when I went to go visit um, my relatives in Ohio who went to white institutions, there was much more of a conscious pro-black or even pan-African environment than there is at the HBCU that I went to. Wesley Muhammad, who went to the HBCU that I went to, who's in the
Yeah,
Nation of Islam, he wrote a paper on how the because he's a minister in the Nation of Islam, about how the
yeah,
Nation of Islam, it was a dean at our college, at Morehouse College, who had been asked by higher powers to kind of infiltrate Islam out of the HBCU that we went to. You know what I mean?
correct.
So it's kind of like a lot of these people are bought off. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they're like, what's the guy like, like Clyburn? There's a huge environment of good old boys, Nolan Martin types who already have what they have. They've been successful. You know what I mean? They come from lines of black wealth, and they're completely okay with the status quo and instilling the same slave values and us that their grandparents were instilled. So to be honest with you, like a lot of HBCUs are infiltrated, man, and it's like they don't serve the purpose that you would think they would serve. And you can have a great time there, You know what I'm saying? Like it's a great college life. You know, it's better than going to a white school if you ask me. But at the same time, it's some things about the environment that are surprising because there is a lack of culture there, hugely on purpose by the
Okay.
administrations.
So basically, effectively, what you're telling me is that all of the HBCUs and all of their historical departments, I'm talking about almost all of the
I'm
history.
saying well my experience. I'm just saying
Oh,
my
okay.
experience.
Your experience. So basically, I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
you're essentially saying that if I were to try to confirm the information and verify the information that I'm receiving on this channel with the HBCUs, that they would, just fall into the corporate line, the boule line, and they'd fall into line with the boule elite, the elite boule Africa foundational Black American group. They would fall into line with the
I think
federal
you
government, and they would fall into
Hey
line with,
Idris,
yeah,
real quick, Idris.
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
It
You're
would
getting a little
be
pushback at the least.
like this example.
Okay.
I remember when I was a child and they took me to church.
Yeah.
And I've always been somebody who asks questions. I've always been a person that says, hold up, wait a minute. Matter of fact, my father says my first word when I was a child, you know what first word I ever spoke on this earth?
What was it?
Why?
Wow.
That was my first word. My father told me to do something, and I looked at him and said, why? And he couldn't believe it. So, goddamn it, I was a child, and they took me to some cliche black church, and they talk about Jesus and this and that. And I was a kid. I didn't know nothing about the Bible like that, but I know about what I learned about in grade school. So I asked the preacher about dinosaurs. And that preacher told me, oh, don't ask no questions. It's okay. Don't ask no questions. So, in that same spirit, if you went to an HBCU or went to some professor and was asking them, well, hey, did most of the slaves actually go to the Caribbean and to South America? And is there actually any evidence of slave vessels transporting millions of people to the landmass we know as the US of A? They're going to give you the whole shrugging emoji. I mean, it's just, this is what we go with. I haven't heard what you're talking about. I don't know.
So basically, they are going to give me essentially the same kind of education that I got here in the United Kingdom of Great Britain, essentially, isn't it?
I will say that there's a good
For the
chance that you'll
most
run
part,
into maybe 2 to 3 professors who are conscious or with it. I mean, like there's a greater chance to run into a handful of professors. I had 3 professors in my collegiate career who I thought were woke, and that's about it. But I mean, like if you go to a white school, I guess there's a chance you may have 1 to none either. You know what I mean?
So basically, what you're essentially saying then, in the main, mainly what's going to happen is that, the only real source of information I can get is from Tariq Nasheed mainly, and say the other FBA organizations, Mike TV, and I just better well forget about the HBCUs because by and large, they have to toe the party political line of the federal government. They have to toe the party political line of the Boule group. They have to toe the party line of the corporate sector that finance and donate to these HBCUs. So the information there is going to essentially be tainted with the same sort of, the similar sort of things to what I'm getting in the UK from white professors and from Jamaican professors in the UK. This is the sort of information I'm going to get from the UK
Yeah,
will be the same as I get from the HBCU, isn't it?
It's only if
the
they
schools have
assume,
to
like
be
I said
accredited.
earlier.
So
Well, go ahead,
in
bro.
order to be an accredited
so
institution, you have to push
Yep.
a certain narrative. There's literally committees that convene annually and decide what we're going to update the textbooks with, what we're going to put in, what we're going to leave out. Did you know that the whole idea of the public school system we know today in America was founded by the Rockefellers? They wanted to have an educated working class. They wanted to take people from farms to factories. And in order to do that, they had to give them some education. So, literally, the Rockefellers created our public modern educational institutions for what? Not to teach you the truth, not to make you a productive person, to make you a better slave.
They change the history books every 10 years, bro.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
Hey, Idris, you just found
yes,
out the other day that Tariq Nasheed is banned from the UK, right?
yeah, I didn't know that. I was shocked.
And that speaks to what's going on. The history that Tariq speaks about, a documentary that he did, got him on some terror watch list. He's banned from going to a country because this is how much they gatekeep the status quo.
Yeah, I mean, it was like I remember Sir Leon Britton in he was a Home Secretary, like Interior Minister for the United Kingdom of Great Britain back in the 80s, and he banned Minister Louis Farrakhan from coming in to the United Kingdom of Great Britain. So he's that's still that Home Office ban is still there with Minister Louis Farrakhan as well. So, but then they let in David Duke in the 1970s, which was odd. You know that guy David Duke, the white supremacist. They let him in, but they wouldn't let in Farrakhan. Weird.
Because there's certain things you have to push and certain things you have to hide. Yeah.
Goodness. So I mean, it's just like, what the hell, man? If you can't even trust the HBCUs, man, this is really sick.
So do you understand why what I do and what others do in New Black Media, why it's so important?
Yes, I understand, because, and for me, it's always better to go to the source of the information, talk to the actual people themselves, and they, of course, would have spoken to their own grandparents, and their grandparents would have spoken to their grandparents, and then basically this is where you'll get pure knowledge and pure information. If you go to HBCUs, which are somewhat tainted by corporate money and controlled by the federal government, well, then I'm afraid to say you will get information that I've been getting throughout my entire life, which is slaves came from Africa, and slaves are not, and black people are not natives to Americans. That is the kind of information that they'll give you, unfortunately.
And if we
But
think of why they would want that narrative over the truth, the reason, the motive is in line. If you're trying to take over a country and you're trying to subjugate a people and you've already tried killing them off, it didn't work. You tried germ warfare, it didn't work. You tried killing all their wildlife, it didn't work. You tried importing a bunch of European immigrants. It worked to a degree where now you've mixed in with the natives and you've watered them down. And through the Trail of Tears, you rehome them and put them on this reservation or that reservation. But God damn it, if it still isn't really working, then we got to try to convince these indigenous folks they ain't even from here. They're from Africa. Go back to Africa. Go back.
yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, they'll be able to convince them. You know why? Because they look alike. That's the only reason why they'll be able to convince them of this.
But you can't tell a South African and a Kenyan to have a level of camaraderie because you look alike. They're like, no, fuck that. This is my tribe. That's my tribe. This is my tribe. Da, da, da. So come on now. Pan Africanism does not exist as a concept on the
No,
continent of Africa. It was created by Black Americans not only so that we can have some kind of pride in being Black, but also because we were trying to acknowledge those from across the pond. We've been fed this story that we come from slaves from Africa, but also because we thought that if we opened the floodgates and we allowed the Africans over here, that we would bolster our numbers of allies, our numbers of supporters. We didn't realize that really we would get nothing from it, and they would just exploit us and come fill our institutions and come be political leaders and not really speak or advocate for us at all, but instead take the sides of the opposition.
Yeah, and well, once again, I thank you deeply for educating me. I mean, this information I don't think I would have been able to have received anywhere. So can I also ask you another controversial question?
Yeah, go for it.
So the likes of Dr. Martin Luther King and Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton. Who else am I going to talk about? And Bobby Seale. You know those people. Were they of the view? Were they of the view that they were natives to America, or were they also fooled into believing that they were from Africa?
You mentioned Bobby Hemmett, right?
No, I'm talking about Bobby Seale.
Bobby Seale.
Yeah, the I think he was one of the directors of the founding directors of the No, sorry, he was one of the founding members of the Black Panthers, and Huey P. Newton was also a founding member as well. And you also had Fred Hampton as well, and Stokely Carmichael. There was another guy called Stokely Carmichael. Were these people of the view that they were foundational and that they were natives to America, or did they believe that they were natives of Africa? What was Martin Luther
So I come from a younger generation, so I can't speak too much. And if you can, when you're done talking, if you can go on mute, just because I think there's like an audio echo or something. But either way, I can't speak to their psyche as well as someone who actually comes from that generation. What I can say is Martin Luther King Jr. definitely woke up to the fact that we were indigenous. And especially in his later speeches, he starts talking about how we were always here, Plymouth Rock landed on us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you're talking about P. Newton and the other guys, I mean, that was such a interesting time because for so long we were subjugated for being quote unquote black. We were told that Africa was something dirty, something ugly, and now we were, you know, being black and proud. We were being confident in it, and we were really looking for ties to Africa. So I think Pan-Africanism really started popping off around that same time. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these leaders believed the myth of Pan-Africanism and thought that, you know, our origins were from Africa, and I wouldn't be surprised if many of them didn't even question being indigenous, unless you had people in your family telling you, you know, passing on that oral tradition, hey, you're indigenous, hey, great great grandma was Choctaw or Creole or da da da. Then you, as a black person, especially in that day and age, not having the access of information that we have today, I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't even thinking about the possibility of them being indigenous.
Yeah, I believe it was Malcolm X.
Hold on. I'll put you on something real quick. Martin Luther King, before all that civil rights movements that everybody know, we was fighting for human rights because he knew that we was indigenous. But then the shit got infiltrated, and that's when it switched to civil rights and shit. And then he tried to that's when he got that speech like I believe I led my people to burn the building and all that shit. So yeah, Martin Luther King definitely knew he was on this land. He knew he wasn't from well, somebody just made a comment about it. But yeah, Martin Luther King knew that he wasn't from Africa.
Yeah,
and real
because you
quick, a
know,
little bit of housekeeping. Make sure to smash that like button on the way in, guys. We're going on 4.5 hours of streaming, and we are going to start wrapping up and providing closing remarks, unless you guys want an encore. If you want an encore, you know what to do. This is a crowd-funded operation. Hit that Cash App, hit the PayPal. Go ahead and put 5 on it. Support the mission. Support the knowledge.
yeah.
Go ahead, Idris.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was Malcolm X that said we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And Malcolm X, I believe, was a strong and powerful supporter of the idea, as with the Nation of Islam, that they were originally from Africa. And I believe it was Dr.
I believe
King.
so, correct.
Yeah, and Dr. King, I believe it was he who said that we, I mean, that he said his family was from Africa. So he might have been one of the tiny minority of people that came off the slave ships. But generally speaking, you're effectively saying, so I would have to find out what their perspective was and what, because I think most of them actually believe they were from Africa, isn't it?
I believe most of them did, yeah.
And how did that happen?
And again, how did that happen? Where did they get that information from?
Correct.
From the public school system, from media organizations and political pundits of that time. They didn't have no access to information like I do. They can't pull up documentaries and transcripts and this and that. They don't have the access to information. So, you know, it is what it is, what it's going to be. I don't think that's any red on their ledger. I don't think any social change leader who once thought we all came from Africa or who once thought in line with the Pan-Africanist identity. I don't think that that's, you know, a bad thing. Everybody wakes up. Tariq at one point in time was very Pan-Africanist until he woke up and saw that that shit was bullshit, and then he changed his tune.
So, but Tariq is like, he's not in the, he's in the minority, would you say, or is he in the majority?
Minority.
Of people who think that we have native lineage?
Yeah, I mean, for people who think that black people are nativist 100% to America, he's like in the minority, isn't it? Tarek.
Definitely. The majority of Black Americans still believe Pan Africanism, still believe that we're all one big nigga and we came from a slave boat and that's it because
Hey,
they know no other story.
hey, and I would like to add another
Yeah,
thing to Idris's
yeah.
his inquiry, I guess, just to give you an example of how connected things are in the Black community as far as this Pan Africanism. I went to a church that focused on Pan Africanism as a child. Okay, now when I got to college, the pastor of my church was the chairman of the board of trustees at the HBCU that I went to. And he also, at the school, they were pushing a huge emphasis of Pan-Africanism. So it's a, it's all behind a closed
And
veil.
real quick,
You know what I mean? It's
pause.
all from up high.
Pa- Pause for just a moment. I'm gonna let you jump back in, Chris. You have to understand how powerful media propaganda is. Idris, did you know that in the United States, the Ku Klux Klan was dying out until the movie Birth of a Nation? And that movie alone reinvigorated the Klan and led to the deaths of thousands of black people. Did you know just based off of a movie?
Yeah, I heard about Nation. Yeah, I've heard about that film, and
Birth of an
I
A.
didn't know
So,
that impact.
so again, I'm just speaking to how powerful media is. So when we talk about the older generations believing we all came from Africa, they grew up on roots. They grew up on the color purple. People didn't understand these were fictitious tales. They see Toby being ripped, and oh no, I'm not Kunta, I'm Toby. So they think, damn, they did that to us. We from Africa. Why? Because this movie the white man made says it's so. Come on. Why do you think the white man throughout history makes movies with Cleopatra in it and they cast her as a white woman? Why do you think they just have the Gods of Egypt movie and Amun Ra and Set and Horus are all played by white people?
That shit is
Why do
actually
you think they went
hilarious.
to the Egyptian hieroglyphs and lighten the dark figures and make them orange? Why do you think they shot the nose off of the Sphinx to hide the truth? So I'm not going to ridicule any black folks who drank the Kool-Aid and thought that we all came from Africa because that's all they knew. Media was telling them that. The school was telling them that. And their parents, who could tell them some shit, just knows that great great granny came from slavery. They don't really know nothing else. But some of us did maintain our oral tradition, and some of us said, "No, no, I ain't black. Fuck that shit. I ain't black. You ain't black. We native. We always been native." But it is still to this day the vast minority of us that know about our Native American heritage, and the vast majority think that we all come from Africa. But I'm sorry, I interrupted Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh no, I think I mean honestly, I was just kind of wrapping it up, I guess. But yeah, like it's all connected. You know what I mean? Like just to your to complement what you were saying. It was a girl I grew up with who said that she went to Shaw University because she saw the Lords of the Underground video that this rap group shot on campus. And they had a huge influx in admissions based off of that. So I mean, like, it's all the same thing. It's just kind of like we learn this information from our grandparents, and they learn it from the institutions as they go to. You know what I mean? Just like how like how your mom says to you, like, what did you learn in school today? You tell her what you learn. It's not necessarily what she taught you or what she knows, but it's what we've been indoctrinated to know from the entities that create education for us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I suppose. Once again, brothers, I deeply thank you very much for giving me the knowledge, the knowledge at its very source, because it's frightening and it's terrifying that it seems like there's almost like a grand global conspiracy, all right, to convince everybody that Black Americans are from Africa originally, and that the vast and
Yes.
overwhelming majority of people have drunk the Kool-Aid. And I've seen a few people, a tiny minority, just because a majority of people believe something, it doesn't mean it's the truth. Just because a tiny minority believe in something else doesn't mean it's a lie. The truth remains the truth, isn't it? So here's a issue, all right? There have been some Pan-Africanists, and what they've been saying is something a little controversial. They're saying, let's just settle this argument about the origins of Black America once and for all. Why don't most of you, this is what they're saying, take a DNA test and see where it says
I'm
you're
glad you brought that up.
originally from.
Would you like me to touch on the DNA test?
Because it's
I mean,
bullshit.
well, basically, is it bullcrap? I mean, basically, they're
All the
saying,
DNS can tell you is if I swab and if Idris swabs, it'll tell us if we're related.
well, it would.
But listen. You've got to have DNA samples of more than just one person, right? So if New Era thinks he's a Black native, and someone says, okay, well, let's test your blood and see if you got native blood. Who's the other subject we're testing? Are we going to go in 2024 to a Native American tribe and test one of their DNA and compare it to New Era when we know those tribes have been reclassified, infiltrated, $5 natives, whole bunch of white folks mixing in and getting all the benefits and shit? Who's going to be the other test subject that we compare our DNA to?
Yeah,
So
because
that DNA shit, yeah, that DNA shit is null and void for real, for real. But as far as and also there's a troll in the chat I did want to acknowledge. Again, trolls, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Don't be scared. Click the link and chop it up. There was one troll I wanted to acknowledge, and the only reason why I wanted to acknowledge him
Yeah, come on
is
in,
because I
troll.
think my response is something that a lot of these tethers need to hear. It was Frank. It was Frank. Frank says, so your agenda is to tell Black folks we've been lied to and we're all indigenous to the Americas? Yes, my agenda is to tell Black folks we've all been lied to. No, not every single Black person in America is indigenous to the Americas. Some of them are first, second generation, third, fourth, fifth generation immigrants. Some of them are Africans that came through slavery. Maybe their ancestors were slaves in Jamaica. And then at one point in time, they sold some slaves from Jamaica over to some of the colonies. I mean, some of us do have African lineage, but the numbers have been severely overstated. And the indigenous numbers have been severely classified, rebranded,
so.
remixed, the numbers fudged, and everything in between. Frank Wright, I know you're over the age of 30. I know you know about the Indian reclassification and how they literally took native tribes, indigenous tribes, and reclassified them as Negro, but I guess they did that for no reason.
So basically, what I mean, once again, these Pan Africanists, as they've said with the DNA, I don't know how the DNA structure works myself. I'm not a biologist or a geneticist. However, what they've said is, if the majority of FBAs were to take this DNA test, that their DNA test would be related to that of West Africa. They even prepared to lay, they're prepared to bet on it. They're prepared to bet their lives with it even. And they would,
I've seen Cubans take those DNA tests and it goes back to West Africa. I've seen white American Europeans take those tests and it pop up some Igbo tribes. I've seen two identical twins take that test and each get vastly different results.
Shit, I think
Those tests are bullshit. Those tests are bullshit. Look into the fine print. The same one who created Ancestry.com is a female married to one of the founders of Google. Ancestry.com was started as a pharmaceutical corporation. They take your DNA, they sell it to pharmaceutical companies so they can try to custom tailor drugs and treatments to you in the future. That's their
Yeah,
mission and manifesto. That's how they get money.
and speaking
Yeah,
on
bro.
that DNA test, they already proved that American blood is different than African blood. So I don't even know why niggas keep on talking about we come from Africa. If we
I
come
mean,
from Africa, we all have the same fucking blood.
I stopped trusting those DNA tests when they said that the Ashkenazi Jews had Middle Eastern origins. I was like, okay, yeah, this is too much now. You know what I'm saying? They're just lying. They just make up whatever they want to fit the narrative. So I'm good.
so you're essentially saying, that this.
Well, hold on. Idris, do you know when modern DNA tests were invented?
Around the 70s or the 60s, around about that
Around
time.
the 80s. Around the 80s.
Wow.
Around the 80s.
Right.
That's real recent. So the same people who created modern DNA tests and shit, this comes from eugenics. This comes from Darwinism. Guys, I just found out last month that Darwin's the full title of his book wasn't just what is it? What is it? Wasn't just what's the title we all know? You know, Darwin
Darwin.
come on guys, I know y'all are familiar with the book.
The something of man
Darwin
or
and the
something.
theory. No. Here it was. Darwin Theory of Evolution. We all know, and we're all being taught in school about Darwin's theory. Listen to how the white man's so slick. He indoctrinates us with theories. Half of the shit that we know that we believe as facts today are just fucking theories, never proven. But Darwin's book was about the theory of evolution and God's most favored races. But when they teach us about Darwin in grade school, they leave out the second half of the title in his book. It wasn't just the theory of evolution. If you guys don't believe me, if you guys don't know me as a reputable source, the king of receipts, then Google it right now. Google the name of Darwin's book, The Theory of Evolution, and watch the full title pop up. The Theory of Evolution and God's Most Favored Races. So they've literally have created pseudoscientists, pseudoscience to try to propagate that Africans or melanated people are more inferior. They say that a certain part of our brain is less than or smaller than their brain, and that's why we're so servile and shit. No. So the
Yeah,
same DNA shit you talking about was
yeah.
birthed from eugenics, was birthed from Darwinism, and all this other fuck shit.
So basically, you're effectively saying that DNA evidence needs to be completely thrown out and ignored. That's correct, isn't it?
No. If you want to know who your daddy is,
Yeah.
if Tyrone is being accused by Bonquisha of being the baby daddy, and Tyrone said, "Hold on, Bonquisha, you've been fucking everybody in the hood," then yes, you guys can take a DNA test to determine your paternal or maternal ancestor, a recent maternal or paternal ancestor. But all this other shit about I'm going to take a test and it's going to tell me I'm 10% Igbo and 20% Sub-Saharan African. Some of these motherfucking tests
That's a
even
lie.
list
That's a
tribal
lie.
names. How are you going to list a tribal name on a test when these tribes are going by new names? Some of these tribes have been reclassified and given white folks names and shit. These tribes weren't even called what they were called back then. So no, I only believe DNA tests for determining who your daddy or your mama is. That's all.
So basically, it's only good for
They can tell
determining the
you who
mum
your
and
mama or
dad.
your daddy is, and they can tell you if the
No,
semen found in the rape victim came from you or not. Other than that, no.
they cannot say, right, this foundational Black American is his DNA is the most closely related to an African DNA. They can't do that, can they?
How would
Is
they
that it?
know? How could they tell? How could they have that data? How could they know?
Oh no, I
What are
got you. I just told
what
you
are they
earlier.
comparing you to?
They tried that shit earlier, and they already established that American blood is different than African blood.
So basically, if you can't determine based upon DNA test, right? You've got a DNA test, right? You can't determine the fact that you're originally from Africa, or how would one be able to determine if the foundational Black American DNA was from America? How would they be able to determine that? That'd be difficult, wouldn't it?
No, because if we was related when they tested our blood against each other, we would have been related, and we wouldn't have had different blood, bro.
So basically, so therefore, fundamentally, you're telling me you can't determine the fact that foundational Black America, whether they were from America or whether they're from Africa, you can't really determine it based on DNA. You can't do that, can you?
No, they tried that shit with blood, and then they found out that we were two completely
Idris,
different beings.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother.
the
Sorry
only
about
way.
this. No sincere apologies for these questions, man. I just have
No,
to.
no,
Oh, you
no, no,
good?
no, 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 no. Listen, and I might speak with a lot of emphasis. Don't confuse it with animosity. Your questions are perfect. Your questions are educating people who didn't know about these topics before. So there's no such thing as a stupid question over here. Your questions are spot on. I appreciate your questions, but it's
Thanks,
like
man.
this: the only way that we can go for that DNA shit is if we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years ago. If you guys have a European continent where all white people live, and we have an African continent where all Africans are, and we've got an American continent with all the indigenous to the Americas, and we've got an Australian continent with, if we were talking about separated countries or continents, that only had 100% indigenous native people, then we could compare our DNA to your DNA to their DNA. But we've been so intermixed throughout time immemorial that there are literally Egyptian hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon. I bet you didn't know that, Idris. I bet you didn't know they found Egyptian hieroglyphs
Right next to
and
the Mount Rushmore.
settlements. Yeah, and Egyptian hieroglyphs and settlements. So what's that mean? We have been circumnavigating the globe since the beginning of time. So if there's really no pure race to begin with, if there is no pure black race, no pure white race, no pure yellow race, then how are we going to compare? I mean,
So
the most pure that we can probably get is if we're going back in the day and we're talking about people on the continent of Africa. Those people wasn't like mixing that much and going to Europe and having mixed babies. They were here and there. There's the Moors that went around and stuff. But unless we're talking about a completely separated people that were 100% indigenous, then we cannot compare our DNAs accurately.
so essentially you're saying that, so are you essentially telling me you cannot determine if foundational black Americans are native to Africa or native to America? You can't determine that at all then?
We can determine that through researching history,
Not through
documents,
DNA, not through DNA,
paperwork,
not through DNA.
firsthand accounts, but through DNA,
You
no, I
can't do.
cannot. I cannot swab my cheek and send it into a lab, and they're gonna tell me what my tribe was. Because guess what, y'all? I bet y'all, if I had a broadcast where I fed into it and I ordered a DNA kit and I waited until I got my results and I did a live reaction with y'all, I bet you would say a whole bunch of African shit. I bet you would list African tribes and not list a single tribe of the Americas. Even though I'm a card carrying member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, tracking that through paperwork lineage, I bet you if I did a DNA swab, it wouldn't say nothing about Native American.
Right. So essentially, all you can do is you can use specifically DNA test to work out who your mum and dad was, but you can't use the DNA test to say black foundational Americans are native to either Africa or America. You can't do that at all, period. All you can do
Exactly,
is all you can.
exactly. And Idris, and if you tell this to someone, and if
Yep.
someone says, no, the DNA tests are right, what are you talking about? Cite your sources, give some examples. Google it, Idris. There have literally been a few different sets of twins. There was a black set of twins, there was a white set of twins. There have been twins in America who've gone on Dr. Phil's show and other shows and highlighted that they did these DNA tests and their DNA tests came vastly different and they're identical fucking twins. I
Hey, yo,
bet
Mike,
you.
you want
Hey,
to know
yo,
the
yo,
reason
yo,
why?
yo, wait, hold up, y'all. I'll go a step further. I got a twin sister. I bet you if I did a DNA test and my twin did a DNA test, our shit would come up different.
Uh-huh. But you know why, right? Because the fine print says this is for entertainment purposes only.
So okay, essentially, what I've learned
No, no, no,
today.
no, 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 no.
No,
Let
my
that
brother,
soak in. Let that soak in what New Era just said. Repeat that, New Era.
repeat that, please.
On the fine print, it says this is for entertainment purposes only.
Yes, when you order the kit, it says in the fine print, this is for entertainment. It even says it in the
Wow.
fine print.
Wow, that is that is
And it also says in
unbelievable.
the fine print, we can take your genetic makeup, your DNA, and sell it
Sell it.
to advertisers and pharmaceutical
Yep.
corporations.
Oh, and I'll take
Ooh,
it a step further. After you do
wow.
sign that shit, you sign your DNA away too, so your DNA ain't even yours no more.
Hey, wait, Idris, are you familiar with Henrietta Lacks?
Who's that?
Somebody educate this man on Henrietta Lacks. I'm gonna spark this joint.
Smoke it, man. Thanks a lot, Mike.
Oh, never mind. I'll do it then. I'll do it
I'm
if
the
I
only
got to
one
do
on.
it. If I got shit, I think it's only us three.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, I think
I
we're.
was
Wait,
about
hold
to
on.
just say the same.
We've got Marco backstage. Christopher's backstage. My bad. I think Christopher fell off. Marco, I will bring you up in just a moment. We had somebody else backstage. Go ahead, click the link again. You can call in. Henrietta Lacks was a black woman. And guys, help me out. The chat is gonna sharpen me up. I don't know the exact details like that. Idris, if you can mute while I speak, I think we still got some feedback. But Henrietta Lacks is a black woman. I believe this black woman went to the doctor one day for some kind of routine operation, or for some reason she went to the doctor. The doctor got her DNA. White man, white doctor in America. He took her DNA without her consent and he started doing tests, and he found that she's literally like an X-Man fucking mutant superhuman. Like her cells are like indestructible. Her cells like cannot die or some crazy shit. Chat can help me out. You guys can look her up yourself. Don't take my word for it. But her cells were a anomaly. And what he did is he took the culture samples, and him and his white colleagues, they did research, and they were able to create many cures for many medical ailments. They were able to do many of things with her DNA. They repurposed her DNA. They studied her DNA. Basically, they made a fucking bag off of her DNA. The modern medical industry we know to this day owes her so much. They did so much off of her DNA. They never told her that they stole her DNA. Her family was never compensated. There was patents put on some of the vaccines and some of the remedies and some of the things that were spawned from her DNA. And I think her family had to sue. Recently, I think her family sued. I'm not sure if they ever got anything, but Henrietta Lacks was a black woman, DNA taken without her knowledge, and they used it to get to a fucking bag and create all these inventions off of this FBA sister's DNA. So I'm bringing up Henrietta Lacks to say this. If you now learn that the genealogy companies, who are really pharmaceutical information companies, if you know the fine print says just for entertainment, and you know the fine print says they can sell their DNA to pharmaceutical companies or advertisers, then we are the modern day Henrietta Lacks, and we're paying them for it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that shit, bro.
They tricking us so hard, they paying us to get. I know that they're making us pay, not making, but they're convincing us to pay them to give our DNA to them. They're gonna make millions off of our DNA, never give us a dime. Who knows what they're doing with our DNA? They doing Illuminati blood rituals for all I fucking know with the DNA, right? Who knows? But
I'll tell you
this is the
something,
modern day Henrietta Lacks, y'all. We are the modern day Henrietta.
bro. They keep on doing that shit to this day, but with all black women and shit. After a woman give birth and shit, they want the afterbirth and shit, and they still create medicines with that shit.
So
And we just
Idris,
found
if
that
this
shit
is your
about.
first time hearing about this, Idris, if this is your first time, and Idris fell off, I'm sure he'll be back. If you're listening, Idris, and this is your first time, look up Henrietta Lacks, look up the Hella cell line. In biology class, when they teach you about the Hella cell line, the Hella, I believe that's kind of named after her.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? We had somebody backstage called Master of Bullshit or something. Go ahead and click the link and call in. If you click the link within the next 30 seconds, I'll go ahead and bring you up expeditiously, since I know you've been waiting back there first. We got Idris back. So yeah, Idris, just Google the Hella cell line and look up Henrietta Lacks. And I think her family recently sued and won. But yes, that's the story of Henrietta Lacks.
Okay, then. So in conclusion, once again, thank you very much for the information that you've given me. I absolutely appreciate this. And so in conclusion, what I'll do in the future is I will completely toss DNA out of the window 100%, number one, okay, as to, you know, to check where foundational Black America is originally from. And rather than do that, just you know, listen to historical narratives and historical accounts as to where foundational Black Americans are from. Okay, that's essentially what I'll do. And by the way, as you know, foundational Black Americans and Africans look alike. If indeed foundational Black Americans were to tell me that they were from Nigeria or Senegal, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a African person and a foundational Black American person. But nevertheless,
Whoa, time out.
My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. You're good. I just want to point something.
Yeah.
Is S Larvadane still in the chat? S Larvadane, put a 1 in the chat if you're still watching, darling. Is S Larvadane still in the chat? I want to know. I need to know. We're gonna go ahead and take a moment to see if S Larvadane is in the chat. While we wait, I'm gonna show y'all that these tethers are fleeing to a city near you.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the Migrant Reception Centre, celebrating touching European soil.
All right. So we do have the beautiful S. Larvadain in the
Right.
building. Wait, hold on. It's just I'm making a quick point because I know you say, okay, if I look at FBAs and look at Nigerians, they're indistinguishable. If you
Yeah.
look at S. Larvadain, I just highlighted her comment. If you look at S. Larvadain, there with her family,
Yep.
you wouldn't say they look like some Nigerians. You wouldn't say they look like some Sudanese. There's Creole folk. There's black folks from all across America who look vastly different than Africans. I get mistaken for being Hispanic half the time and some shit. So there are many different shades and degrees of foundational Black Americans. Not all of us have dreadlocks or look like cliche Africans. I mean, there are some that are so red bone, that are so light skinned, they pass for white.
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
just not
know of
so
a white
tribal like
wait.
the other ones.
I don't know of any white passing African. Have you ever heard of a white passing African?
Well, I've heard of Black Americans as passing for Africans.
No. I said, have you ever heard of a white passing African?
Well, no, not really. But some South Africans think that they're white passing Africans.
Stop it. I didn't ask you that. I said, have you ever heard of a African who was so fair skinned that could pass for white? They were indistinguishable for white or European.
I've never heard of that.
But we have that all over America for centuries. And I'm not talking about, oh, I was a slave who got raped by my master. No, I'm talking for centuries. We have had mulatto, octoroon, mixed race people that would have passed for white. So again, when you say, oh, you FBAs, you look just like an Igbo man or just like a Nigerian man, media only shows what type of FBA. Media only really shows one, maybe two, maybe three different shades of FBA. But no, we look vastly different. Aren't there Africans on the continent, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in Somali, who look way different than a motherfucker in the Congo?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, if you look at, for example, the likes of Dr. King, Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam, the Civil Rights Movement, you could not tell them apart from, say, an African living in Senegal or Nigeria. But I suppose
couldn't tell them apart. You couldn't. We can. We can.
You can tell them apart.
Definitely. We can definitely. And then, and hold on. Pause for just a moment. S. Larvadain, thank you for allowing me to use you as a case study. Okay, appreciate you. Because I'm telling you, we come in so many varying degrees of shades and so much admixture. I mean, it's damn near disrespectful to just say, "Oh, you FBAs look just like Africans." That is so not the case. Hey, no, and again, to you being an outsider, it may be the case, but that's kind of like one of us saying, "Oh, all Asians look the same." No, a Vietnamese person looks different than a Japanese person, who looks different than a Laos person, and so on and so on and so on. And speaking of S. Larvadain, before you get up out of here, girl, you better email me. Don't leave me on, okay? Mike needs a pen pal. I don't need you to lead me on thinking, oh man, I'm gonna tell him what he wants to hear, but I ain't gonna email that nigga. He's gonna be like Umar and come after my cookies, y'all. He gonna be like Umar, talking about he wants to be in a polygamous, conscious wedding. Oh Lord, I ain't gonna do you like Umar, darling. We ain't like moist. Oh boy. But anyways, now you're kind of getting a feel for how much of a mixed people we are, how we come in a varying shades and degrees. I mean, there's South American people that are indigenous, and they look way different than indigenous folks of North America. So,
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, brother.
Yeah, one more last question. Would you say that a majority of foundational Black Americans look more African, or would you say that it was 50-50?
I would say, before I answer that question, tell Smiles I said hey, and next time she goes and hangs out with the family, they need to be watching my TV for 9 hours, not playing no board games, okay? Let's go. So you're asking me if I think that we look like Africans? What?
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, like, like, of all the, say you've got 100% foundational Black Americans, number one. What percentage of that would you say look more African? Look, and then what percentage would you say don't look African at all? Do you have a rough percentage for that?
I would say that that question was riveting enough to get me to put out my joints and walk over to my desk so I can actually bring us some case studies live with you all. Since we are talking about something that relies heavily on physical features and
Yeah,
physicalities, I mean, I might as well share my screen and let's just walk through some things real quick if I can.
as a black man,
Um,
I don't think we look anything like, West Africans.
yeah,
As an American black man, I don't see the connection at
yeah.
all.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I look like an Indian.
Once again, brothers,
do I
I'm
look like
gonna have
do
once
I look like
again,
a West
brothers.
African Idris?
Who's that? A new era.
Yeah.
Christopher,
Chris, I don't know what you look like.
my pick on the screen.
Is that you with the yellow shirt?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
me.
I mean, I don't want to be rude, sir, but if you were to tell me I'm from Nigeria or Senegal, I'd 100% believe you. My apologies. Please forgive me
All right,
for this.
guys, hold on real quick, Pause the
It's
show,
all
pause the
good.
show, pause the show,
It's not
pause the
rude, bro.
show. Pause.
Sorry about this. I don't want to be. I
Pause.
just want.
We've got Marco backstage. We've got cult-like personality backstage. We've got Master Bullshitter. I don't know what the rest of the name says. I'm gonna bring you guys up in just a moment. Cult-like personality. We're having the same issue as before, darling, where your device is not connected. So if you get that sorted out, I can bring you up. But listen, before I even further give my opinion, let's see how the world views Africans versus African Americans. Okay, can we
All
do
right.
that? This
Yeah.
is
By
what
the
the
way,
world
Mike.
views colloquially, and when we do a Google search on African American, this is what pops up. Folks that look like this, okay? I'm just going to scroll a little bit. I'm just going to do a little bit of scrolling. That's what pops up. Look at that hair. Look at that
Sweet
kid. Look at
pie.
that hair texture. I don't think we're going to see any hair like that on an African, not even one African. I don't think there's going to be a single African that got hair like that. But we scroll down, we in African Americans. That's a very fair skinned sister right there. Okay. Okay. And now let's look at Africans.
All the girls look like boys.
When I'm looking at Africans, maybe to you, Idris, you see a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
If I was gonna cherry pick which African I think could pass for an FBA, this one kind of right here. Um, um, yeah, I was gonna say this one, but nah, we could tell. Um, this one right here from afar is kind of giving Queen Latifah vibes, but out of all these dozens of images, I see two that I, as an FBA, would say kind of resemble an FBA. But audience, let me know. Do you think that Google search images shows African Americans and Africans looking very similar to one another? Fuck, very similar, looking indistinguishable from one another. Do you think we look indistinguishable from
Do a poll.
Africans? Or do you think we look like our own ethnic group that has undergone their own ethnogenesis? I'm asking you, chat. I'm asking you. Come on.
Okay. By the way, my battery's
Hey,
dying out.
if anything, these sisters, a lot of them, they look closer to South Americans. They look closer to Afro-Indigenous people from South America, which makes more sense than them being of African descent, since that's still the same continent. That's still the continent of America. See how that works? That's South America. We're North America. So it makes more sense for us to be Afro-Indigenous, Latino, or whatever, South American, than for us to have ties to Africa. I don't think we look like these people. I don't think we really look like these people like that.
Yeah, I'll be
But
honest.
I'm sorry,
My dad
Idris.
looks
You were
mad
saying that your
Dominican
phone's
too.
dying?
Yeah. Basically, I mean, before my phone dies, there was one other guy. What was his name? Hammer. Hammer was talking about black. I mean, he was essentially saying, I mean, I shouldn't be listening to Hammer. My apologies for that. But however, what he was saying was foundational Black Americans and Africans, they look alike, and then foundational Black Americans have admixtures with a bit of European in them and with a bit of native in them. So they look slightly different, but they do look, they could be mistaken for being African. That's essentially what I'm thinking also. I hope I'm not being a tether here.
No, you good. You just don't know. You're just trying to figure it out. But,
Yeah, I'm
I
trying to
don't know
figure
that.
it
I don't
It's
know that
all
guy
in-
here, but he didn't say we had no Asian features or no
He
or no
said
Latino features.
he said like a Native American, Indian, and white blood is in Black Americans as well. And so basically, so essentially here's the deal.
And that's the only thing that was supposed to be in us. But
Yeah.
go
So
ahead.
basically, what is
Hold on,
being
y'all,
said?
real quick. I gotta pause the show. Is everybody able to hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we did.
All right. Yeah. So as you guys can tell, we're officially in the encore. Thank you so much, Gene, for your contribution, getting us to an encore.
Yeah. So essentially, what I'm
Big Hank. Well, hold on, I'm not done. Big
No
Hank, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate you. All right. And yeah, Chris, you better be satisfied with the cousin. Okay. S is already spoken for. Okay. S is already spoken for. And if you want to do it like our European ancestors, me and you can stand back to back with a musket in our right hand, take some paces and turn around. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. But all right, just go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, in conclusion, I myself, because I'm an outsider, I will tell you one thing. I cannot personally tell the difference between the FBA and the Africans. Now, if there is any differences between FBA and Africans, obviously like you said, they've gone through like genetic change when, there's been admixtures of white European blood and there's been admixtures of native blood. I mean, but other than that, I can't really tell a difference. So that's just me. But perhaps if you're within the FBA community, you can perhaps tell apart African people from FBAs. That's just what it is. And the closest the FBAs look alike to, the closest that the FBAs look alike to would be, from what I can understand, are the people from the continent of Africa. That's essentially what I'm, as an outsider, that's how I mean, that's what my eyes are seeing. So,
Yeah,
no
I got a question for you before your phone died right quick, bro.
Thanks a lot, Mike, for all the
Hey, hold on,
information.
I got a question for you, bro.
Yeah.
Do you during the slave time, since you said all FBA's got European blood in them, do you think all the slave masters and everybody raped all the black slave women? You think none of the black women was untouched?
Well, basically, some were touched, and it's that lot that look perhaps more European, and others were thankfully saved, and they probably
Yeah,
look
I'm glad you
African.
said something, because that's the answer to the question right there. Everybody can't have European blood in them if all the slaves wasn't touched. So
well,
everybody can't have European blood.
Yeah, so
But we still
basically,
all look alike, though.
so therefore, some of them will look more African, and some will look more European, and some will look more Indian. But either way, the
Yeah, but we
closest
all look alike, though. Yeah.
would be the closest that they look to would be the people from the continent. That's how my eyes see it. So once again, brothers, thank you very much for all the information that you've given me, and it's really enlightened me a lot as to what I need to think about and what I need to study. But it's been educational. Thanks a lot.
No, that's why I asked you that question.
Why?
I said that's why I asked you that question right there. Since everybody talking about we all got European blood in us.
Yeah, I mean, because basically the closest that the Black Americans, in my eyes, look to would be the African people on the continent, but some might look differently because they might have admixtures inside of them. That's just
Hey, do this when your phone dies. Go look up like old Indian pictures in America. Like they show you some pictures of some Indians, and then look up at Black Americans now. And next time you come, tell us if we look like them or Africans.
Because like the Native American Indians, the most darker skinned ones that I've seen, from what I can understand, don't look entirely like the FBA. But I'll look it up again just to check and confirm.
All right, because I'll bring a picture of my grandma. She looks straight like she in there, because she is in there.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, I kind of take it on I kind of take it easy on Idris because again, if
I know.
we saw two different pictures of two different type of Asians, for the most part, we'd be like, oh, okay, all you Asians kind of look the same. But an Asian would be like, no, what the fuck? I'm South Korean, and this person's from China, or this
Exactly.
person's from Taiwan, and this person's from Japan. I mean, you people who are in the culture can spot out the differences much
I
easier
mean,
than people that are outside of it.
he just still kind of has a limited view based off of his, his location and his education and upbringing. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, he
I
got to
mean,
look up the
I
old
get the
book.
skepticism.
I mean,
You know
I'll
what I'm
tell
saying?
you
It
the
makes
problem.
sense.
My problem, my actual problem is this. I mean, I have an entire world, an entire global community, whether it be civil rights activists, whether it be the likes of Malcolm X, Dr. King, all these people are just giving me wrong information, essentially. And so is the white supremacists. They're all giving me information that is just inaccurate and wrong. And therefore, basically, as a result of this, this is what I've been led to believe.
Why would they? Let me ask you a question, Idris. Why would they owe you the truth? What,
That's
what,
it.
what?
No one knows me the truth at all.
Okay. So,
So basically, that's why I'm actually speaking to people on this to actually try and enlighten me and to try and expand my horizon and to enable me to look into all of that was said on here today and to research and just confirm and just to verify what you guys are saying. That's why I'm actually here with these
Yeah,
questions.
don't
But
take my word for it. Don't believe anything we say. Do your own research and see what you
Exactly.
find. But
I was just about
if
to
our
tell Idris.
conversation has at least motivated you to do said research,
yeah, yeah,
then that's half the battle. That's half the battle
that's
right
it.
there.
That's it. That's
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
I was just about to tell you
Thanks
Idris to go look up the old dictionaries and how they switch words. Look up the
Right.
old definition of Americans or America or whatever. Because
Okay.
Americans don't equal what you think it is. It's
All right.
copper color being. That's what was America.
All right. Thanks a lot for all the information you've given me and the time that you've given me.
Yeah, of course. You're our brother from the UK. And see, this is how the FBA treats y'all. When y'all come correct, we educate you. We give you props when props are deserved. You can rock out. You can chill. Hang out at the barbecue. But for you tethers that come in with that bullshit, oh, y'all know how that turns out.
And you also give us food for thought and food for research and verification. That's really good stuff.
Facts. I'm just here to make you think. Let's
Yeah.
go.
All right, brother. See you around, man.
I ain't
I'll
gonna
be.
tell you
Hey,
Harriet Tubman
you
never
still gotta
existed though.
complete your mission to find us an ally, bro.
Oh yeah, man. That's been a complete failure.
Hey, it's only your fella if you give up.
No, I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna keep going, man.
you're good, bro.
All right then. Peace out, brothers, and be one to all of you. All the very best. I'll be back on here if you're still live and if you're still talking. So I've just got to dash off for a few moments because my batteries are on the brink of death. Yeah.
Yeah, no
Sounds
worries.
good.
Talk to you soon, brother. We'll probably still be live.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
All
Later.
right, peace. All right, we got a new guest coming from the back to the front. Guys, now is the time to click that link and call in. I know we had some people backstage earlier that, didn't have the patience to listen while backstage. They'd rather leave the backstage and listen from the YouTube chat and then they'll hit the link and call in, and then they'll get pushed back to the back of the line because it's first come, first serve. Guys, y'all should just have patience and wait backstage. You do know there's some live streamers that make people wait backstage for hours and sometimes never even bring them up. So, god damn it, y'all need to have some patience. I know y'all used to seeing me bring people up expeditiously, but sometimes you got to wait back there, whether it be 15, 20, 30, 45 minutes to just hang out. I'll get to you. I'll get to you. Come on.
Yeah.
Next person we got coming from the back to the front is Marco. Marco, where you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? I'm calling from Denver, Colorado.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, we talked to you like last week or something, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, sounds familiar. Not many niggas up in Denver, Colorado, so I remember the
Yeah,
one we got.
yeah. Y'all need to come out. It's a good weed, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have been wanting to visit Whistler, so I might have a
Yeah,
reason to come out.
yeah. Oh yeah.
He said this nigga Mike on his white boy X game shit. He talking about Whistler. I don't know no niggas up at Whistler. Now that's what's up. Well, let us know what you think about the topic at hand.
Well, I was just gonna just chime in on what Idris was talking about, just to help him out just a little bit. As far as like genetics and stuff goes, he got to also understand, like, from a standpoint that DNA, a lot of that, like y'all said, was entertainment, but the way that they get around a lot of it also has to do with phenotype. So they might take two people that have melanin, and they'll just say, okay, from this genetic disposition, they related just because they have melanin, and they don't actually be actually related like by blood. They just have the same, melanin, and that's how they trick you up. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll say, okay, y'all got the same hair type, so then y'all just related, and it really don't have anything to do with anything. But one thing that he should also know is that they found the oldest DNA was actually found in a South Carolina man, um, here in the United States. So our DNA is just so diverse. That's why where Africans and other places, they're concentrated. And the one thing he kept saying was that we look close to Africans, but he never really specified like what type of African. He just kept saying African, African. There's East Africans, there's West Africans, Central, and those all look different. So, I was just confused at that point. Like, when you say we look like African, you gotta, because some people say, well, hey, you look like East Africans more. I've heard people say we look more like
For real.
Ethiopians, you know. So I was just
Y'all get
confused.
mad. Y'all get mad when we don't properly delineate y'all, and y'all say, "Oh, Africa's a continent, not a country." But then y'all want to turn around, and this ain't no shot of edges. But then y'all want to turn around and say we look just like Africans. Like which ones?
Yeah,
Sub-Saharan, Congo, Kenya, Nigeria. Like, come on.
right.
And actually, and I'm so glad that we had S. Larvadain available in the chat because I know so many black folks that look like S. Larvadain and her people. Some, very fair skinned, still melanated folks. I mean, I know many black folks like Keyshawn. Look at that photo of Keyshawn. Keyshawn don't look like no African. Tell me what African man from what African country Keyshawn look like. What the hell? Come on now. Come on. So we really do come in so many different shades, a multitude of colors. And as someone who is racially ambiguous myself, I mean, I think I understand from a first-hand view, how not even multicultural, but just how varying complex shades we have. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, even if we talk about the multicultural, I mean, I only got like 25% Irish German, and the rest is Black, Indigenous, FBA. So, I mean, even if you want to say, oh, well, you look so racially ambiguous because you're mixed with white, like that's only 25%. So I'd say that even me, as an example, is very racially ambiguous for a person who has such a small European makeup. So, we come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, y'all. Let's go. We still FBA. Me FBA, Bobby, me no African.
I was just, and just one last thing, like, also, I was just wondering, like, if he saw like a picture, like, for instance, like the rapper Asian Doll, right? I mean, phenotypically, she sort of look like she's Asian. That's why, she calls herself Asian Doll. But what would he say? Would he say she's still African just because she dark skinned? I mean, you ain't even looking at the phenotype of people. You just going off of the basis that, okay, well, some, uh, I would say a decent portion of us are heavily melanated and, you know, may have a certain type of hair. And then y'all say, okay, then y'all just West African because, y'all got the same melanin content. So I don't know.
And do you see why they're afraid of us delineating? Because if Idris is being truthful, which I think he is, and Idris is saying as an African immigrant to an African immigrant, FBAs look just like Africans. Do y'all see why they have an issue with us delineating? That means to the world, to a degree, FBAs look like Africans. So if we keep delineating and we keep letting people know, no, we are different. This is us. This is who we are. Then these Africans can't pass for FBA so easily. That's all it is. Just like a nigga from the South that is white passing who wants nothing to do with slavery or its harsh legacy and wants to just live a white lie. He'll change his name. He'll pass for white. He'll rock out. That's what these Africans are doing with our lineage. They want to pass for FBA. I'm
Mm-hmm.
FBA because I got rid of the accent. I wear a cap. My hairline ain't so crooked. I'm FBA because I can kind of pass for it. Come
I'm
on.
actually here because my grandparents came over here a couple generations ago.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's facts.
And cold like personalities, I want to bring you up, but it says that your device isn't connected again. So as soon as we've got you connected, we'll bring you up. It did have you connected earlier, but then, it changed for some reason. But yeah, guys, now's the time to click the link and call in. Yeah, Dark Maid, they black passing. They black when they convenient, and they African when they want to delineate, right? Oh no, I'm not black. I'm African. I'm Igbo. But if it's convenient, if they got some benefits, if they might have other people look at them with less disdain, then oh no, I'm just black. I'm black, and then they'll assume, oh, they're Black American.
I feel like they also
Yeah,
just want. Uh,
the Jamaicans don't consider themselves African at all. Like Jamaicans literally come from African slaves mixing in with the natives there, and they have fully delineated to where they don't want nothing to fucking do with Africa at all. So even if we
yeah.
did go on a right wing ultra nationalist, FBA extremist black identity thing. Even if we went extreme and said, even those of us that do have African lineage, fuck that shit. We not recognizing it. Y'all sold us, y'all enslaved us. We have nothing to do with y'all. Da da da. Even if we really were on that xenophobic shit, we'd have a right to be. Because y'all ain't saying shit about them Jamaicans who on that tip.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
I'm
feel
not
like they don't.
African, I'm Jamaican.
I feel like they also just like I'm feeling like a lot of them know like we got prestige to our lineage, like all the stuff we don't invent it, created, all the sports and political figures, like and they sort of looking at it like, well, if I can blend in, I can claim that lineage for myself at some point. Because I heard that one Chuck Wu dude or whatever he kept, and I don't think his mama, by the way, is African. I mean, FBA. Only reason why I say that because what FBA mom do you know is gonna let her child just run right over to Africa with some stranger and then come back? Like nah, most FBA women gonna keep their kids. Like so,
He
but
wants us to believe his mother is half FBA, half Bohemian.
Yeah, I don't believe
So,
that
so,
either.
so, so, so even if we believe him, he wants us to believe he's a quarter FBA. Sir, we don't even believe that. And he said that his mama never identified as being a Black American. She identified as being Bohemian.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
she was a tether bitch. What the fuck is we talking about? What? She was an anchor baby, huh? Who? She's a
yeah,
tether? What? I mean, a true foundational Black American woman, if she got one mama that's FBA and one daddy that's from the Bahamas, she ain't gonna be like, oh, I'm from the Bahamas, I'm Bohemian, I'm not black. She don't do that. That's not
yeah,
no FBA quality. We go by a one drop rule, if anything, right?
yeah,
Hey, talk about it. And code like personality, it still says that your device is not connected. So again, as soon as we get that sorted, we can bring you right on up. But yeah, this is interesting, and this is why I love having these community discussions. We learn so much. We've debunked the myth of the transatlantic slave trade as the way it was taught to us Americans. We had some tethers call in and do some splaining. I mean, come on, y'all. Standing on lineage never felt so good.
The other
Keyshawn
people
says
let
my
it call back
dad's
in here?
side. Okay, he said my dad's side is where I get my fair skin and European features due to the grape during slavery. Yep, I feel you. But still, ethnogenesis, we are different people. Hey, if there was colonization like that and there was slavery on the continent of Africa, why ain't there that many mulattoes like that? I don't really know of an African mulatto class at all. If I
right.
think of a light skinned African, I'm thinking of somebody who used cake soap since they were 5. I mean, I can't even think of it. So then hold on. Think about that for a moment. If there was slaves in Africa, African slaves in Africa, and let's say
Oh,
devil's advocate, African slaves in America,
Hey,
then
pause real quick, but
why?
I'll let you up real
What?
quick. There was some
What?
slaves like that, but they delineated in Africa and shit and became their own people. Unlike the
But
slaves with
I
the white
still
people and
can't
shit.
think of any mulatto Africans though. I don't.
Oh
I
yeah, they
can't
don't
think
even
of
call
a
themselves
single
mulatto.
mulatto African that comes to mind.
Yeah, they call themselves something different and shit. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like coloreds, I
Well,
think.
yeah, yeah. Like the
the
mulattoes,
name of
they
the
said
other
they had
thing?
something else and shit. They became their own people or some shit. Like they did delineate
Okay, okay. So I know of the colors in South Africa, but
it.
again, when you say yeah, there were mulattoes, I mean I can't think of any media. I can't think of any
No, I'm just
mulatto
thinking about the
reference that comes to mind.
yeah, I'm just talking about the half whites and half black people that was enslaved, and then they got shit on by the Africans too.
I get
And they got
that. I understand you're saying it happened. I'm sure it happened. I'm just
yeah, you
saying
talking about right now.
why okay, so slow down for a second, slow down. I'm saying even if it did happen, which it most likely did happen, I'm not saying there's not a single African mulatto. Why did it not happen in the same degree as in the Americas?
Oh, I feel what you're saying.
Us being light skinned and fair skinned and mixed in and stuff is a very prominent thing in America. It's
Hmm.
not such a prominent thing in Africa. So, assuming that we are all Africans, why do the slave drivers only want to fuck on the African slaves in America and not the African slaves on the continent of Africa? I mean, these are just questions I have. These are just questions. Why isn't there such a predominant mulatto boule class in Africa? Or maybe there is, and we just don't see them. Maybe they're just hiding, like the members of the Bilderberg meetings or some shit. I don't know. Maybe they are out there and they're just hiding out somewhere. All of them are hanging out in Dubai or something. I don't fucking know. I'm just asking. And chat, I asked the same question to you. Do y'all really have y'all seen mulatto Africans? Have y'all seen to a similar degree a bunch of light skinned Africans, or is most of the light skinned Africans you see due to cake soap? And also, let's stay right there for a second. Why is there also this thing of skin bleaching, skin lightening, cake soap, chemical peeling in Jamaica and in Africa and all across the diaspora, except for in America? There is not no bleaching like that in America at all. The best that y'all can say if you want to get at our FBA sisters is talk about the wigs and the weaves. But guess what? They do it 10 times better than you African sisters. So I ain't gonna knock them for that. The most y'all can say about them trying to be like white girls is their wigs or the weaves or something. But no FBA women got such self-hatred. They're trying to lighten their complexion. If
Yeah.
anything in our culture, we bastardize and fucking talk shit and haze people who have a fair complexion. Come on now. But in Africa, they praise them, they worship them. Oh, you made yourself 2 degrees more of a light skinned nigga. You are whites now. You are whites. Like it's just a sick illness. So again, why is there not such a strong mulatto present in Africa as in America? And why does the rest of the diaspora do the skin lightening while Americans never been on that tip at all?
That is a
I
good
asked
question.
the New Era, you go first. What's your answer to that? Why don't you think there's more African mulattoes, and why do you think they bleach all across the diaspora, but we don't?
Like, you know, I really don't give a fuck about that shit. The only reason why I knew about that mulatto shit because you know I give a fuck about slavery and that's what my shit led to. But to answer your question, they would want to be white, suck the white man dick, and that shit crazy about that shit because it is some cool ass, you know, it's cool some white people and shit. And every time I tell them about the Africans and shit, they start laughing and shit. And I be telling them, I'm like, yeah, they be sucking the white man dick, and the white man don't even suck the white man dick like that in America, and them bitches start laughing. So yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
think they want to be us and be white at the same time. That's my answer.
Damn. I feel it. I feel it. How about you, Chris? What's your answer?
It's just colonialized mind. You know what I'm saying? And it has a lot to do with that. I love Jesus, dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just the whole like when you pray, like the last thing you see is a white man. Therefore, white is closer to God. You know what I mean? And it just kind of it has a lasting impression upon the mind of the colonized, man. It's really sad. You know what I mean? But it's just it's just like like how they say it, and it goes in stages. First, you send in the one missionary, you know, and then the missionary inevitably gets killed. So you send in another missionary, and you keep sending the missionary in until one of them sticks, and then that missionary eventually gets enough, clout that they build a little church, and then the people get like wise to the dumb shit, and they're like, hold on, burn this fucking church down, and then they burn the church down, and so then the more missionaries come, but they come with the military, they come with the army, and they set up a bigger church, and they set up walls. And at that point, you're colonized, and it's over, And after that, then they bring the traders in, and you're a colony. But the first thing they always do is bring in the church, and that's how they lay the foundation to take over your shit.
Da Vinci Brown says, damn, bring up Sojourner Truth. Well, maybe you want to click the link and join in on the discussion. Let us know what you're talking about. And yes, Africa sold their own people into slavery. That's what I'm telling you. The more that I hear about the transatlantic slave trade, the less hatred I have towards European and the more I have for Africans. And it's not that Europeans didn't play their role in it, but it's like this shit would have never happened to that degree, to that magnitude, without Africans' direct involvement.
Mhm.
J9 says, you would think Africans would hide since they caused the slave trade. Right! Like, y'all niggas trying to cause the most beef, and y'all the ones who started the whole shit? What? You better sit your ass down.
Yeah, that's not even the
That's why I'm
craziest
like,
part. The
either
most,
way, these Africans lose. Either way, because they're already trying to cast us as black identity extremists. They're already trying to say FBA is a cult and you guys are xenophobic. Motherfucker, even if we were a xenophobic, ultra nationalist black identity extremist group, can you blame us? Y'all sold us. If you want us to believe that narrative, if you want us to believe that we have no indigenous ties and that's just it, that's just all, then y'all sold us. Wow. Fuck y'all.
exactly. But that ain't even the most craziest
If you
part
was
about
my
that shit.
daddy, I'd change my name. If you was my parents, I'd change my name and would disown you totally. What you fucking? And y'all mad because we talking out? Well, when y'all come at us with some fuck shit, we so
Yeah.
wrong for speaking out about your piss poor behavior. Y'all gonna kill our black women in Ghana when they speak about how backwards your country is. But when the white ladies go to Ghana, they get booed up. Okay, they call it
Definitely.
Grambia. It's called Grambia, right, guys? Grambia.
Yep. Granny get her groove back over there in Birmingham.
But as always, it's time to see if the people want an encore or if we're going to provide some closing remarks. Going on 5.5 hours here. If you want the conversation to keep on flowing, then go ahead and hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, put 5 on it. You know what to do. I've been out here finishing this king size joint. I'm almost done with it. Once I go back to my computer, I could bring up more documentaries, more clips, more pieces of material that I'm going to be doing live streams on next week. You guys can get a preview on as it relates to what's going on. I mean, there's been some interesting things that I'm going to highlight going on within the Puerto Rican and South American community where they're all kinds of confused about their identity. One second they want to be black, next they're white. I'm a nigga. Wait, no, I'm a conquistador. I mean, they are an oh so confused people. So I've got receipts on a whole lot of things within the diaspora we can dip and dive on into if the people want an encore. If not, it's all good. I'll finish this joint. We'll provide closing remarks.
Oh, you gonna do that tonight? You know I want
No,
to see
no,
that.
no. So that's live stream I'm gonna do next week. But I'm saying I
Oh,
can bring up some of the receipts and some of the info I've collected on that right now. If the people want to go into an encore, I was just saying that right now the conversation's kind of fizzling out and getting stale because Mike's not at the computer. Once I get to the computer, we can jump back into these clips and make it do what it does. But I'm just finishing this joint right now.
for you. The motherfuckers that was in the backstage, they left and come back.
Nah, we've got cool like personalities backstage still, but their microphone and or camera still
Yeah,
isn't
I know.
connected
Like, I'm talking about
because
the other motherfuckers. Who sold the
No, there
shit?
was somebody named Master Bullshit or something. I assume they were a tether troll, but they didn't have the patience to wait. And I ain't gonna just pause my show whenever a tether wants to pop up. Fuck.
I got it.
Oh,
But what's
and
your
you know what, Manzit? I did get your Cash App. I think you just missed me announcing it. I acknowledged your Cash App and a couple others that came through at that time. But now that you are here to hear me acknowledge it, thank you again for the contribution, Manzit. I appreciate the support. You know, shoot, I know I be feeling country. I be feeling real crunchy when I send a cash app to a live streamer and they just ignore it, or they don't even, or I send a super chat, they don't even read the shit. I'm like, God damn it, I'm not sending it to get acknowledgement, but that's part of the deal, right? That's like I at least want to like, hey, appreciate that, but yeah, to each their own. You know, the only content creator I don't mind that with is Tariq Nasheed. I mean, I'll easily send him cash apps, and I know he never or excuse me, cash apps and super chats. And I know he never like pauses or acknowledges contributions, but either way, I want to support the mission. So, you know, that's what it is. And, you know, he's an older generation, but us young generation who are live streamers and know the game of media and shit, y'all know y'all better pause and acknowledge some cash apps. Well,
Yeah, I wasn't
you better
here
take the
earlier,
time
but
out to
what's your
read them
thoughts?
super chats.
What's your thoughts on the transatlantic slave, Mike? I wasn't here earlier.
You know, hold on just a moment. Okay, no, I was just reading something. Are you asking what my thoughts are? Wait, you weren't around when we were reacting to the documentary?
Um, yeah, we was the shit, but I wasn't here in the beginning. I think I missed like 30 minutes or some shit. Cause I think I was going through
Okay.
another one and the shit that's popped up. I was like, oh shit, we live. I was like at 1 o'clock. What the fuck? And then
Yeah. So as
so
far
yeah,
as
I missed like
my
the hour. It's
thoughts,
some shit.
yeah, as far as my thoughts on the transatlantic slave trade, I firmly believe that the transatlantic slave trade happened, but it did not happen the way that we were told. I think the American educational system used the transatlantic slave trade to miseducate segments of the indigenous population, just like they miseducated them when they shipped them off to a Catholic boarding school or a Christian boarding school, where they stripped them of their name and forced them to speak English and forced them to conform. Just in that same manner, I think they used the history of the transatlantic slave trade to misguide the indigenous melanated folks, to separate them from their lineage and their claims to this land. I think there were, over time, slaves that made their way to America from Africa, but I think that it was not the way that it was taught to us. I think oftentimes these people were not coming straight from West Africa, but rather from other nearby penal colonies. You know, so some swapping out different groups of slaves, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's evidence that the transatlantic slave trade never took a direct course from West Africa to the landmass that is situated in the country we now know as the United States of America. Logistically, it was not possible. They did not have powered vessels. The distance that we see on the map when we look up Google Maps, the distance between West Africa and the east coast of the United States is way bigger than any map gives credit for. Those are not the right proportions at all. They could not
Exactly.
make that straight shot. I think it's evident that they went from West Africa down the coast of Africa across to what's now known as Brazil, South America, what was before called the the French West Indies, which is now known as the Caribbean. I think there was a transatlantic slave trade going from West Africa to those places, and that's where a predominant amount of the African slaves ended up. And over time, I do think that some of them ended up in the American colonies, but not in the size that it's reported, not in the manner that it was reported.
Hell yeah.
And that's what I think.
Hell yeah. I can tell you that you ain't lying, and I'm happy that you starting to find some shit out, and I can't wait until you find out some more shit. I'm gonna
Yeah,
start
because
sending you some. I'm gonna start sending you
hey,
some.
you know, as soon as I start finding out some shit, I'm doing a live stream and educating y'all on it, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna start sending you some receipts that I know about, bro, that you ain't talk about yet.
Yeah, send them over. Shoot me an email. But you know what? Cult Light personality got the microphone connected. How you doing, Cult Light?
How you doing, dear?
Doing well. Doing
Chat.
well.
All right, chat and guest. Yes, I wanted to say that Henrietta Lacks, right? That was mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, those of us that travel and very busy. I listened on Kindle, a book written by a white woman that did an investigative story, which then Oprah had hijacked to make a movie about. Have you heard about that white woman?
I have not. Unfortunately, the only thing I heard about was the movie.
Okay, yeah. The book is better because it goes in depth with what she was dealing with. She had suffered from ovarian cancer. And so this goes to show with these white institutions how they end up using us as guinea pigs and taking things from us to, of course, make money. It's like slavery in a different form. Her cells are called HeLa cells. HeLa cells. And they had took the cells from her cancer or what have you, whatever they extracted from her body. And they found out that these cells never die. That's why the book is called The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. And those cells still are alive to this day. So, what is it about a person's body? You can take cells from them, and when you do all kinds of experiments and whatever, they still keep on living.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then also, it's like, on the one hand, you'd also say, well, damn, if her cells are immortal, why wasn't she? But then again, our vessel, we known as the human body, functions not just on the health or the strength of the cells, but also the respiratory system, the nervous system. It's kind of like vehicle's engines, where so many different compartments are working together in cohesion to make to make everything work. So, even though her cells may have never died, she was still able to formulate a cancer and, still pass away from it. And interestingly enough, if we were the dominant society, not only would you probably not have even had the cancer to begin with, because we do know a lot of cancers these days. I mean, if anybody looks at a chart of the rise in cancer, the occurrence of cancer, I mean, coincidentally, the more that the West is developed, the more we have cancer. I mean, like California just passed that law where they have to say, like, literally post on the wall, like, hey, things here are known to cause cancer. And now you see
Hey,
those signs
pause, Mike, real quick. We
everywhere.
need to protect our sister. It's a black inventor. She just invented, found out a way how to cure cancer with frequencies and shit. A
Oh
couple
yeah.
years ago, that shit. So, but that's all
What's
I
his
wanted to say,
name,
Mike.
dear?
I forget
What's
the
his
lady
name,
name.
dear? Because I heard of a few people that were able to cure cancer. One
With
being a
frequency.
black woman too.
Yeah, that's the one
What's
I'm
his
talking about
name,
with
dear?
frequency. I forget her name.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up because I think I saw her on some feed when it came to Black History Month, which is not
Yeah.
officially over yet, but yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Don't even gotta cut nobody up and go to radiation no more. That's fine the
Yeah,
right frequency to tell that shit.
when it really comes down to it, their medicine was always backwards, right? Um, I remember seeing a lot of timepieces because I liked it because I said something ain't right here. You like when you see movies where they're fighting and slewing dragons or slaying dragons and what have you. And I said, that don't seem right. And then they got braids in their hair. And I'm like, Then I found out that Putin had just released about a month, maybe 2 months ago, he unveiled ancient pictures of what the ancient Russians and Europeans had looked like. And he showed them with halos around their head, dark skinned people, and slaying dragons. Now, I'm segueing back to today in the science, is that it's all been a lie. And the thing is that we see that they have a fragility. If you really never ever contributed anything to the world and humanity, then you're a destructive force. They know this about themselves. And that's why I feel that, they just can't help themselves because they know.
And real quick,
Mhm.
a little bit of housekeeping. Make sure to smash that like button on the way in, guys. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you want the conversation to keep on flowing. We're coming up on the 6th hour. We have had a couple contributions come through. Tammy, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate your support, Tammy. And we've had yet another contribution from Manzit. Appreciate you lending me some of your grits money. All right, keep on going.
Yeah, so back to okay, I'm gonna go on into another thing because I've been listening for a little bit while I'm cooking. But anyway, Idris had asked about, it was something about colorism and whatnot. Am I right?
I forget. I know he was saying that we look like Africans at one point, and he was saying
Yeah.
he was asking if like many of our scholars recognize the Native American lineage or if they were mostly Pan-African. But
Okay. Well, I'll just tell Idris because I put it in the chat, right, in the comment section. I told him that I'm side-eyeing him. He has more questions outside of what he is doing to stop the coons of his lineage. So, I'm not disparaging the brother, not at all, but I'm side-eyeing him. But since he is so studious and always asking us questions, I want to know, does he know that J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI during 4 presidential was it administrations, was a black man passing for white? Oh, and there's a
wait,
documentary on
hold
that
on, hold
too.
on, hold on, hold on. Time out. I just chimed in. Did you say that Hoover was black?
Yes, yes, he passed for white. And there's a
What?
movie.
Like
I think it
COINTELPRO
had
Hoover?
Leonardo DiCaprio in it. I think that was the one. And was it? Yeah. There's been statements too with the way that he would hold his Johnson at the urinal at a urinal. Excuse me. Was it the way that white people did? It was something crazy about that. But yeah, there are people from his family that gave it up, and they're dark skinned from the South.
Interesting.
Yeah, look it up. J. Edgar Hoover passed
Yeah,
for
someone
white.
said that Hoover's grandfather and great grandfather lived in a segregated black area of Washington and were classified in a census as colored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
Interesting.
I think the
Well, then that
documentary
motherfucker is one of the biggest coons of the century. Shit.
right, right. But to go back to
And again, though, we're talking about grandfather and great grandfather. I mean,
yeah,
if let's say one of the parents' lineage had black, the other parent was white. We're talking about a biracial person plus a white person. So we're talking about a person who really has like 25% black lineage. So I mean, now you see where we
No,
checking paperwork and checking lineage.
Reverse
It's
Mike.
not that crazy to think of Hoover and what he did and how he was cooning and how he passed for white when you
right,
see how removed he is, not just from,
right.
blood
And
quantum
during
of
his
blackness, but also from cultural. He wasn't raised in no
right,
black culture.
and during his reign as the top FBI director, right? Or he had a lot of power. He had even had secrets on the presidents. And this is from 4 administrations. And the only reason why he was able to destroy our movement, because he was there during the Vietnam War. He was there during the assassination of Martin Luther King, was it Malcolm X and Medgar Evers, and quite a few of our Black revolutionaries, was because he was a nigga passing for white. And guess what he had told them? And it's been exposed through the Freedom of Information Act. The biggest threat to was it this government system, this system altogether, is Black people being on code, being united. That's a bigger threat than a nuclear bomb. That's what he told them.
More
Just look at
specifically, he said the fear was of a black messiah.
That
Yep.
too. But they also said that the Black collective being united is a fear as well. They did say that as well.
Yeah, that's why they always
That Black
Facts.
Messiah,
they're
I
trying to get
remember
some
that
justice.
one.
Whenever some person get killed and it go viral.
If we take in that information and we look at Hoover, a colored photo of him, he does look like an octoroon. He does look like he could have 20% black lineage. He look a little tinted. I feel it.
Well, look at the documentary. There was a documentary where his Black side of the family had came out, and they talked about him from when he was a baby and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
So the only reason why we are still subjugated today.
I found an article from The Guardian. It said that they got with a genealogist in Salt Lake City, Utah, to trace his family's history back 200 years. The research shows that Hoover's grandfather and great-grandfather lived in a segregated Black area of Washington and were classified as colored. But again, classified as colored. For all we know, these was also some mulattoes. So we talking about mulattoes on mulattoes on mulattoes on mulattoes on mulattoes mixed with some white folks. So, I don't think it's a crazy grand conspiracy to consider the notion that he may have had some Black, not that he was Black, but that he had some Black heritage. Because again, if he was 20%, 15% Black, that's such a minority amount. And culturally, he has nothing to do with the Black culture. So, these are definitely things we have to take into consideration. But according to Miss Gee, hold on. Hoover, who was born in 1895 and died while still head of the FBI in 1972, was apparently anxious that no one should know of his origins. According to Miss McGee, relatives were warned of dire consequences if they spoke publicly of his background. As a little girl, she believed that they would be killed if they mentioned the secret. Is this man so ashamed of his race that he would spend his whole life passing for white, she says? How has our race offended him? She believes that his obsession with King and other Black civil rights leaders stemmed in part from his repressed anger about his secret life. She told The Guardian yesterday that members of the Hoover family who had contacted her had not been angry about the disclosures, but that her own family was unhappy with her decision to go public. They were very upset. I never wanted to be related to him, she said. I never even liked him. Hoover came from a family that had always worked in government service in Washington. Yada, yada, yada. He's a coon-ass nigga. A powerful figure during his life, he became the subject of mocking after his death when it was claimed that he enjoyed cross-dressing. Hoover's wiretapping and hidden surveillance practices. Yeah, it was a closeted homosexual, huh? Hoomer's wiretapping and hidden surveillance practices took the FBI's involvement in the private lives of U.S. citizens to new levels. After his death, it was accepted that no FBI director should ever have his power again. That's how powerful this motherfucker was. You might as well have been
He
president with the
was
shit he was
very
doing.
powerful because he held
Damn.
secrets on some of those presidents. But not only that, but because of his self-hatred, he was gunning for those that were revolutionaries, the Black Panthers, the civil rights movement people, or I could say the Southern Christian Leadership Conference,
Yeah.
those down south and what have you. But the thing is the reason why he never, ever, ever procreated was because he was afraid those black genes would come out.
And the first
Yeah.
article we saw was from
Yeah,
the Guardian, so I
they
don't
said he
know
was
if
a
the
first person.
hold on real quick. Yeah, I don't know if the Guardian's reputable or not, but here's another article. This one's from Essence. My grandfather told me that this powerful man, Edgar, was a second cousin and was passing for white. Says Millie. Damn, they hit me with an ad. Says Millie McGee, an African American relative of Hoover's. If we talked about this, Edgar was so powerful he could have us all killed. I grew up terrified about this. Damn. So imagine you got such a mulatto member of the family. But again, I wouldn't even say
It's like,
mulatto because he again, he's like 15%, 20% black heritage. I mean, who knows? I'm certain he's not 50-50.
It might
But
be.
see, the thing is, we do have anomalies, just like how you have albinism in Africa, where you have someone born with yellow hair, yellow eyelashes, yellow brows, and pink colored skin. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we can do that all over. And I'll tell you another one. In the island of Malaysia, there are caramel colored, beautiful colored, copper bronze with a tint of chocolate. They are born naturally with blonde hair. No, their blonde hair doesn't come in a bottle, white woman. How about that? How is it that these dark-skinned people born in the, I think it's the Pacific Islands, born with naturally blonde hair? You could see the babies with it. Really? So the thing is that we got to understand that, yeah, we're the archetype. But the thing is to, continuously project that we're nothing. We look like apes and all that. And one thing I do love is that Paul Mooney's skit. There's a short video on that. He said, white people want to compare us to monkeys.
Hold on real quick, sister. Hold on real quick, sister, if we may. We just had a contribution come through from my main man, New Era. I appreciate the support, brother. And God damn it, New Era be supporting heftier than most people. And I don't just mean that with the amount that he contributes, but I mean, there's two super valuable ways you can contribute to the platform. And of course, one is sending a Cash App, but the second one, which is also equally as valuable, is being a member of the panel, joining in on discussions. And Mans has been joining in on so many discussions going on several months now. So yeah, I appreciate you for not just supporting monetarily, but also supporting by joining in on these powerful combos we have.
No doubt, brother. Anytime.
And some of you Negroes watching need to stop being scared and click the link, okay? Mike ain't gonna snap at you. I know there's some half FBA, half tethers out there, and some African immigrants who are afraid that we're gonna misclassify them as a tether. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, tether don't
be shy.
equal
Come in.
foreigners.
Yeah. Don't be shy. It's Gucci.
I'm sorry, I'm draining my potatoes. Okay, yeah, I'm cooking. Yeah, as far as Paul Mooney, the late great comedian, he had a very, very clever joke. And he talked about white people, how you guys want to compare us to monkeys. Well, I do know that Tarzan kept swinging from tree to tree. Not only that, but apes and monkeys don't have no lips. Another thing is he says, we would go over to our white friend's house, and the first thing when we get over there, let's go to the tree house. And aren't they natural? Aren't they natural
Damn.
climbers? Loving to climb shit. And we're not as hairy as
Damn.
them. And our ears aren't big like that either.
Theory of evolution. Theory of evolution. Somewhere the Neanderthal class, huh?
You
Here's
ain't
a
hear
monkey.
that theory? That was actually that's how he thought white people made it here. So he depended on everybody.
So when it all comes down to it, their whole game and their whole gig is about projection. And what I was talking about the other night is that imagine, just imagine, you are landlocked. And I really do believe this because I was told this by an uncle like back in the 70s. And then I hear from the Nation of Islam about Yaqub, and then, things about, the Ice Age and what have you. So I'm trying to put two and two together, right? You know, how you're trying to find your way when it comes to religion, where you stand, what things are all about. And so I was told that albinos were like a curse because two dark skinned people can have something that's lighter than white, whereas they can't even tolerate the sun. You heard about that, right? Albinism?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Their
And
skin is so
real
too.
quick, I gotta acknowledge the sisters in the community. Melanin runs through
Mm-hmm.
my veins, says FBAs may not have blonde hair on top of our heads, but we definitely have blonde hairs on other parts of our bodies. Oh, good Lord, let's go ahead and drop a bomb for all the blonde cookies out there. For all the blonde cookies.
Well, just don't get it out of a bottle. Go to Malaysia. Go to Malaysia, the South was it island Pacific Islands, and be around that sea. I don't know why, but those children, the babies, are born with blonde hair. And it doesn't come
Yep.
out of a bottle. So there we go.
And
But
we got a
anyway, and,
newcomer in the
and they're
building.
caramel
Hold on, real quick.
complected.
Hold on, sister. We got Big Cuz in the building. Big Cuz says, I'm new here, but great conversation, enjoying the vibe. Well, thank you for tuning in. Go ahead and click that link and call in if you want to chop it up with us. But yeah, we just discussing various Black American topics. Thank you for joining. Shout out to all the newcomers.
Word.
Yeah, but so I think okay, so I hit on as far as in black people passable life. I do believe a couple of broadcasts ago, I think it was last week Saturday, the week before last, I told you, hey, how is it that a dark skinned woman can have three light skinned babies born with light eyes and red sandy brown hair, and then his offspring are born dark but got brown reddish hair. Okay, so when it all comes down to it, we cover the spectrum. That's who we are. And I wouldn't say that there's nothing, yeah, it is something special about it, but that's just who we are. And I'm not surprised by that, but I think some people are, and I don't know why. Because I remember when I was at that Million Youth March in New York with Khalid Muhammad, and I saw this sister. Her hair was red as ginger, and she had caramel skin, but her eyebrows were red too. No makeup. They didn't have makeup that this drag queen makeup like they have today. They didn't have that shit back then. But this was in the late 90s. And I was like, wow, yeah, we're all that. So with the
All
colorist and
that and a bag
things,
of chips.
Thank you. And so with the colorism, sorry, coming down to the garage. Yeah, with the colorism and all that, get out of here. Get out of here. We cover the whole spectrum. So they did, and they tried using that. Now what they're doing is using the black girl magic, which is actually black girl tragic. Sorry, sisters, but you can never ever
Oh, it's
be a
about to get
man.
controversial. Oh shit. It's about to get real
You can
controversial.
never
I
ever
thought
be
black
a
girls got
man.
magic. I thought it's all about the black
You
girl
can
magic.
never,
What's happening, sister?
you can never ever be a man. Sorry, sorry, you could never ever be a man. You can't. And that's how they're hitting us nowadays. The slavery is not in chains, it's in the mind. It's
I
in the
agree on
mind.
that point.
I mean, you know what? And they had flipped nature upside down and all around. And that's why I think the universe is even coming after their asses. That's why their birth rates are low. But anyway, you cannot tell the sun that now you're the moon and you're night, and then tell the moon, no, you're the sun and you're the day. It don't work like that. And you're trying to do that with people, woman, you can be a man, man, you can be a woman. Okay, now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind everybody the stream is for educational purposes only. Mike TV does not support nor endorse hate speech of any kind or any language that may be perceived as hate speech, including any hatred towards protected classes such as religious ideologies, immigration status, gender, and race as well. So
And
this is all for
sexual
educational
orientation.
purposes. Yeah. What even is sexual orientation? You just do what you do when you do what you do with who you're doing with. Oh Lord, oh Lord. YouTube, I love you. Educational. All right, continue. I just got to protect my platform.
Hey,
I'm glad you remembered.
you better, because I want to continue to listen to you. I really enjoy your program. And I just want to say that every family has transformers in them. Golly, really? And
Shit,
it
hold
ain't
on,
nothing
sister. With a comment like the one that Dominique just left, I have to repeat again: Mike TV does not support hate speech of any kind for any protected class or citizen or ideology or affiliation. Oh Lord. The views and opinions of the chat are not the views and opinions of Mike TV. I can't control what they chat. Lord, I can't control what they do.
No, he
I love
can't.
you,
No, he
YouTube. I
can't.
love you.
This is CLP's opinion. But the thing is this, you know, people got to really start understanding what life is about. And you know, if I was to come up in that community's place and what have you, and I had the power to take away their life through whatever type of weapon, you know what the first thing they would ask of me?
What's that?
First they will say this: take any and everything, and then they will ask of me to not take their life. But wait a minute, how did your life become?
When the sister speaks about taking someone's life, she is speaking metaphorically, she is speaking hypothetically, she is speaking of a time of swallowing. When she speaks of taking someone's life, she means she just is speaking of swallowing them up a bit.
Would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelmed? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed? I would have been. Have you ever been swallowed swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed, swallowed, 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 swallowed up? I would.
All right, sister. I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead and continue. I just
No,
wanted to put that in the proper context.
do your thing. Do your thing, Mike. I ain't mad at you. Well, anyway, I'm just saying that, you know, when it all comes down to it, everybody really wants their life, liberty, and happiness. And the thing is that if that is threatened, despite what your sexual orientation is, you will plead for that. But the thing is this, your life came about because of the union of a man and a woman. Now, I'm not trying to be the thought police and I'm not trying to be the PC police, not at all. But I'm just saying that things have been turned upside down. And that's why I don't know how many of you feel it and those of you who don't, but there's some serious times coming ahead. It's called the fall of a civilization. Duh. White people and their civilizations, um, was it? I think since the Roman fall, they only last a couple of 100 years. How old is America? How old is America?
Yeah, I think we're like a few hundred years old or
Yeah,
a
like
couple. I
400
don't
years or
remember.
something.
No, I thought like
17,
1865 or something we became, or is that California? I don't know.
1776. No,
77?
1776, remember? And oh
Yeah,
yeah, and
that's what
us
I'm decoration.
Africans have fought before that too. We fought in the very first war, the American Revolutionary War, Crispus Attucks, first casualty. So yeah, we've been there, done that.
So it sounds like
So
you're saying a time of reckoning is upon us.
it is.
It
It
sounds like,
is.
sister, it sounds like you saying that the bugle is gonna blow, the trumpets are going to sound off.
Oh, it's blowing right now. It's blowing right now.
Gnashing of teeth, right? Biblical proportions. The waning and
Yeah,
the
it's
moaning and the
blowing right
gnashing of
now.
teeth, huh?
You know
And
why?
and God's forsaken children will look to the sky and they will say, FBA save us. And we will look down and we will say, hold your own knife.
With the
That
hashtag. With the hashtag. Hell yeah, we will. Because the thing is that no one, I'm not, religious, but when you look at that Bible and there's something powerful in that. It really is. You can extract things just like Nat Turner did. But the thing, you can use it for empowerment or weakness. It's all on you.
You know what?
But
And,
anyway,
wait, and real quick, I want to highlight something. My brother
mhm.
Big Cuz 410 says, they said in the next 10 years, white people will be the new minority. This is why words matter. And this is why I like that Tariq Nasheed has really pumped in our lexicon the white dominant society. Because what most people don't get about the white dominant society is although part of their survival mechanism is importing immigrants here, you have to understand that they would never do something against their best interests. They would never ever think to do something against their best interests. So, although they import immigrants over here since the Ellis Island days when they needed folks to come and populate the land and push these natives off, right? Part of their game plan has always been bring in the immigrants, bring in the immigrants. And they don't mind doing that because although they may be numerically the minority, white dominant society is always the majority. We speak ill against these tethers. We speak ill against these immigrants because these immigrants adopt the spirit of white supremacy. There's a reason why they got the Mexican border open right now because they're bringing in people and they know that since we're giving them a free meal, since we're letting them come to the promised land to participate in this race to the American dream, they know that they will vote however they tell them to. They know that they will sign any legislation they need them to. They know that they are basically just new pawns, a new class of pawn. Hey, the old pawns through generations, they woke up, they got smarter. The pawns became bishops and kings and castles and rooks. And now we need a new class of pawns to do our bidding. So yes, although white folks are in one are currently and one day going to, be the numerical minority, white dominant society will always be the majority, so their numbers don't matter. It's the mindset, it's the ideology, it's the infrastructure. Let's go, y'all. Let's go.
See, what it is that the playbook, white people are not creative like that. I'm sorry. They're just not. No, not sorry. They're just not. So they keep doing the same shit over and over and over again. So, just like how when the gig was up, when it came to slavery after the Civil War, let's flood America with European immigrants. Did that not happen? Huh?
Yeah.
Did that not happen? Where they flooded America with European immigrants? Duh. So when it comes to them feeling a sense of panic and oh my God, this is the last ditch effort.
Wait,
It's
and
called
also, sister, to piggyback off that, and this also speaks to Big Cousin's statement before, they can also sidestep becoming a numerical minority because when they import these immigrants, they'll have them listed as white on the census. How many South American Latin immigrants are able to come over here and be listed and counted on the census as white? They even have Egyptians in certain North African countries where their people can come over here and be listed as white. So come
yeah,
on,
them
talk about fudging the numbers.
them red dot in the middle of their forehead, motherfuckers that are brown and that got a caste system over there in the was it in India? Was it the Chinese? The
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, Mike TV does not support hate speech of any kind against any protected groups or classes. When the sister was talking about red dot forehead motherfuckers, I think what she meant is that some Indians have a cultural thing where they put a dot on their head, and some of them also have sex with women who are, of course, their wives, but these wives are also mothers to their children. So technically, they are having intercourse with someone's mother. So, I just really want to make sure that we draw a distinction here and let you know that any hate speech or perceived hate speech is not that. We do not tolerate hate speech on YouTube or on Mike TV. Okay. I think the sister realized that she nuked my channel, so she just fell off the panel. No, click the link. Come back, come back, come back. But Mike TV does not support any hate speech of any kind. I am not able to speak to the thoughts or the opinions of the people in the chat or the people on the panel. With that being said, this is a place for free speech, okay?
Facts.
And speaking of which, we just had a contribution from Gene. Gene, I appreciate you, brother. Gene says, thank you for the free speech. Exactly, y'all. Let's go. Free speech while staying within community guidelines. Oh, and you know what? That's stalemate. Stalemate, brother. I appreciate. Yeah, she said random. So hold on, damn. I gotta throw another disclaimer out here. Goddamn. Disclaimers on disclaimers on disclaimers today. The thoughts and opinions of the chat and the panel members do not reflect the thoughts and opinions of Mike TV, YouTube, or any of its affiliates or subsidiaries. Thank you.
Yeah,
Viewer discretion is advised.
yeah, my
Viewer
motherfuckers are making me call that shit and clip it up so you know I keep on saying that shit.
For real, I'm gonna have to just make a own little video I could cut to. Yeah. Oh, and we know we got Cold Lake personality back. We got it. What's good, sister? What's good? If
Yeah,
you wake
I'm
up in the
cooking.
morning and Mike
Sorry.
TV isn't here no more, you know why, okay? You know why. It wasn't my fault.
Hey, me too. But that's okay because if I happen to go with the ancestors because of something unfortunate happening, I'm coming back with 1,000 times energy. I'm going to be in a whirlwind. I'm fucking shit up. Anyway,
Got it.
I just wanted to say that, when it all comes down to it, the only reason why we are going through what it is we're going through is because we got Black people, people that look like us. We were duped into President Obama. We were duped into Attorney General or DA, I'm sorry, Fannie Willis. AG, Letitia James. We were duped into thinking that a Black face in a high place means we have arrived. Come to find out, they are more treacherous than those white people. See, being
True.
duped. All
Facts.
skinfolk ain't kinfolk.
Facts. J. Edgar Hoover is a perfect example of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, no, hey, actually with him it's reverse. All kinfolk ain't skinfolk.
Damn it. You made me spit out my damn teeth. Wait a
It's
minute.
reverse for
Let me
him.
tell you.
All
Yeah,
kinfolk ain't
yeah.
skinfolk. Come on.
Thank you. When will Black people get it through their thick heads? We're thick headed, I know, but just like Mama used to say, a hard head is going to be a soft ass. Now tell me that ain't an FBA saying.
Got many FBA sayings. Hey,
Yeah,
one that easily comes
words
to
of
mind is,
wisdom.
hey, hold on. One that easily comes to mind is, stop crying before I give you something to cry about.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I remember that one too. So the
Yeah,
thing is that we were there was people in the Black grassroots now before 2020, especially those in California. I was originally born in San Diego. I moved back here and I'm closer to my roots, which, every couple of years, no, we didn't flee to Georgia or to California. We always visited our Southern family tethers. Okay, get that straight. Anyway, every few years, we always had a family reunion. Thus,
that
what you see as my avatar, family reunion. And it goes back way deeper than that. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that when it all comes down to it, our lineage and our identification and the power that we're taking in recognizing who we are is unstoppable. And it is a serious threat to the powers that be. Oh, don't think they come up in our spaces, they come up on our feeds and what have you and pretend to be stupid. They know they're just wasting your time. They're just wasting your time.
He
What it
throwing
is,
sneak shots at Idris still. She said, that nigga Idris a
oh,
snake. He
oh
has too
yeah,
many
oh
questions.
yeah,
I don't
I
like him.
did.
I don't like him. You a
No, I
low
never
down
said that
motherfucker,
about him.
Melvin. You a low
I
down
never,
motherfucker, Melvin.
I never said that about Idris. I never said I don't like him. I said I'm eyeing him. That's what I said because he has more questions than solutions for what he should do with his own people. So he's studying us.
Honestly, though, not to defend him, but I am gonna defend him a
Mhm.
little bit. His people are so tribal and so savage. I've talked to him, and we've planted the seed of him maybe, finding some other fellow allies and bringing them to the congregation and stuff. And he's mentioned that he's tried to speak to them and they just like really just tune him out. And I think tuning him out is the least of it. These are really a backwards and dangerous people. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Idris is out there banging too hard. Them motherfuckers throw an acid bomb on him or some shit, or shank
Yeah,
him
he
or
said he
something. I
lost
mean,
his friend.
But you haven't. But see, when you're outside looking in, right? A lot of times I won't say nothing. I'll just leave a like and I'll listen. When you're outside listening in, you hear more, right? And when he had said today, and I put the comment to refute what he had said. He says, so,
oh yeah, I remember.
Tariq Nasheed is giving y'all the history, not in his word, paraphrasing him. Tariq Nasheed is giving you the history of the Native Black Americans. No. And I had put, our elders had told us about the history from the elders they had, and so forth, so on. Now, why in the world would you say that, Idris, knowing how studious you are? You tend to know a lot of our revolutionaries and some of the nuances in our struggle and what have you, but you're not studying those white boys that came here and wrote. They did not say, they wrote, they put it down on pen and paper. Hey, there's black people over here.
See where
Why
you're
is
coming
it you're
from.
not?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Idris,
So,
if you watching, click the link and call in because Auntie got some questions for you. Okay, Auntie got some questions.
Some good
oh,
questions.
Auntie
Auntie,
was
Auntie,
cooking. Auntie was cooking
Auntie
and cleaning and
side-eyeing him.
listening, and she side
Auntie
eyeing you, Idris.
side-eyeing him.
And
Yeah.
Auntie is making a good point. Auntie is making a good point because a lot of these British UK explorers came over here and saw
Studying.
melanated indigenous people.
Studying.
So, as him being a man in the UK to not know that, okay. I mean, it is called hidden
Studying
history for a reason, but I'd love to hear him defend himself.
And the study is suspect, because the thing is that if you know all this, that, and the other, why is it that you're not creating that with your own? Where's your MLKs? Where's your Malcolm X's? Where's your Medgar Evers? Create them. Where's your Rosa Parks? Oh no, they got cat.
Just call in, brother. If you're listening, call in.
Even though the
It's
real
okay.
Rosa Parks was a 16-year-old girl, and motherfucking, speaking of colorism, I almost want to say fuck Rosa Parks because she wasn't a real Rosa Parks. The real Rosa Parks was a 16-year-old girl. She was dark skinned and she was
Yeah, the
pregnant, and that's the
original
reason
one.
why she
Yeah.
ain't want to move. And then motherfucker, he was like,
Right,
"Oh,
the
let's get together
original
and play
one,
the lighter
yeah.
girl in it to make our movement go." That's why I was talking about when MLK got infiltrated and shit. He knew what the fuck we was, and then got together and they was like, "Oh yeah, let's bring in the black people and shit." And then when he realized that he fucked up and it was too late, he tried to tell people
Right.
that he was dead.
Word, bruh. Word, bruh. And let me tell you something right now. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it very interesting? Israel, which is one or probably the onlyest power brokers here in the world, because see, they're a sneaky type of creepy. They put money behind this one and that one, even from both sides, but they control it. And you better not talk bad about them or you'll receive the wrath. Now, that's going to change. And thank you, Yi. You doing God's work. But anyway, let me tell you this. When it all comes down to it, as far as in the power structure that's happening right here, right now, they know it's crumbling. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to bring in, and you know what? So what, Venezuela? So what, Central America, Costa Rica, Mexico. They empty out their prisons, just like what Fidel Castro had did. When you looked at the movie Scarface, he emptied out his prisons and sent them to America. I do think King George, before you landed over here on Plymouth Rock, wasn't there prisoners sent here too? A colony just like Australia? So the playbook is so fucking old. It's tired. They don't know what to do. So you know what? Because I know black people are woke, 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 woke. You've heard that word so many times today in today's news and what have you. That means alarm bells. Oh my God. We can't continue to lie to these black people. You know what? DeSantis, governor of Florida, let's take out those books. We're not going to burn no books like we used to, but let's take out those books and let's tell these slaves that slavery was a benefit to them. Rewriting history in 2024? I don't think so. Not with the energy that FBAs have today. And FBAs, just like Tariq Nasheed has said, is a power move. We are identifying ourselves. We're not allowing them to tell us who we are. Point blank simple. Oh man, my darn ice machine. But anyway, the thing is that today, what we need to do is continue to be on code. We need to continue to connect with other brothers and sisters that are on the same page, like minded. And even though they are trying to inundate us with the ratchet culture, that's not us. We know that. We know what they're doing. Circumvent that because they have always tried some kind of devilishment and bullshit against us, but we always rose against it.
Word.
We just gotta, you know what? That Sukiana and that sexy red ain't nothing sexy about a goddamn thought. Ain't nothing sexy about that. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Them issues need to be ran out of the fucking neighborhood. They need to be gone. And it's only us that can do that. That's called being on code. Because, see, her money,
Hold on real quick, sister.
their
Hold on real
money.
quick. A little bit of housekeeping. A little bit of housekeeping. We've got a guest backstage. I'm going to bring Master Building up in just a second. Before I do, I want to acknowledge something in the chat. Let me go over here to my chat real quick. And I'm going to mute you for just a second, just so you got a lot of background noise. Here to my chat real quick. So, guys, you'll see one of the mods, the Prince of Paraphernalia, aka POP. He posts some links to his online merch store, so definitely support Black business and check out his eBay store. There may be some things that you're interested in acquiring. Speaking of which, brother, this is so hilarious. I was literally in the kitchen heating up some top ramen, and I saw your link about candles. And I actually love candles. I've got a cheap, like $6 candle I ordered on Amazon, and it's like an aromatherapy lavender candle, but it's just the candle. It like didn't come in a glass jar. So I'm like, damn, this thing, once it starts burning down, it's gonna get sloppy. It's gonna be like leaving candle wax all over my desk and shit. So when I saw you were selling candles, I was like, oh shit, I need some candles. I might as well mess with old boy and buy some candles from him, right? So I went over to your eBay store, and oh my gosh, guys, this was so funny. Watch what I see. So, and matter of fact, when I clicked it the first time, it didn't take me to this page. It took me to another one where you had some candles for like $15. Let me go ahead and pull up exactly what I saw. There was a candle for 15 somewhere. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, this is so these categories are all for your store. Okay, so if I just click candles right here, and actually, so you guys see what I'm seeing. Let me share my screen a different way. Yeah, so I don't even mess with eBay like that. So when I saw these categories, I didn't even realize those were categories to his store. So I should just be able to click candles and pop up the $15 candle I was seeing. Okay, yeah, so I seen this one for 15. So tell me why I seen this candle for $15. And just like black folks do, we get to being skeptical and critiquing. Out in the back of my mind, I said, well, you know what? I just ordered this candle for like $6, not including shipping and handling. I mean, this one's 15. I mean, that's kind of pricey. Like, why is it $15? What's going on? And then I scrolled down a little bit, right? I scrolled down a little bit and it shows like similar sponsored items. And I kid you not, this is a different selection right here. But if I click see all, it'll probably show the one that I was seeing. I saw a similar sponsor item, and it was basically like the same candles. Oh, it was this one. Is this one? I seen this one for $15 as well. And I seen this and I clicked on it and I was like, hold on, but if I look at these candles, if I do a comparative market analysis and look at these candles, these people are just reselling Bath and Body Work candles for $15 each. So I said, hold on, wait a minute. This nigga actually got this priced accordingly. Not only that, but this is a black man's business we'd be supporting, not some conglomerate, Bed Bath and Beyond, or not Bed Bath and Beyond. What is it, Bath and Body Works or whatever? And they've done
Mhm.
some disingenuous shit in the past, y'all. Ladies, we have a lot of older ladies that watch my channel. Y'all would be the prime demographic to solicit some candles to. I don't know if y'all know about the Grammy ass shit that Bath and Body Works has done in the past. I remember it was in the news. It was like Black History Month last year or something, and they produced like some kind of like watermelon scented candles or some like shea butter. So I mean, it was just something that was
Oh
completely
wow.
disingenuous. Yeah, it was something completely disingenuous, completely like side eyeing it. Like, yo, you're kind of shitting on our culture. But no, it was crazy because I was heating up some noodles and I seen link to the candles, and I was like, I can use some candles. And then I seen the price, and I was like, hold up, what does nigga think he charging $15 for some candles? And then I seen that's actually what they go for. So I was like, fuck the bullshit. I'm about to go ahead and purchase some candles real quick. Shoot, I can check out as a guest, cool, because I sure as hell don't have an eBay membership or an eBay account login. Hold on, y'all. I don't want to dox myself and give up my credit card info, but goddamn it, I'm gonna buy me a couple candles real quick, okay? Y'all make sure to go support the boy Paraphernalia Palace. He got the merch store links in the chat. But real quick, we're gonna bring from the back to the front. Master Building. Master Building, where you calling in from? Master Building going once.
Yep.
Master,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Yeah, Master. Oh
Yes,
shit!
sir.
And the
How are you
Prince of
doing?
Paraphernalia makes his own candles. Let's go ahead and drop a bomb for the Prince of Paraphernalia. He ain't just rebranding and reselling Bath and Body Work candles like that other shit I saw. The brother is making them himself. Okay,
Yes, sir. How are you doing, sir?
okay, I support it. I'm
That
doing
was
well.
hot.
How about yourself, Master Building?
I'm hearing some echoes.
Oh, you just put yourself on mute. I'm not sure what's going on there. If you heard any echoing, you might have had the YouTube video playing still. So if you've got that going on like a TV or something, then you're gonna definitely want to pause the YouTube video. But go ahead
Yep.
and take yourself off mute and see
Yes,
if it's
sir.
still there.
Yes, sir. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good, doing good. Where are you calling in from?
Yes, sir. I'm calling from right near Augusta, Georgia.
Okay, sounds good. And are you a foundational Black American?
Yes, sir. I never referred to myself as that, but you could say I am according to the standards.
Okay,
Nice.
sounds good. And what do you think about the topic of discussion?
Well, basically, sir, I just want to make mention of the fact that what people don't realize is that Pan Africanism really has always been a government propaganda scheme to get Black Americans to leave the United States and relocate to Africa. Basically, it's the Liberia experiment all over again, so that basically the U.S. government can just wash their hands of them.
Gotcha. I got you. And what evidence or sources can you cite to support your claim? I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying if you were going to properly lay out your
Well, I
argument.
don't know if your audience is aware or not, but everybody talks about Marcus Garvey being the grandfather or the godfather of Pan Africanism, and Marcus Garvey was in league with numerous white supremacists, especially a guy whose name was Ernest Cox. I think he was a member of the Colonial Society or something like that, who basically, Marcus Garvey was this right-hand man in getting black Americans to leave the United States.
Wait, hold on, sir. I had to step away from my headset real quick. You were saying that Marcus Garvey had a friend named what? Who did who?
His name was Ernest Cox.
Ernest Cox. Okay.
You look him up. Ernest Cox was basically a close associate of Marcus Garvey, because Ernest Cox saw Marcus Garvey as a chief tool to get black Americans to leave the United States and to relocate to Africa, which is basically eugenics all over again.
I got you. I got you.
And that's
But wait. So you're saying that Marcus Garvey's friend was into the eugenics?
I wouldn't. Well, I guess you could say not directly, but he was a separatist.
Okay, he was a separatist.
He was
I
a
got
white
you.
separatist.
Okay. Oh, so Marcus Garvey's friend was a Caucasian, a white separatist.
Exactly. His name was Ernest Cox. That's
Oh,
correct.
okay. And it is interesting because when we do look at some of these, quote unquote civil rights leaders of the past, and when we look at them from modern lenses, I mean, a lot of it is highly suspicious. I mean, when I learned of Marcus Garvey recently, when I finally read about him properly, like maybe a couple months ago, the first thing that came to mind was this motherfucker's a tether. Motherfucker is from Jamaica, don't got no claim to America, but he's trying to convince us to go back to Africa. And
Right.
apparently he was able to crowd fund like $16 million from recently freed slaves and shit. So it seemed like a scam to me when I look at it.
Yeah, and not only that, but it
That's a
has
lot
been
of it.
documented and said that he met with the KKK.
Yep.
And
And in that same regard, another person who's supposed to be just a leader that we have, and we're not supposed to question him or look into him. He's just a great memorialized, right? Booker T. Washington. That motherfucker didn't even really want us to get our freedom. He was like, "No, you guys should just work harder and work better for white people, and maybe you'll get treated better." And he was a apologist for slavery.
And I'll tell you this
where
also before I land my plane.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Yes, sir. Before I land my plane, I appreciate the time. And just know the so-called Pan-Africanists right here on YouTube. I noticed that they talk real disparagingly about Black Americans. They mention a lot of the same talking points you hear from a lot of your white supremacists. Is a lot of the same talking points that you hear from them. I mean, for those, not everybody agrees with so-called reparations. But for those who do, just talk that down. When they talk about Black Americans, they always talk in a real joking, kind of condescending sort of tone. And that sounds just like a lot of their white elite handlers who are basically using them as snake oil salesmen to try to sell Black America on this type of dream of Pan-Africanism.
Yep. And real quick, a little bit of housekeeping because, I just like to maintain a level of transparency. When I was shouting out the brothers' candles in the store and I said I was going to cop some candles, I wasn't kidding, okay? I placed my order. Okay? I got the candles coming out. It's all good. Come on. Order has been placed. Y'all go ahead and check out the merch store. This brother ain't a sponsor of the channel. He was one of my first sponsors of the channel in the past. Yeah, when I was first taking sponsorships, he was a sponsor, and we may have another sponsorship going on in the future. But right now, he's just a FBA brother whose merch store we supporting. So go ahead and check out the Prince of Paraphernalia Palace. And he got a whole lot of things, as a matter of fact. I mean, a whole lot of categories. I mean, if candles ain't your thing, hold on a second. Let me figure out a way. Here we go. Click this. Yeah, we got the smoking paraphernalia.
Well, I just want to
matter of fact,
I'm going to go ahead and land my
Yeah,
plane,
yeah.
but I just want to.
Real quick, brother. Hold on. I'm gonna let you land your plane in just a second. I was just gonna mention. A lot of our viewers really liked, I don't know how to find it on the category, but the brother sells some gag gifts. He has a, a white privilege card and a I think it was, what was it, it wasn't an n-word pass card. God damn it, that would be coonish and buffoonish. What was it? It was a suffrage card, or it was some kind of black card to counter the white privilege card. But either way, go ahead and check out the Paraphernalia Palace merch store. And Master Building, go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, that's just the final thing, that basically there's always been a connection between white separatists and so-called Pan-Africanists. A lot of times, a lot of your white separatists right now, the Black American population is an inconvenient population for the elites. There's a good number. There's a large sector of the elites in America who basically just want them gone, and it's basically they're bringing in immigrants to replace them. And in their mind, if we can get the Pan-Africanists to just sell them on this pipe dream of returning to Africa, so that way we can wash our hands of it and we can just be rid of them and put them and their legacy in the rearview mirror once and for all time. And I saw through that a long time ago.
I agree. I think you're
100%.
spot on.
100%. And also look up the only sister in California that has a meat packing plant as of today. She sells product to Judge Joe Brown, who has his barbecue sauce and seasoning on the market. But look that up. And also, I remember hearing stories, because see, we get a lot of our history from our elders, and their elders had told them, and their elders had told them. So it was passed down. And I was told that my great grandmother had an ostrich farm in California. I think it was in San Bernardino. So that's something to be looked up, and I will. The Culpeppers, their names. So you know what? When it all comes down to it, that tethered narrative about us fleeing and what have you, no, we were all over this country, and we had always had family reunions where we return to our place of origin. Still to this day. As a matter of fact, I got a family reunion this year. Really?
Howdy.
Yeah, and I had also heard that there's another black woman, not
Some
saying that it's
inspiration
all black
said
women.
ostrich farm. What? You
Yeah,
lost it. You
yeah,
said
yeah.
ostrich farm San
No,
Bernardino. What?
no, have you ever had okay, Fuddruckers. Have you ever heard of that chain?
Nope.
Okay, Fuddruckers. They have burgers from, I don't know if it's buffalo or what have you, but I had heard they had ostrich burgers. But yeah, look it up. Ostrich farms in California.
Like ostriches, like the ostriches you find in the zoo?
Yes.
Like they kind of look like flamingos, but they're not flamingos.
Big ass birds.
I just can't imagine a fucking ostrich farm in Southern California. I just can't. I just can't imagine it.
And a lot of
Southern
our
Cali
people
is
from
known. Hey,
Oklahoma.
Southern California is known for the woman, the weed, and the weather, not for the ostriches.
No, but see, a lot of our people, right, had left Oklahoma. It's called the land rushes, and that's where my
Yeah.
family comes in from. And yeah, we were connected to Tulsa as well, Cornells. But anyway, yeah, we went to California, and we had all kinds of farms. We had horses and what have you. So when it comes to country, white people, please. White people, please.
Yeah.
We had all that in the wild, wild west. And
Break it
I
down, Wild Wild West.
I
Wild Wild West.
And I do appreciate Mario Van Peebles in that movie. You remember that movie Posse? You remember that it had
I don't.
that rapper was it Father Kane? It had was it okay, Mario Van Peebles, Father Kane, Tone Loc,
You mean Big
another
Daddy Kane?
rapper. Big Daddy Kane, sorry. Yeah, Big Daddy Kane, Tone
Wait, hold
Loc,
on, y'all.
and
Hold on.
who
Okay.
else?
Every time
Look
the
it up.
movie The
Look
Wild
it up.
Wild West is mentioned, every time the Wild Wild West is mentioned, this will come
Look
to
it up.
mind.
The
Look
babysitter's
it
here.
up.
Come on downstairs. But, Mom, I'm playing Wild Wild West. I have to leave soon, Eric. But, Mom, me and Artemis Cloud Frog still have to do our love scene with Selma Hayek. Come down as soon as you're done.
Get the hell out of here. White people, please.
Cowboy living in the cowboy days. Wiggy Wiggy got yo-yo bang bang. Me and Artemis Cloud Frog go say Selma Hayek from the big metal spider. Wiggy Wiggy
Stop
Wiggy
it.
Wiggy
Stop
Wiggy
it.
Fresh
Stop
cowboy
it,
from the
Maya.
west side.
Hey,
Stop it.
wiki.
No, no,
Save
no.
Summer Hayek from the big metal spider. Hey, wiki. Yeah.
Serious kids. Look at all the black settlements. Tariq had even did. As a matter of fact, him and his family went up there. It was north of LA. It was a town. I think it was what's it called? Allensville? I forget the name, but they went there and they resurrected that as a museum where they showed that that was a black town. So you tethers trying to say we bleed and what have you? No, we were always out here, all over the place.
That's how it goes in the Wild Wild West. Well, I'm a badass cowboy living in the cowboy days. Wiggy Wiggy got yo-yo bang bang. Me and Artemis Cloud Frog go say Selma Hayek from the big metal spider. Wiggy fresh cowboy from the west side.
Hey, fresh cowboy from the west side. What y'all know about that? You don't know nothing about that right there. Fricky. Y'all probably forgot Summer Hayek was even in the Wild Wild West.
So when it all comes down to it, we gotta stop them from lying. White people, their superpowers is lies. That's their superpower. It's just lies. And if you believe it, oh well, you're under the spell. That's their superpower is lies. 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 That's their power. Knock that shit down. Tell the truth.
The truth shall set you free, right?
Thank
The truth shall
you.
set you free.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, click that link and call in. We are going to wrap up the show here in a little bit. So now is the last chance for new callers. Oh, that's cool. Jason Black is going to have Freeway Rick Ross on tonight. Well, that should be a hell of a show.
He gave a preview of that last night on his broadcast.
Nice.
Yeah, when he talked to Rick Ross, the real
Rick Ross, right? Yeah.
Thank you. And I hope he's able, because I don't know why they ruled against that, but I'm hoping he's able to take his name back, because that fat CEO motherfucker is just trash. Trash. He's a male Sukiyana. And sexy
Yeah, I liked
red.
how Rick Ross spoke very candidly about the government's involvement with his drug empire and how he was basically working directly for the CIA. Matter of fact, he said that movie Snowfall was basically based on him.
No, to Kill a Messenger was based on him. That was
Oh
the
no,
real one with
Snowfall's a
Gary
TV
Webb.
show. That's right, TV show, not a movie. But
Yeah,
yeah, the
with
TV show
Gary
Snowfall.
Webb. Yeah, with Gary Webb from the San Jose Mercury News who got killed. They said that he killed himself twice. He shot himself twice in a suicide.
Yeah, I remember that
Uh-huh.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the bona fide for me to kill a messenger. That movie right there.
Yep, because if that's what they'll do to their own folk.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is that well, Maxine Waters, she needed to retire herself in that wig. um, but the thing is that yeah, she had helped put it out there when it was exposed that the CIA was involved in the crack game, the Iran Contra scandal, and what have you. So
Yeah,
when it all comes, yeah,
go
when it
ahead.
comes down to it, huh?
No, I was saying you to go ahead.
Yeah, when it all comes down to it, the government is always and have been complicit in us staying at a certain status. And the reason why is because if we are so inept, if we are so ghetto, if we are so much like children, well then goddamn it, give us our reparations money and let us splurge it. But see, they know better. They said, no, these black people are going to create towns like Black Wall Streets all over again, and they're going to outshine us. So we can't give them those reparations. If they thought we were going to splurge, yeah, there's going to be some niggas that will. But if they thought we were going to waste that reparations money and create other Black Wall Streets, if they thought we wouldn't, we would have had reparations yesterday.
Hey, sister, did you hear recently about like 97 black homeowners in Georgia just got together and bought, I think, over like 100 acres to build a black town in Georgia?
Yeah, it was 19 families, right?
Yeah, I think it said, I don't know about the famous, I just know it was 97 homeowners and they got together.
It's the
Yeah, I heard
government.
about
It's
that.
the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 boom. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka.
And a lot of towns that are not inhabited. And the reason why is because they're like the hills have eyes type of people where they're just not procreating like they should or can. So, in this age, I just want to leave y'all with this. It's about black empowerment. If not, it's bust. We gotta go for that. We got to. We gotta continue what our ancestors have fought for. Lake Lanier, I pass by it sometimes on a daily, right? You heard of that? Do you
Mm-mm.
guys know the story of Lake Lanier?
Oh, the
You don't
black
know
town with the
the black
city underneath
town
the
that
lake. Yeah.
they flooded it to make it a tourist resort, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
called Oscarville, and it's in Georgia.
That's not the one oh wait, I was thinking about a lake in I was thinking about Lake Erie, I think. I was way off.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's too many late, but yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
you
that's crazy. That's
very
my
up
middle
north.
name too, bro.
Come
You heard
down
me, Mike?
south. Come down. Come down.
Mm.
Come
Yeah, we got to
down.
protect these 97 families that trying to build a black town now. I
Hey,
just
I ain't
found out
never
about.
been to the South, and I used to say I ain't got no reason to go, but I'd rather visit the South than go to Africa any day. Shit.
Exactly, and you should because you'll be united with your people. Anyway, when it comes to Lake Lanier, excuse me, they just made a movie about it. Anybody see it?
No.
Yeah, the movie's out now. I don't know if it's on Netflix or Amazon. Um, or at the theaters, but it just got released. Lake Lanier, Lanier.
They always making some news about some fucked up shit they did and water that shit down.
Okay, now check this out. Check this out. Did you know that Usher's son got killed out there?
Usher, like,
Uh,
yeah, 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 yeah,
they
yeah,
now I'm looking
yeah.
it up.
That one?
Somebody. Yeah, he got killed at that lake.
Are you talking about I wanna make love in this club? In this club. That Usher?
Yes, his son got killed in Lake Lanier.
You talking about
His wife.
at 7 o'clock on the dot? I'm in the drop top cruising the streets? That Usher?
Yes, yes.
Damn, I know.
Look,
I know his son got
wait,
killed
wait,
there.
wait.
Damn.
King of receipts, right? King of
Yep.
receipts. Look up his wife. His wife wants that whole lake drained. Now, there has been stories of scuba divers that had went down there and they saw graveyards, they saw maybe some automobiles, houses, and what have you, but they know for certainty there was a whole town and it's under that lake. That lake has claimed something like 600 to 700 lives in a few short years. Look it up.
Damn, I'm gonna look it up right now. Auntie said I better look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
Do.
Lake. Wait,
Please do, because now
what's the
the
name of the lake
movie
again?
is like Lake Lanier.
Lanier.
Lanier in Georgia. Lake Lanier. And the town that they had flooded was called Oscarville.
Yeah, it was an all black
black.
town.
It was another Black Wall Street.
Interesting. Damn. Jaja Maya says she all out of beer. Girl, you better get you something to roll up. You better get you something to roll up. And Jaja, if you still in the chat, Jaja, let us know where you from, Jaja. We got people from all over the world tuning in. Let us know where you from.
Okay, but my roots, even though I was born in San Diego, California, my roots are here in Georgia, Boston, Georgia, very down south. So, with those tethers talking about we fleeing and all that, I come from California, and since I was a child in the 60s, we always went back down to the south. Called family reunion. What do you guys know about that?
Yeah,
That's
that one.
FBA. That's FBA all day. Family
The FBA
reunion.
swagger. The FBA swagger. You can't deny.
You can't deny it. We always went down south. We always came back. Family reunion.
Yeah, this motherfucker South Carolina.
Please, get the fuck up out of here. Get out of here. Please. Get out of here.
I don't know about the Africans having an annual family reunion.
Shit, I still got my motherfucking family reunion shirt from 90 motherfucking 6. And I just come in and go.
We always went back. Even those in New York, in the Northeast, I can't tell you how many I've met when I lived there for 10 years. From North Carolina, South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina. Yeah, every 2 years, every 2 years and every 4 years, we have family reunions.
Thank you, dear. You're right. There was no goddamn plan. We always went back.
Yeah, I still got my shirt from like 97 and 94 when we used to come from down here to South Carolina.
Yeah. And I got a family reunion this year. Every 2 years we have it. Getting family together from all around the place. From North Carolina, from was in Atlanta from California. Really? Really? And not to mention, there were already black towns here in California when we left the South. That ain't fleeing. Get the fuck up out of here, tethers
You know
that
what? I
try
think
to
I
say
found some
about
info.
fleeing within your own goddamn country.
I found some info on the infamous Lake Lanier, courtesy of
Okay.
Donald Glover's Atlanta.
Mhm.
Self-governed black town.
So there are black people under us right now?
Yeah, why you think so many people die around here every year?
Because of drunk rednecks trying to fish at night, like you.
No, it's because it's haunted.
You really think it's haunted?
Oh yeah, a lot of souls down there. That's what pulled you under. Town full of black folk. They were almost white.
Get the hell out of here, man. What are you talking about? They were almost white?
White's not a real thing, right? There's no scientific basis for it. People just become white. Social. White is where you are, is when you are. Armenians are white as hell. So they
Armenians.
when they damned the Chattahoochee, some refused to leave. They thought they were safe. They paid to be white. With enough blood and money, anyone can be white. It's always been that way. But the thing about being white is it blinds you. It's easy to see the black man as cursed because you've separated yourself from him. But you don't know. You're enslaved just like him. Cold whiteness. You're hypothermic. You lose logic. You see the blood, and you think someone else is bleeding. Everyone is screaming at you to turn the machine off, but you can't hear them. You can't even hear yourself saying, "We're cursed too. We're cursed too." Oh, shit!
Well, damn. That was a hell of a piece of content
Okay.
right there.
Yeah. Yeah. They turned it into a horror movie, right? Only because when it comes to the deaths, look it up, Google it, Mike, as we're on real time. Google the number of deaths at Lake Lanier and the funny ways some people have died, including late last year. Look it
I'm
up.
sipping on some noodles right now, but I did see some stuff earlier on it when you first started talking about it, and it said over 200
Right.
people have died. It said a lot of people are drunk, but one strange story said someone jumped in and got electrocuted.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was about maybe 6 months ago. Yeah.
Oh, I
In
put a lot of seasoning in this
2023.
top ramen. Oh shit! I made some gourmet top ramen. I put all the seasonings, all the trimmings.
But yeah, they'll say that, yeah, I can understand that. You got white people vacationing and what have you. You know how they get saucy and what have you. But the thing is that the number of deaths
Wait, I
is
got you. I got
almost
you. I'm gonna play something on it, And folks, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, put 5 on it, support New Black Media, because I'm pretty confident that my stream is going to get shut down at some point when I play this. If the stream gets shut down, don't worry, stay where you're at. All I have to do is pause the content, and then it'll reinstate the stream, and we'll pick up right where we left off. But let's see if I
Take the
can.
disclaimer out first too, bro. Try to
Yeah,
prevent it.
let's see if I can prevent the stream getting shut down. But yeah, let's learn about the haunted lake in Georgia.
The Blue Ridge Mountains, Georgia. Deep within this mountain range lies Lake Lanier. Millions of people venture to this popular vacation spot to relax and unwind, despite the fact that every year, a shocking number of people drown within its placid waters, and many of their bodies are never seen again.
If you live anywhere near Lake Lanier in North Georgia, you're going to hear every summer all the deaths. There are bad boating accidents, and when somebody goes overboard, it's almost impossible to find them before they drown.
Lake Lanier, from the surface, looks clear. But we hear it time and time again when we respond to these drownings. People will say that he didn't go into the water, come up, struggle, and drown. He went in and never came back up. And this happens time and time again. This lake seems to take people in one go.
Lake Lanier is 26 miles long. It has 700 miles of shorefront, and it's tempting to attribute the inordinate number of fatalities to the size of the lake. The fact is, there are lakes of commensurate size in northern Georgia.
Fair use, fair use, fair use.
That don't have half that number of fatalities or accidents. So clearly, there is something about Lake Lanier that is cause for alarm. Since the 1950s, it is estimated that more than 600 people have lost their lives in Lake Lanier. It is such a staggering number of fatalities that for decades, many have come to believe that these waters may be cursed.
Even though there's a lot of people around, there was just some strange vibe about the lake. I feel it's a majestic body of water, but you can't deny that there's something odd about Lake Lanier.
When you actually get into Lanier, you get a feeling that you're not alone when you should be alone. I don't feel like someone's reaching out to grab me, but the water feels thicker than it should. And what I mean by that is a lady fell out of a boat, and we actually witnessed it. And we ran over there and pulled her out of the water, and she was very upset. And she said, "I'm so embarrassed." And I said, "Don't worry, we see people do this all the time." And she said, "No, you don't understand. I'm a lifeguard." And she said, just when she found herself in that water, it was just like molasses. So all the things that we see in this lake, it finally got so bad and scared the locals so much that we think maybe we're just stuck with a curse we have to live with.
Could the numerous fatalities that have taken place at Lake Lanier be the result of a curse? It may sound far-fetched to some, but for decades, researchers have been examining the possibility that Lake Lanier could be harboring the power to inflict harm. And according to their investigations, it may have something to do with the history of Lake Lanier. Lake Lanier is the largest lake.
We're going to get into the history. We're going to get into the history now. Whenever FBAs have been wronged, there's strange fruit.
Thank
There's
you.
paranormal
You're
activity.
right. Yes, but they're trying to portray it as, this horror movie or what have you. Okay, it's horror when you get your karma. Okay, white man, go ahead.
Now it's a horror flick.
It's a man-made lake meant to provide water and power to the surrounding communities. They actually made it by flooding a valley that had a town in Oscarville. So they relocate the people that live there, and they just drown the entire town under.
Peep game, y'all. Peep game. There was a town there, Oscarville, a black town, Oscarville, and they had to get rid of the people there to make way for the lake.
Right,
All right.
right. They were killed to bring about money.
Just like how in the 70s, when the federal government did the interstate program where they started building the freeway interstates, they built them through black communities.
Right. We had in North Carolina, there were other waterways that were, other type of tactics where water was thrown over our communities. I'm just saying that.
Look what happened in Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina, perfect example. They allowed the levee to bust because it was just going to bust on the black folks.
They never learned.
Power to inflict harm.
They never learned.
And according to their investigations, it may have something to do with the history of Lake Lanier.
Lake Lanier is the largest lake in Georgia. It's a man-made lake meant to provide water and power to the surrounding communities. They actually made it by flooding a valley that had a town in Oscarville. So they relocate the people that live there, and they just drown the entire town under water.
Oscarville wasn't the only town that was affected by the building of Lake Lanier. In the 1940s and 50s, the U.S. government acquired the rights to more than 56,000 acres of land in Forsyth, Hall, and Dawson counties to make room for the 38,000-acre lake and more than 700 miles of shoreline. This included several small towns, and the remains of these communities are still submerged beneath the surface of Lake Lanier.
When they built the lake, they left tons of structure in the water. We've got concrete, roads, bridges. We've got a racetrack under there. We've got standing timber that stands as high as 40, 60, 70 feet from the bottom.
there seems to be a great deal of debris in the water. So it's not an ideal place for people to be swimming or boating or jet skiing or partying.
Not an ideal place for swimming or boating or jet skiing or partying. Then why did they build the lake there on a established town? A already established town, bridges, roads, racetracks, infrastructure. Was the benefit of the lake outweighing the benefit of having the town there? Or was it that having an
So
all
they
black
thought.
town there was too powerful?
So they thought
Over
that's
50
why they're
lakes in
after
America got towns
the
underneath it. Go ahead, sis. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. No, I just want to say, so they thought. The thing is that there was a thriving town. That was another Black Wall Street that had everything, that didn't need anything from no white people. They saw, hey, let us build a water park and flood these people. And I don't know at the time that they brought in all that water and what have you, but we do know that there are cemeteries under there and you can see houses. I mean, it looks like a town underwater. There have been scuba divers that went under there and saw that.
The fact is, it's a dangerous place.
Authorities claim that many people drown in Lake Lanier because they get caught in the debris lurking beneath the surface. But researchers studying the lake believe this is only part of the story, and that the source of the dark force drawing people down into its murky depths is a Native American burial ground that was submerged by the lake's construction.
Back in 2007, there was a drought, and the water went way low. And because of that, they found an area called the Samore Mountains, Indian Mountains. It's considered a sacred area that belonged to the Native Americans. The Creeks and the Cherokees. Lake Lanier was built by the Army Corps of Engineers. And according to the Army Corps of Engineers,
And when they say Native American burial ground, when they say the Creeks and the Cherokee, God damn it, I'm Creek. God damn it, these images of
And my
mongoloid
friend,
looking Asians, how are we supposed to take their word for it? All right. All right. Those basically look like white folk. Damn
yeah,
near.
and my
White folk
grandmama
dressed as
Cherokee.
Indians.
They don't look like my grandmama.
the Creeks and the Cherokees. Lake Lanier was built by the Army Corps of Engineers. And according to the Army Corps of Engineers, they removed all the bodies while they're treating Lake Lanier. But back when they were building these lakes, they didn't have ground penetrating equipment. So there's a great likelihood that there are bodies of the Native Americans under the waters of Lake Lanier.
Could the presence of Native American remains beneath Lake Lanier have a connection to the unusual number of accidental deaths there? Has the Native American belief in the power of ancestral spirits cursed Lake Lanier?
Certainly among Native American traditions, we have a widespread belief in curses, particularly land-based curses. And this connects to an overall sort of belief in animism, that the material world is infused with spiritual aspects. Now, many Native American traditions have long-standing, very deep beliefs about how to treat dead bodies, and how not to disturb them, how not to disturb
Hey,
burials.
yo, Mike, you to pause the video for a second? I got a question.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. If that was a Native American spiritual ground and shit, right? And black people ain't supposed to be native. Why was it a black town then and nothing ain't never happened until white people came and fucked it over? So that means the native that was there, that means just like I got a fucking family graveyard and a family church, that means them natives was them people, grandparents and cousins and shit. It's my thought.
And shout out to Brown Foxy. Brown Foxy said, "Oh my God, Mike, I took a nap after I ate, woke up, and you still on my TV, still dropping game facts." Keyshawn says, "This is third time waking up today, and Mike's still going." And you know how we do it on the weekends. Hey, yesterday was a slow show, and I think it went for like 3.5 hours. So a slow show is 3.5, damn near 4 hours. So this is a medium one. I mean, just a week or so ago, we did a 10-hour stream straight. So, yeah, you know, I got the stamina to stand on the lineage.
In Native communities to bring on a lot of bad spiritual energy.
Is it possible that Lake Lanier is home to dark spiritual energy? Perhaps. But what's most surprising is that even though this lake may be cursed,
That's spiritual energy. It's not dark spiritual energy.
There's world-class divers that will not dive Lake Lanier. We have 11 to 14 million people a year that are coming here and taking their chances, in spite of the fact that there has been somewhere between 600 and 700 drownings on this lake. I'm not saying that there's a curse. But
Damn, you were asking Auntie what numbers are. They said 600 to 800, 600 to 700 or 800 people have died. That's a staggering amount. That's a staggering amount.
Told you.
I grew up on lakes. I know all about, you know, the summer deaths and, you know, what the average death count is typically like and the boating accidents and shit for not no 600-700 people. What?
Told you. That's the ancestors speaking up.
It's like, oh no, you gonna turn our town into a recreational park where you're jet skiing and what have you, kayaking and what have you? Oh no, we're about to
It's a
show you
man-made
the
lake.
real
It's a
power.
man-made lake, which means they could
Yes,
have built it anywhere.
yes,
They could have made a lake
yes.
anywhere. They chose there for a
That's
reason.
part of the sabotage that they have always done to our Black Wall Streets.
Kill them multiple
Put it
birds with one
underwater.
stone. Let's
Build
kill them.
freeways through it.
Let's kill them, displace them, and turn this into a recreational hotspot all in one. All in one,
Yes.
guys.
And there's definitely
Their
some bad
whole
energy.
get
And
down.
if it's not cursed, maybe it should be.
Damn. And they didn't mention shit about it being a black town or nothing because, again, that video was from the
Oh,
History
they are
Channel.
now. They are now.
That's the same History Channel that runs around talking about aliens built the pyramids and shit, right? That's the same History Channel talking about aliens
And
is
all they
responsible for
can
everything
too.
that indigenous folks ever did. Yeah. Maybe it was the
Yeah.
aliens, dude. Dude, those
But see,
Africans aren't capable, dude. It was the aliens, bruh. It was the aliens. Amun Ra
Hey,
Imhotep was an alien, dude. This hieroglyph is a
can't with
UFO,
y'all.
bruh.
Stop it. Stop it. I can't with y'all. Stop it.
I
Let me
want to
tell
ask
you
you to
something.
find a full picture of Mount Rushmore, Mike, with the pyramid on the side of it.
Said Mount Rushmore has a pyramid on the side.
Like the full picture. If you ever go visit Mount Rushmore, you'll see like a pyramid or a sphinx or some shit. I forget what's one exactly. I think it might be a sphinx. Yeah, that's the shit with the face. I think it might be a sphinx.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I ain't never been to no Mount Rushmore.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder why they
Goddamn
put
it.
the pyramid on the dollar bill?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now we going too deep. Mike TV does not endorse hate speech nor conspiracy theories.
Oh,
No
that's the conspiracy I
anti-Semitic
said.
rhetoric.
That's that.
Stop it. You guys are being anti-Semitic, and I am not going to stand for it on my platform. God damn it!
Well, for saying
Anti-Semitic
so
rhetoric
bad.
will not be tolerated. Okay, I will drop
Yeah.
both of you. God
No,
damn it.
but
Okay.
I ain't
Fuck
saying I hate
Palestine.
nobody.
Fuck
but can I
Palestine
ask
from the river
something?
to the sea. Okay, screw Palestine. Screw
But can
Palestine.
I ask
Israel
something?
is the sacred land of the Jews, and black people are not Jews. Kanye should be canceled. And Christopher Columbus was an excellent man.
And you forgot to say black people ain't Native American either.
Yeah, and black people are not Native American. And J. Edgar Hoover was not part black. Okay, he was 100% white.
But can I ask something though? As far as in what's happening, right? Like at Lake Lanier, the only reason why I mentioned that is because the movie just came out. Okay, it's current. I don't know what theaters it's in or what have you. I never searched it on Netflix or Amazon. But all in all, what I'm saying is that because of the number of deaths and with the reparations talk, they are trying to flip it, turn it into a horror story. But it's not our horror, it's white people's horror. So I just wanted to, that's why I brought it up.
Right.
It's white people's horror because the thing is they know what they have done. And they're about to, you know what? I'm pretty sure that Lake Lanier will not be the only thing that will happen to them on a spiritual level. How in the world you have so many deaths in one lake? No other beach, no other ocean or what have you, but in this one lake in a short amount of time. What's going on here?
Shit, that's not the only lake. That's just the only one they're talking about.
Huh?
I said that's not the only lake like that in America. That's just the only one they're talking about.
Right. And like I said, I do believe that there are others. Yep. So when it all comes down to it, Yeah. And let me let you in on something that I had heard from TBA last night. That was very eye-opening. Donald Trump wants to throw out these sneakers and what have you, like niggas are dealing with air trucks. The funniest thing ever. But check this out. Those Democrats are prosecuting you, man. And you need to shave off just 5% of the black vote to make sure your ass gets in the White House again. But check this out. If you ain't cutting the check and giving us our reparations, oh well, 5 years, 20 years, whatever they're going to put at you, hey, deal with it. So, yeah, there's a lot happening this year. I know not a
I
lot of
think that you
people.
hit on something. I think you hit on something very important. Okay, our history is the white man's nightmare.
The story kicks off with some protesters protesting outside this governor crib. Apparently, dude's an ex-Klan member who resides on his former slave plantation. But Trump is hella unbothered about the controversy as he roasts the fuck out of the fellow brothers protesting in the crowd.
Starting to look like a damn minstrel show out there. They were as relentless about finding a job as they are hounding me. Might put an end to welfare.
Curious about the eerie painting, Uncle Tom then asked Trump to spit a few details about the hunting illustration.
Miss Cobb's an old voodoo woman bought the place. That's her there in the mural.
What are those?
Dolls. Legend is she transferred the souls of the slaves into little dolls. Figure dolls. Word is, they remain in the house right to this day.
After receiving the gossip, Uncle Tommy then moved.
Hey, and old boy on the right, correct me if I'm wrong, but old boy on the right, he's a black man, right? He's a mulatto or an octoroon or something. Old boy on the right is a black man, and he's just a shade darker than J. Edgar Hoover, right? Hoover's complexion wasn't that far off to the brother on the right. I'm pretty sure homeboy on the right is a brother. Auntie, the man on the right of the screen, he's a black man, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And let me say this, that when it all comes down to it, right? Check this out. Has anybody heard Trump's speech at the BFC conference the other day? Who heard it? Who heard it?
I don't pay
Because
attention to
see,
politics
this
like
is a
that.
very, very okay. I do, because it's about policies. Policies is what we get and what we don't. Okay. He was talking about black people, this, that, the other. It was the black conference or black something. He was talking to mostly a black crowd, but there was, of course, white people. They always got to be in our mix. But anyway, when I listened to TBA last night, he said, Trump, you ain't offering us nothing, just like the Democrats didn't. So, if you can't stave off 5 percentage points from us, your ass is going to jail. Because, you know, he's going through all that court shit, right? They had hit him with a $355 million fine. Was it last week in New York? They got him on many felonies and what have you. So it's now like this. Democrats, fuck you. You haven't done nothing for us. You come around here with hot sauce in your purse, wearing our sneakers, trying to have a hip hop task force, but do nothing for us. F you. Trump, what you gonna do? So see, black people, no, not black people, FBAs are saying, The couch looks pretty good this election season. We ain't voting for none of you clowns. And now
Real good.
somebody's going to have to bid. Somebody's going to have to come up and say, because see, we have always been the swing vote. Always. So I know you're not into politics like that, but let me just tell you something right now. Young people, especially you, Mike TV, young man, do not vote for party. Always vote for policy. What are these people going to do for your people? If they don't give that promise to you, F them. And that's where the older generation had messed up. They went with party, not with policies. We can't do that again. Oh, yeah, I'm down. I'm down because I'm blue. I'm blue. But what is blue doing for you? Nothing, but I'm just down with them. Oh, no, those type of politics ain't going around today.
I believe that's what they call identity politics, right?
Yeah. That's how Obama got in the office.
And see, just like
Now, hold
with
up, Auntie.
Tariq
Hold up,
Nasheed,
Auntie. Hold up, hold up. If you're going to advise us young folks, we also got to advise you older folks, okay? You need to get some of them old niggas up out of here, okay? Some old niggas who still cooning
oh,
and
check
buffooning
this
and riding
out.
for the Democratic Party. We got to get them old
Okay,
niggas
check
up out of
this
here.
out. There was a man when I first came on your show. And he asked my age and what have you. I'm Gen X, right? Gen X. So just guess my age. But anyway,
Auntie,
you know,
Terrence wants to know if Auntie got a man over there.
yes, I'm married. And we
Well,
live in.
hold on. I think I can already guess what Terrence's next question is going to be because we live in 2024. Are you and your husband polygamous?
What do you mean polygamous? We are monogamous. What are you talking about? What would he ask that?
Would your husband mind if Terrence took you out for the weekend?
No, dear. No, we don't get down like that. We don't. I've been knowing my man, my husband, since 1996. Do you really think today or yesterday you can come in between that?
You know what? I don't think any man can because a man who's been with you that long, you know how to please him. You have taken him through a time of swallowing.
Have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelmed? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed? I would have been. Have you ever been swallowed up? 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 I would.
Mike TV, dear, you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. That does not apply to this household. Maybe with the younger folks, and what have you, but I do appreciate your content because of teaching young people, especially when you do the documentaries. But that kind of bullshit, applying it to me, no, dear, not at all. Not at all. And the only
Hey,
reason
y'all,
why,
we got Mother Teresa on the line, y'all. She ain't never did no swallowing. Allegedly, let the story be told. That is beneath
wait a
her.
minute, wait. I'm not coming up here throwing my ass up, showing a half naked body, and you're gonna show that video and then try to say that I'm being Mother Teresa. Listen,
No,
whatever it
I'm
is
messing
I
with you.
have
Come
done
on.
or do, come on, dear.
You
No,
know
we
we
gotta
got
do
the jokey
better
jokes.
than that.
You know we got the
We
jokey
know,
jokes.
but our jokes have to be tasteful, dear. They
I
have
see
to
the
be.
chat
They're like,
laughing up right now.
that's okay. That's okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, they're. See, the thing is just like David Lucas. He said we should laugh it
And
up
yes,
with his joke
Keyshawn.
too, huh?
Yes, Keyshawn. She said, y'all Negroes need to swallow this information. What the hell y'all talk about swallow? You need to swallow a book, motherfucker, okay? I came here for information only. We
Oh,
feel
I
you. We
love
feel you.
that. I love that replay or that I love that snapback. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
She said,
So
ain't gonna
when it
be
all
no backing it up. She said, it ain't gonna be no coochies breathing. No, none of that ratchet, sexy red shit. Okay, I respect it.
hey, you know what? We're not with that bullshit, that ratchet shit. We're not. Okay? And the thing is that, hey, yeah, we turn up, my husband and I, that's between us. But the thing is that when it all comes down to it, the culture that is taking over our young children, we got to counteract that because there is a serious agenda to make sure we are wiped out. What do you say to that?
Facts.
See, play with it if you want to, but I'm sorry. Ain't no way another female can touch up on me a certain way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
The Freaknik was a long time ago, y'all. Freaknik was a long, long time ago.
But wait. With that Freaknik and what have you, I never participated in that, and I didn't even know about that till a couple of years ago when I had heard about the documentaries. But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Not everyone that was Gen X. Understand your generations, young man. Gen X were born between the 1960s and the 70s. Okay, the baby boomers were the ones that wanted to be free, just like them hippie motherfuckers. Have you ever heard of hippies?
The free sex revolution and shit they called it. Yeah.
Yes.
There was some nasty freaky white folks. There was some nasty freaky folks. Ugh.
Okay. So my aunts, my uncles were born and they were the baby boomers. The baby boomer generation was the most babies born at one time in a society. Do you now understand why they call it baby boomers?
About the baby
It
boomer
was
generation.
the most children born at one time in a certain period of time. Do you understand that?
Yep. There was bust down Tatianas and all that. Yep.
Wait a minute. Now that you understand what a baby boomer is, okay. My grandfather, who is from Georgia, my grandmother.
Hold on, Auntie. You done made New Era fall asleep.
No,
And
I'm
you
up.
gonna put New Era to bed.
No, I'm up, bro.
I said you put this nigga in bed. No, I'm kidding. And
The God is kicking in real good.
And real quick,
that
wait, hold on, guys. I have a comment I want to acknowledge real quick. Mary Lee says, "Can we ever have a serious conversation?" Well, Mary Lee, I'm sorry that you came to the broadcast late. We've been having a serious conversation for about 7 hours and 15 minutes. I apologize. You missed the expose into the transatlantic slave trade and the riveting discussions we had with members across the diaspora, but you were here late. You came in on some jokey jokes. Go ahead, Auntie. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. What was her name? Miriam?
Mary Lee or something. Yeah, Mary Lee.
Okay. Okay, sister. Yes. We're gonna correct him and bring him back to serious conversations and something that can be entertaining and educational at the same time. Now, as I was telling you about the baby boomers, right? Who they are. You understand it. They were the ones that marched with MLK wanting, integration, right? Right?
I feel you.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. My grandfather was the business owner for over 50 years in San Diego, California. And yeah, pretty well connected. But his roots are from Georgia. Now, he comes from those people that built the Wall Streets, those people that had their own businesses, but their children, the baby boomers, saw Mary Tyler Moore show, TV, TV became a big thing, black and white back then. And there was white women that wanted so-called freedom from her white man. And sad to say, some of our black women have followed them. So they wanted an education, which is nothing wrong with that. We always believed in education. They wanted to be independent and what have you. Thus, the fracture of the black family. From the baby boomers to Generation X. My generation, Generation X. We were jamming to Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? So see.
So it sounds like you're saying that the generation that created this.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see.
You're talking about today as far as Gen Z? Gen Z? Huh? Are you talking about Gen Z?
You're saying that your generation is before that, right?
I am a Gen Xer. You understand? You hear me?
Okay. Well, hold on.
Okay.
Booty Bass, Shake That Ass came out in, let me see. Actually, I'm sorry. It's a song called Shake That Ass Bitch. I think it is from Bass. Yeah, it is from Bass Booty. Okay. Release date was 1992 on vinyl. So your generation was before the 92 generation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I got you.
You know what? Okay. Let me do you one better.
Mm-hmm.
When you listen to music, right? Music is like a microphone, ain't it? You hear it all over. It's on YouTube. You hear people playing in their cars and what have you. It's a big microphone, ain't it? Music, right?
X.
Okay. During the 70s and the 80s, you know what the music was about?
Oh.
It was about relationships, love. Teddy Pendergrass, Cheryl Pepsi Riley, Angela Winbush, Patrice brushing.
They putting this nigga to bed.
No, I'm just listening, bro.
Yes, nice story, Auntie. Nice story. I'm almost there. I'm almost dozing. Tell me a little more.
Okay, all right. I'm not trying to
Pay attention,
bore you
Keyshawn.
guys.
Pay attention, Keyshawn. Pay attention. Sit up straight while Auntie
Okay,
talking. God damn it.
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to bore you guys. But what
No,
I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
bored
tell
out you.
you,
Mike this joke.
okay,
Mike this
what I'm
joke. I
trying
ain't
to tell
bored.
you is that. Go ahead.
I said Mike was just playing
See.
around. We ain't bored.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So
Well,
your
with the
generation was
music,
the Ray Charles Heron generation, right?
no. Even though we heard Ray Charles, we were more R and blues. In the 70s, we were jazz. We were R&B and soul music during the
So
70s.
instead of shake that ass bitch and let me see what you got, back then it was like, come here, baby doll, let's make sweet love under the moonlight.
Yes. Turn off the lights, Teddy Pendergrass. Is that not romantic? Is that
Honestly,
not
I've
romantic?
never heard it
Is
before.
that not treating?
What?
Is
You
that
never heard that song,
treating
Mike?
a woman like
I don't
she's
think so.
like she? Is that not treating a woman like she's
That's
an
my daddy shit
object?
right there.
Turn off the light. Huh?
I said Mike need to come to a cookout.
Hey,
Yeah, I don't think Mike's
the most
been
old
to a
school I
cookout
go back.
because
Hey,
he's lost.
no, the most old school I go back is and then I turn the TV down because I thought
What
I
year
heard
was
some
that?
squeaky
What
sounds.
year
Come
was
on.
that? What year was that? What
Something's
year was
going on
that?
upstairs. That's probably 90s. Shit, I'm a 90s baby. Let's
Oh,
go.
okay. Yeah, I see why you don't understand. I can see that. I get it. But let
Yeah,
me
I'm a
just
90s
tell you
baby too.
something. But let me tell you something here. Did you notice and look at it? You know what? Do your research. There were more Black relationships between Black men and Black women when our music talked about relationships, like Barry White, Teddy Pendergrass, Aretha Franklin, Betty, was it Betty Wright?
Patti
And what
LaBelle.
happened? Patti LaBelle. Oh, the list is so long. But isn't that funny?
Stan,
We
Auntie, you
had
don't get it.
more.
I'm a 90s baby. I'm a
Wait,
90s
wait, wait.
baby.
Wait,
The most
wait,
romantic
wait.
thing I ever heard was boom, boom, boom. As I get closer to the stairway, all I
Hey,
hear is boom,
I'm not saying that there wasn't any raunchiness back then, because
But I was just, no, I mean, that was Rise
Betty
Only. He
Wright
was
was
just
the
saying,
first little Kim. Betty Wright was the first little Kim. Okay, if you listen to her, oh, she was raunchy, but she had pipes. She could sing and what have you. But she was the first little Kim. So what I'm trying to tell you is that as music has, well, it hasn't evolved. It devolved. We were supposed to evolve, excuse me. We were supposed to get better and do better, but we didn't. We got in the goddamn gutter. My booty hole is brown and my pussy's pink. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? How is that helping me to FBA empowerment? What? What kind of stupid shit is this? What? So that's all in all what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, Gen X's and the baby boomers didn't make mistakes. I'm not saying that at all. But when we know better, we're supposed to do better, right? What the fuck is this ratchet music? And we say FBA, B1, FBA, B1. Why is this ratchet
It's how you really
music
feel about the ratchetness. How you
so?
really feel about it.
The ratchetness needs to be in its place.
Let me tell you something. There will always be ratchetness. Hey, back in the day when sisters were wearing skirts that was 1 inch below their knee and they didn't have that short shit and what have you, there was always a ratchet. What you talking about? The oldest profession in the world.
That's right, Auntie. Y'all always been ratchet since day one, so I ain't gonna let you sit up here no longer, Auntie, and denigrate the generations that have come after you, acting like y'all was less raunchy than us, okay? Because I just discovered a song from the 60s from Bull Moose Jackson called Big 10-inch, y'all. He was singing about his big 10-inch pecker. Let's listen to the big 10-inch, y'all. All you flappers was flapping around to this back in the day.
Today.
Wow, I thought y'all was so noble. I thought y'all was so esteemed. I thought y'all was so prestigious. He said, I got me a woman. And Lord, when I pull out this big 10-inch, oh, good Lord. I got to run it back, y'all. I ain't never heard this before. Oh, that's what it is. He got a strange woman. She ain't no sense, but goddamn it, when he pulls out that big old 10-inch, okay, let's go. Let's go,
You
Auntie.
ain't
What y'all
saying
talking about?
nothing. How about TC Carter? I be stroking it. Really, man? You ain't blasting nobody from that time. Get out of here. How about I be stroking it? Yeah, we did that. So what? Now what?
Playing the song. I'm playing the song, and people are saying they ain't hearing it. They ain't hearing it. Hold on. Let me fix my soundboard real quick and make sure y'all get put ones in the chat if y'all hear the music.
Yeah, I still don't hear it. I thought it was just only me.
Zeros. I'm getting zeros. How
Yeah,
come
you
ain't
ain't hear me?
nobody hearing it except for Keyshawn or not Keyshawn? New Era. New
Yeah, nah.
Era's hearing it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say I'm damn sure ain't hearing it. I thought it was only me.
Oh, you not hearing it?
Nah.
Okay. Let me go ahead and redo this. Well, this is falling on deaf ears. Literally, man's is up here singing about his big 10-inch dick in the 1960s, and I'm just like, damn, Auntie, I thought y'all was so prestigious. I thought y'all was so esteemed. I thought it wasn't going down like that. Hold on, let me get the audio right so y'all can hear man sing about his big 10-inch.
I'm gonna say they got a whole bunch of
Wait, let me know if there's some audio now.
Nope.
Hold on now.
All
Yeah, okay.
Got me the strangest woman. Believe me, this chick's no cinch, but I really get her going when I take out my big 10-inch.
Talk about? What he talking about? He said, I got a strange woman. She ain't no sitch. And I really get her going when I take out my big 10-inch. Oh, Lord. I guess y'all wasn't freaky like that, huh? I
Yeah, they got
guess
a whole
y'all
bunch of
wasn't
turn up.
freaky like that. Come on, man.
Got me the strangest woman. Believe me, this chick's no cinch, but I really get her going when I take out my big 10-inch record of the band that plays the blues. The band that plays the blues. She just loves my big 10-inch record of her favorite blues.
She just love my big 10-inch, huh, Auntie? That's what y'all talking
Wait.
about? Wait, hold up. I got a quick question for Auntie. Wait. Hold up. I got a quick question for Auntie. How many children do you have?
I don't have any children.
You don't got no children at all?
No.
Well, I'm surprised because Papa said Auntie was fucking.
Last night I tried to tease her. I gave her a little pinch.
But she said, now stop that jiving and get out that big 10-inch record of the band that played the blues. Well, the band is
And I understand he was a lot more subtle with it. You know, it was insinuated, but yeah, y'all been on this freaky Ricky Tiki Tabby shit since day one. Don't play. Don't play.
Wait a
It
minute.
wasn't
Hold
as in
up.
your face.
Hold
Hold on, Auntie. You got a whole lot of background noise. You got a whole lot of background noise. A whole lot of background noise. But yeah, that shit was crazy. Hey, I bet you I can find another example too. I bet you I can find another example.
You can. There's a whole bunch of turn off on Motown the way back in the day.
Banana in your fruits basket. Oh Lord, I guess they were trying to throw out the sexual innuendos, huh? Banana in your fruit basket.
I got a brand new skillet. I got a brand new lid. All I need is a woman just to burn my bread. And I'm telling you, baby, I sure ain't gonna deny. Let me put my banana in your fruit basket, and I'll be satisfied. Now I got the white robe, my baby got the tub. We gonna put them together, gonna rub, rub, rub. And I'm telling you, baby, I sure ain't gonna deny.
I must admit, Auntie, this is a very tasteful way about talking about how you want to smash abroad. I mean, this is a very artistic way to express you want to get all up in cookies, you know, or put your banana in the fruit basket, if you will. But god damn it, they've been rip rapping about it since day one. Oh, this one's called meatballs. Okay, meatballs.
I got late last night in the rain and sleet, trying to find a butcher to grind my meat. Yes, I'm looking for a butcher.
Damn, she's looking for a butcher, y'all. She looking for a butcher to grind her meat. She a freaky little hoe. Listen to that freaky little hoe go. She said, I'm looking for a butcher to grind my meat. Oh, Lord.
He must I got late last night in the rain and sleet, trying to find a butcher to grind my meat. Yes, I'm looking for a butcher. He must be
Yeah, she got them pink trapped in the rain.
if he wanna grind my meat, 'cause I'm wild about my meatball.
Dang, Auntie, not her singing about grinding her meat with the butcher. Auntie, unmute yourself. Auntie, what's going on? She said she looking for a butcher to grind her meat. What's she talking about there?
No, she said she got them pink trapped in the rain. You ain't hear that? I got laid in the rain.
Yeah, she
She
said she
said,
got laid in the rain, the sleet, and the snow, and now she need a butcher. Oh Lord, Auntie, explain this away.
Okay, there's no explaining. Listen to that. Was that heterosexual sex? Hmm?
Yes, it was
That
probably
wasn't no
heterosexual.
funny, no. That wasn't no funny as of today, right? Right? It was talking about man and woman doing what it is they do, right?
Pound
Right?
town, thugging with my round, my pussy pink, my booty hole brown. They still talk about heterosexual sex.
this motherfucker. Like, I was about to say, I grew up on tub play too.
Hold up, hold up. Okay, when she talked about meatballs, he talked about 10 inches and what have you. You had to visualize that, right? And leave it to your imagination.
And I've got to visualize the pussy being pink and the booty hole being brown because she might be lying. She might be lying about that. I got to take her word for it. I got to visualize.
Yeah, because today, there's nothing to be left to the imagination. And the reason why that is because degradation. And degradation of a society always signals its fall.
See, I get where you're coming from, but also you have to look at
Go
this,
back
Auntie.
to history.
No, no, listen. I hear what you're saying, but peep this real quick. Modern day in 2024, we can look at these old tunes, meatballs, fruit in the basket, whatever. We can look at these old 10-inch. We can look at these old tunes from a modern day lens, and we can say, damn, they were a lot more subtle. It left it up to imagination. It was open to interpretation. But if we don't judge it by modern day standards, if we judge it by the standards of the day and age, the generation that that music was brought up in, that was the freakiest of the nastiest shit for that generation. They might as well be saying, my pussy pink, my booty hole brown. They might as well be saying, suck my dick and swallow the kids. They might as well be saying that based on where they were at that time in that generation. And you know that I'm right. At that point in time, it was so crazy to even meatballs. Oh my God. The butcher wants to kill. Oh my God. That was the most ratcheted of the ratchet by their standards in that generation. Do you agree?
No,
You ain't
no,
done.
I don't. Let me tell you why. First of all, when it comes to today, right? There's no sense of imagination. Everything's out there.
But don't compare it to today for a minute. Compare it to the music of that time.
No, you wanted to. You had brought up what the music was back then, right? Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Was the music back then coded?
The music back then was highly sexualized, just like the music nowadays is highly sexualized. Highly sexualized music has been a part of FBA culture since the 20s or the 1900s. Right now, she's talking about meatballs.
I know a good man, but he's so doggone stout. Before he starts to grind and he's all worn out, somebody send me a butcher. He must be long and tall. If he wanna grind my meat, 'cause I'm wild about my meatballs.
If he want to grind my meat, he can get my meatballs. For that day and age, for the culture and where society was at that day and age, that was highly controversial. In that day and age, when that song came out, there was aunties like you talking about, damn, that music is so fucking ratchet and ghetto. I remember the good music back in my day. Back in my day, the music wasn't that ratchet. Back in my days, it left it open to interpretation. Back in my days, you would use your imagination. But here this whole talking about the butcher grinding the meatballs and being big and tall and da-da-da-da.
Yeah, that stroker song ain't lived up to the imagination. That stroker song go, I stroke it to the left, I stroke it to. They be playing that shit all the time when the old motherfuckers be getting drunk. They be like, yeah, that's why I was my shit back in the day.
Just like we got an auntie right now of an older generation to us criticizing and ridiculing our music as ratchet and degenerate. These songs, when they came out, had older generations critiquing them for being ratchet and degenerate. It's the same shit. Of course, of course, over time, it's evolving into something that's much more in your face. It's much more blatant. But this was highly controversial at that time. This was not mainstream music. Ain't nothing mainstream about this. Matter of fact, somebody in the chat earlier said I should play Shave 'Em Dry. I ain't never heard of Shave 'Em Dry. I ain't never heard of Shave 'Em Dry. Let's listen to Shave 'Em Dry.
I got nipples on my titties. Big as the end.
Oh shit, she started off strong. She said I got nipples on my titty. Oh Lord, I got nipples on my titty. Well, God damn it, if talking about the color of your booty hole, hold on, y'all don't hear me, congregation. If talking about the color of your booty hole is too degrading, then God damn it, talking about the nipples on your titties, that sounds pretty. She didn't tell us the color of her areolas. She didn't say if they were dark or light skinned. But God damn it, she's coming off sexually charged. She's
Like
coming
a
off real
motherfucker.
provocative. I've got
She need like
nipples
a
on
beat
my
drop.
titty was the first line, y'all. I got nipples on my titty.
I got nipples on my titties, big as the end of my thumb. I got something between my legs that'll make a dead man come. Oh.
She got something between her legs that'll make a dead man come. God damn it, I thought we was the only ratchet generation. I thought we was the we didn't leave it up for imagination. We didn't leave it up for interpretation. She said her wop wop make a dead man come. Oh
That's
Lord,
what you mean.
Granny. Oh Lord, Granny, not you talking about the nipples as long as your thumb and your pussy making a dead man come. Granny, no. No, Granny. Be respectful, Grandma. Grandma, be respectful.
I got nipples on my titties, big as the end of my thumb. I got something between my legs that'll make a dead man come. Oh, daddy. Baby, won't you shave 'em dry? No, no. Want you to grind me, baby. Grind me until I cry. Say I fucked all night and all the night before, baby.
Did she say she fucked all night? New era. Did she just say she fucked all night?
It sounded like it to me.
Oh Lord, I thought they left it up to imagination back then. When did the song come out? Can I get an age on the song? Originally recorded 1933. 1933. I don't want to hear nothing from no elders again. 1933. Y'all did this to us. Y'all did this to us. Don't give me no shit about us being ratchet.
Grind me until I cry. Say I fucked all night and all the night before, baby. And I feel just like I want to fuck some more. Oh, great God, daddy, grind me, honey, and shave me dry. And when you hear me holler, baby, want you to shave me dry.
I thought in 1933, y'all was listening to Wading in the Water. Now I want to fuck all night and fuck again and shave me dry. My titties long as my thumb. Oh, I got some pussy and make a dead man come. What? Y'all was singing this in The Color Purple?
God, daddy, grind me, honey, and shave me dry. And when you hear me holler, baby, want you to shave me dry. I got nipples on my titty, big as the end of my thumb. Daddy, you say that's the kind of woman you want, and you can make them come. Oh, daddy, shave me dry. And I give you something, baby, swear it'll make you cry.
Yeah, Keyshawn, she said come wade in these waters, baby. She said come wade in these waters with me.
I'm going to turn back my mattress and let you oil my springs. I want you to grind me, daddy, till the bell do ring. Oh, daddy, want you to shave them dry. Oh, great God, daddy, if you can't shave them, baby, won't you try? Now fucking was a thing that would take me to hell, and I'd be fucking in the studio till the clock strike 11.
Fucking in the studio.
Yeah, whoa.
Fucking in the studio. Oh, geez.
She's
fucking in the studio.
Mama, Big Mama said. Big Mama said that she was fucking until she got sent to hell, and she's fucking in the studio as well. What? Hold on, wait a minute. Where did hell come into this? Where did eternal damnation come into this?
Oh, great God, daddy, if you can't shave them, baby, won't you try? Now fucking was the thing that would take me to hell, and I'd be fucking.
Damn, she said I done fucked on things that would have taken me to hell. Oh, God.
If you can't shave them, baby, won't you try? Now fucking was the thing that would take me to hell, and I'd be fucking in the studio till the clock strike 11. Oh, daddy, shave them dry. I would fuck you, baby, honey, I'd make you cry. Now your nuts hang down like a damn bell clapper, and your
He said his nuts is hanging down like a what?
Those dick stands up like a seat. Your goddamn asshole stands open like a church door, and the crowd walks in like people. Ow! Shit! Shut! Woo! Baby won't shave 'em dry. A big sow gets that from eating corn, and a pig gets that from sucking. When you see this poor fat like I am, glad God I got fat from fucking.
He said she got fat from fucking, y'all. This is her first woman. If Sexy Red said I got fat from fucking, y'all would think that was a Sexy Red quote. Y'all would never know that the originator of that quote was Lucille Bogan in 1933. I got fat from fucking, she says.
Shame 'em dry. My back is made of whalebone, and my cock is made of brass, and my fucking is made for working men $2. Glad God round to kiss my ass. Oh. Woo! Daddy, shame 'em dry.
Auntie, what would you like to say, Auntie?
Are you
What,
done?
what would you like to say, Auntie? I'm done. I'm finished and I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm finished and I'm done.
Okay, first of all, did I ever deny that there weren't?
That was some freaky mofos, Auntie. Y'all freaky. I ain't even talking about your generation, Auntie. I'm talking about your great grandmama. Hey, Auntie, this ain't aimed at you. This aimed at your great grandmama, okay?
Can I have the floor?
Shit. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Did I ever deny there was not ratchetness back in the day?
You never denied it.
Wait, hold on. While you never denied it, you said the ratchetness modern day was worse, it was more explicit, and you said back in the day it was more subtle and it left things open to imagination, right?
Okay, yes, I did say that. But what I'm trying to tell you is this, that when it all comes down to it, how many relationships, as far as in marriages, existed back then? You see,
I mean, I
there
I
was
don't know what the marriage rate was like, but it looks like y'all was just as sexualized.
wait a minute. There was always a loosey-goosey in the community or the neighborhood. Always a ratchet. And even those from whoever that woman was that could sing.
Auntie, respectfully, I kind of don't want to hear it because nowadays, when we talk about the pound towns and the Sukihanas, these are pushed by white owned media. In the 1933s, y'all had Motown Records and shit. It was most likely an FBA record label putting that shit out. She talking about her titties long and she gonna make a dead man come. I don't think that was white media influence back in the 1933s like that.
I never said that. I never said that.
I'm not saying you did say it. I'm just saying that modern day, when you look at the ratchetness, modern day, it is promoted by executives that are not of our culture. Whereas back in the day, when the independent black folks was making that ratchet music, they was sponsoring that shit. Not no white man behind the desk.
Okay, let me tell you this, that when it all comes down to it, as far as in music, right? There was always subcultures in music. And just like you had subcultures in behavior, you got your ratchet, you got your nerds, you got your squares, you got your upstanding people, and you got your gangsters, right? There was always that. Now, do you think that I would say that, oh, hell no, black men weren't gangsters back then? We were wearing suits and ties. We always did right. No, we had gangsters back then too. What I am trying to tell you is that despite the ratchetness back in that day and what that woman had sang, today, connecting the dots, where is it leading our people, FBAs, to Black empowerment?
I think it's leading people the same direction as the music of the 1930s did. That same ratchet ass degenerate music of the 1930s, I think it led us down a certain path. And I think the modern day ratchet music is continuing to lead people down that same path.
Why is it that back then they had more than we do today?
When you say more than, are you speaking of something other than the marriage rate?
I'm talking about the Black Wall Streets, more marriages, businesses, and what have you. Why is it we don't have as much as they did back then?
Because our black dollars don't circulate in our communities and we don't have control over the infrastructure in our cities.
Why
I
is
mean, we
that?
don't have black businesses like we did before.
Why is that?
Systematic
Hey,
white
we had
supremacy.
the ratchet, you had the sexy reds back then, you had the Sukianas back then. So why aren't you doing it today? What those people did back then? Why aren't you having your businesses like they did? And why
Okay,
is
okay,
it
hold on. So first, your argument was that our modern day music is ratchet and degenerate, and you guys have much more wholesome music than ours. So then, when I show evidence to point out that it is an unequivocal falsehood, and you guys were just as ratchet, if not more ratchet back then, now you're moving the goalpost. Now it's, well, you guys are ratchet now. And we were ratchet then, but we had shit popping back then, and black people don't have shit popping nowadays. So yeah, they were ratchet back then, they were degenerate, nasty people back then, but they still had businesses and they still had, strong black nuclear families and stuff. And today, you guys are ratchet, but you don't have that same infrastructure, and there's no Black Wall Streets. I mean, I understand that's your talking point, but I just think it's a bit of a false equivalency. I think there's many different things that we can look to as to why black people are in the state of decay they are in today. And I think that music is one of many tools of systematic white supremacy.
correct? It is. But what I'm trying to tell you is this. There has always been ratchetness. There has always been gangsterism. There has always been drunkards. There has always been drug addicts, right? Even
Yes.
back then. Okay. Now, looking at what Black people had back then, from not the before the baby boomer a generation, which I had talked about, right? The ones that had the Black Wall Streets, the ones that owned their businesses, like my grandfather. Why is it this generation doesn't have that same amount of businesses or empowerment like they once did? Why?
You can go ahead and educate us. Why do you think that is?
No, I'm asking you because, see, since you want to point fingers, right? Let me ask you.
How was I
Since
pointing
you wanna-
fingers?
Oh, this is what you did in the 30s. This is a sound of, I never ever denied that.
Ma'am, that's not pointing fingers. That's just me doing some research and pulling some receipts. I didn't know about them nasty ass songs until my live audience was like, yo, look up this song. Yo, look up that song. I never heard any of those songs until this live stream we're having right now. So it's not like I was pointing the finger, but I was like, hold up. I can think and remember some pretty raunchy ass songs from the 60s. And then I started digging and I found some nasty ass raunchy ones from as early as the 30s. So I do think that early on you were the pot calling the kettle black. But other than that, I mean, there's many different reasons for why future generations are worse off than previous generations. And I think it has to do with much more than just what fringe music is being produced.
Didn't I tell you back then we had a little Kim, which was Millie Jackson. Didn't I tell you that? Did I not
Yeah, I
say
think
that?
you mentioned a little Kim. Yeah.
Okay, that was Millie Jackson. That was back in the 70s.
Was Maya
Then
Angelou also kind of like a little Kim?
who?
Maya Angelou.
I don't know. I really don't follow her like that, even though I've seen why the cage bird sings and what have you as far as in the movie and whatnot. But all in all, what I'm just trying to tell you is this. Look, because of so much information at your fingertips, young man, young generation, what excuse do you have not to do better than your ancestors? What is
Makes you think we're looking for excuses to not do better than our ancestors. We are also the generation pushing for reparations. We are the generation ending the myth of Pan Africanism, of which your generation promoted, right? Damn. I mean, if we really want to start pointing fingers, what has your generation done for Black society, modern day, that you feel our generation needs to follow suit and do? Because I'm confused.
we're no longer pointing fingers. We're talking about what action are you doing?
Yeah, so what action has your generation done that you can use an example of actions we should take?
Don't ask me because you know it all. After all,
What do you mean, don't ask me? Auntie up here getting pressed, y'all. I didn't know exposing this old ass nasty music was gonna get her in her feelings, y'all. We all have jokes. We all shoot the shit. I didn't know pulling up some shit from the 1930s about her titties being long. I didn't know that was gonna get her triggered. Now she hitting us with this old Negro rhetoric. Well, what have you young folks been doing? Y'all ain't doing shit but sagging your pants and talking about booty holes being brown, ma'am. Your generation, we're sellouts. The Jesse Jackson generation, right? The Reverend Al Sharptons, right? The generation that wants us believing we all one big ass nigga and we should be rocking daishinkis and rocking with the Africans. I mean, ma'am, I'm just asking for you to be so charged about my generation and what we're doing as you're here participating in new black media, which is something my generation is also doing. What did your generation do that was so noteworthy? What was it?
listen, young man, what you need to understand is this. That generation's time has came and is going. Even though you like to go back and talk about what we have done.
Damn, Auntie, I would have never thought. I would have never thought that Auntie would get up here and start with the babble. Damn, I asked specifically, what did your generation do that was so noteworthy? I don't know your age exactly. I don't know your generation exactly. But if I had to list some things y'all did, wasn't it y'all that started the free lunch program with the Panthers and the right to bear arms and exercise your rights and sit-ins and all that? Wasn't your, I'm not trying to age you, man, but wasn't that your generation protesting and rioting so goddamn it, when the modern generation asks, what have y'all done for the struggle, and you can't list off some of the many things I think y'all have done, all right. I just mean you're in your feelings right now. Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? So you're never gonna leave. And I'm sorry, you don't get that reference. That reference is for the young folks. That reference of and she's Gen X. So see, so that wasn't even her. So all the shit I'm trying to give her a cop out with is really the generation before her. So again, I gotta ask, what did your generation do? Was your generation the gangster music generation? I mean, was your generation the black exploitation generation? What did your generation do? And the only reason we're comparing generations is because you're trying to say that us young folks, we're not really doing the work. So I want to know what work y'all did. That's all. I just want to know what work y'all did.
They hit dogs holler, right? Why is it that you feel some kind of way about what it is I said the past generations have done. And
New era, help me, help me. What's going on right now? Is Auntie not understanding where I'm coming from? Do you think maybe she can't list any concrete works her generation has done, which is why she's kind of tap dancing away from it? I mean, it was a
Nah, I think she because that 1920 shit, if she Gen Net, she said 1970. That's like 50 years before she was even born. Man, shit, that shit was like my titties long or whatever the hell. But you said
Keyshawn's
1920.
correct. Hold on. If Keyshawn's correct and her generation was grown in the 80s and 90s, then yeah, you got some splaining to do, Auntie. What the fuck
Mhm.
kind of revolutionary shit was y'all doing between the 80s and 90s? Because I ain't heard of it. I know
Yeah.
about Freaknik. I know about gangster rap music. I know bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. I know through the 80s, y'all was on some pimping and pandering shit, right? Um, what revolutionary shit was popping off between the 80s and the 90s? Educate me, y'all. Educate me. Chat, help me. Chat, help me. And DJ Rush, shout out to you, DJ Rush. I'm gonna drop a bomb for you because I've learned
Oh yeah,
recently
they
when I
had
look at my analytics.
what's that
Hold
club
on, wait,
again?
wait.
Fight the power.
Yeah. DJ Rush, thank you for joining because when I look in my YouTube analytics, I actually attract the older generations. Most of my audience is actually between the age 45 and 65 and older. I've got less than 3% of my viewers that are between the ages of 17 and 24. So, DJ, thank you for becoming a part of the minority. We're trying to bridge the divide through all the generations. But yeah, y'all, chat, help me out. Where did I go wrong with this? I'm just pointing out, hey, you're saying our music is so ratchet and degenerate, the pussy pink and the booty hole brown. Look what y'all was talking about. And not just what y'all was talking about, because mind you, if she was grown in the 80s or 90s, then what her generation was talking about was this shit.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Yo, hey.
What up, dog, ho? I wanna see your ass on the dance floor.
This is the type of music her generation was producing between the 80s and the 90s, right?
No time to be faking trick. On the for real, I wanna see that ass, bitch. Drop it down a little low like that. Head in the front with the splack pack. Palm Beach County style from the bottom. Shake that ass and do something.
And then when we go back older generations, as early as the 1930s, we hear shit that's even worse than that. And when I bring that to the forefront, now she gets a bit triggered. And her defense is, well, we might have been ratchet then, but y'all ratchet now, and y'all ain't got shit popping. What about the Black Wall Street? What about the black? Ma'am, your generation, you were grown in the 80s and the 90s. There wasn't no fucking Black Wall Street between the 80s and the 90s, were there? New era? Am I just an ignorant nigga from the West Coast, or was there new Black Wall Streets in the 80s and the 90s?
I don't think so.
Really, the 80s and the 90s was one of the biggest cooning and buffooning ass generations. Y'all was into the bling
Yeah.
bling.
I think the
Y'all was
last
into the P Diddy videos on the yachts and the boats and the. Come on, y'all, come on.
Yeah, I think the last Black Wall Street is the Oklahoma one. That's why everybody know about that shit. I think that's the only one that happened, if I ain't mistaken. That was the last
Yeah,
one that happened.
come on. So again, I just want to know from her, what did her generation do to progress the revolution? Because I don't know of anything that was really popping between the 80s and the 90s like that.
Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, of
Yeah, we
course.
did.
Okay, first of all, you got it twisted. I was talking about how generations had evolved and what their music was. Okay, despite the ratchetness back then, it has always been there. I never denied that. Did I? Did I? No. Now, what I'm trying to tell
Respond. You never said the ratchetness wasn't there, but you tried to dress it up. You tried to make it more rosy. You tried to paint the picture that older generations were, painting, a story, and it was up for you to interpret it and read between the lines. And, it was a guessing game. There was sexual innuendos. It wasn't right in your face, but No, we found evidence that y'all were just as blatant with the overt sexualization, just as our generation. I mean, that's just what it is.
Right. But let me tell you,
Yeah, cocaine and weed in the 80s, right? Yeah, crack era. That's right. Crack era is what her generation is known for. I got it.
listen, let me tell you this. When it all comes down to it, my experience, my grandfather, hey, hon, you're downstairs eating. Okay, later. My grandfather was a business owner and he wanted his children to take on the family business. They saw the Mary Tyler show, this, that, and the other, and wanted to become part of white society. That's what happened. Us 80s babies growing up, we were caught between a rock and a okay, hon. We were caught between a rock and a hard place. We had the ball that was given to us by our grandparents that were business owners, and our parents that were baby boomers that wanted to be part of white society. So the ball was given to us and taken away. And yeah, they dealt with that crack era. They dealt with the me, it's all about me, this, that, and the other. What I am trying to tell you, and what I had said earlier, is that music was a bellwether as far as in the cultural behavior of our people.
Okay, ma'am, I get it. You're also trying to compare generations, so let's go ahead and compare generations. You made a very charged statement earlier talking about, well, what has your generation done? And we used to have Black Wall Streets. And so, okay, so I'm just going to ask you because you are my elder, okay? You are my senior. I can't really speak from a grassroots level as to what was going on in the 80s and 90s. You feel me? I was a baby, right? Or not even here yet. So between the 80s and the 90s, can you please educate us on what movements were going on, what social activism, what change you guys were fighting for? Can you enlighten us a little bit?
Yes, during the 80s and the 90s, we were trying to get ours. It was in corporations and what have you, working, we were integrated. This was after, of course, the civil rights. Growing up as a baby from that time period, we were trying to get ours in the corporate sector. We saw that wasn't happening. That was when they discriminated against Black women wearing braids and what have you. And we said, okay, we've got to create our own underground market. Thus, your drug trade and what.
Okay, ma'am. I need it more quick and more concise. I said, what kind of progression were you guys pushing for? And you basically said you guys wanted to cozy up to whiteness, so you went for the corporate path to get careers and aspire to be a part of the white dominant society. What programs or what like activism, like what were you guys pushing for? I mean, our generation is pushing for reparations. Was your generation talking about reparations at all?
Yes, they did, because the thing is that going back to my grandfather, who I had a very big affinity to and influenced by, it was all about owning our own stuff. Like I said, my grandfather was in business for over 40, almost 50 years. Now, what had happened was that the baby boomers, my mother, my aunts and what have you said, no, we need to get our education and we need to get a good job. So we were caught between getting a job and having our own businesses, which was our grandparents. You understand? That was
So you guys, so
generation
wait, hold on,
after.
hold on. So you guys were like at a crossroads, and the crossroad was, and also I'm not sure if you have the YouTube video playing somewhere, but if you pause the video, that'll help make this a more pleasurable listening experience for everybody. It kind of does like this audio thing, but so you're saying you were faced at a crossroads, and you guys had to decide between being entrepreneurs or furthering your education. Is that right?
No, I'm saying that that's what we were told, to do was to get your education. Was it? This was my programming. Go to school, get your education, marry, and then,
Okay, so
that
real quick, a little
was.
bit of housekeeping. Anybody who's new to the broadcast, smash that like button. If you support the mission, if you support the broadcast, and you want to go into another encore, go ahead, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, put 5 on it. You know the drill. Otherwise, we're going to start providing closing remarks and wrapping up. We are approaching the 9th hour here shortly, so if you guys don't want an encore, I don't blame you. But go ahead, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you want the broadcast to go for at least another hour or so. But ma'am, I'm still not understanding. I understand that your parents were telling you to get an education or this or that, but I was asking like what movements were you guys pushing? What were you guys advocating for? I mean, I understand you guys were being programmed by your parents and society to do XYZ, but what grassroots movements were forming between the 80s and the 90s? And you've got to unmute yourself.
That's just it. Like I had admitted, that's just it. It was mute because we had came from grandparents that had their own businesses. You understand that? Did you hear me on that?
Yeah, I'm just
And
not
then,
hearing what movement you guys started.
and then we had parents that was part of the baby boomers. The baby boomers.
Okay, ma'am. So is maybe what we're hearing is you explaining why y'all did not have no social change groups popping, why you guys had no activism. I understand if the answer is we had no social change movement popping. This is the reason why we failed to get a pop in. I could get that, but it sounds like you're trying to give us the splaining without giving us the answer. Is the answer that you guys had no progressive social reform movements between the 80s and the 90s? And if that is the answer, that's fine. We'll now listen to you explain why that's the case. But let's first get the answer. Am I correct in surmising that you're saying that you guys had no significant progressional movements from the 80s and the 90s? Is that right? You've got to unmute yourself. And actually, now there's like 2 of you backstage, and one of them doesn't have a device connected. I don't know what's going on. But while we wait for you to unmute yourself, we've got Snap coming from the back to the front. Oh, Snap. What's good, brother? What's good?
Hey,
I'm
what's
trying to
up?
be easy with the elders. I'm trying to, but goddamn it, I'm the king of receipts. So when you start shitting on our music, and when I jokingly pull up some songs and then do some heavy research and find out, wait, no, y'all was on some raunchy shit, then it seemed like she got triggered and started throwing shit at my generation. But all right.
Hey, what's up, Mike? Man, you got a lot of patience. You had some way more than what was needed. And yeah, we're gonna respect our elders, but we're gonna need that same kind of respect right back. Because number one, music has always been music. It's just that it keep going to some misguided hands sometimes. That's what the problem is. But guess what? Also, we're not easily controlled. We're not manipulated like that. You got to give these people respect and the truth about what can manipulate them to do stuff. Now, yeah, in that era, the crack and all that was out of control. People wanted to get high. You know, they was drinking at one point, but then when they started doing the crack thing, that enticed them. And once they got hooked, because it was very addictive, and they got hooked. So that was part of that. And they keep I don't really like when people keep throwing up that this is what destroyed the nuclear family, the black family, all that stuff. You don't know. You come in with no statistics. You come in with no evidence or anything. You got to go and find the evidence and look at it and understand it, because it was a lot of things that went into that. Not just our music. And yes, it's our music. I'll be glad when Mike Check dropped, because it would explain a lot, whether it was raunchy, whether it was good. And guess what? We had all of it. We didn't just have raunchy music, and we just didn't have no good music. We had everything. We created all of it. So it was all going through, and most of it got stolen. That rock and roll, that country, all that got stolen. They even tried their best to steal hip hop. And only one person got it right now, not the whole culture, but they did damn try. Because Vanilla Ice was a damn joke. But Eminem is doing good. That's just one though. So the point fingers and say this is why black people are heading down, this and that, because of the family. Man, sometimes you had to say fuck family. You had to say it sometimes, because they was just as ratchet as the white people was. And in that the welfare thing that they tried to do, most white people was getting that. Affirmative action, they try to throw that in there. Most white people, white women, and Asian, they wasn't getting it too much, but mostly everybody else was getting it. Even the immigrants came over, they got it. It wasn't black people getting all this stuff that made us be stepped on and picked at and talked about. They was doing that from the start, and it slowed down one time with the civil rights movement, but then they came with some Jim Crow. Then the whole Democratic Party, no, the Republican Party, whole Republican Party said, let's haul ass over to the Democrat Party. And then they ran from there and ran to I got that backwards, but that's okay. They ran, and don't try
No,
to
you
see.
gotta wait, bro. Both parties
Yeah,
switch each other. That's all
yeah.
that happened.
And that's what happened. And they both don't like us. But we got to hold their feet to the fire. So we have to pick the one that's going to do as less damage to us at that time. Because the way I see how our FBAs are working and talking and getting out there, putting the information out there, we getting these reparations. They're going to have to be dragged, kicking and screaming and crying and lying and all that stuff they doing to try to keep us from getting it. But we eventually will get it. And we don't need people jumping on their side doing their talking points. All this, our family got destroyed because of the music. No, that music has always been music. Yes, some of it raunchy, so what? That was still created. It's still a person that's sitting down writing the lyrics to it. Then it's someone that's sitting there putting the beats to it. That is creative. That is still art. Where there's something that you don't like, guess what? You don't have to listen to it. But guess what? Don't complain about it, because them people still put their heart and effort into that music that we created. And let's see. I ain't want to miss, but Auntie, we all love you. We all respect y'all. That we give you that respect, but you got to give some back. And back in those days, the same thing was going. I remember when I was a kid, they was hiding records from me. I couldn't even listen to Richard Pryor. So they was hiding stuff because they knew it was raunchy. So, and guess what? All the parents didn't do that. Some did, some was irresponsible, whatever. But that was life then, and it's gonna keep repeating. So these people that got their music these days, if you don't like it, don't listen to it. But don't give the white people ammunition that they love to see other black people attacking the black people that's creating this music and trying to uplift our community. Even though it's raunchy music, they uplifting our community anyway. And our community have their own brain. They know what's going on. They know what they like, and they know how to act. Because guess what? When I go to colleges, when I step foot on colleges, I see a whole bunch of black people there. Yeah, some of them are immigrants, but I see a whole bunch of them, and not in just one campus. I don't went to about about 25 campuses, and I be seeing a lot of black people there. Yeah, they have dreadlocks, they have their bonnets on, they be walking in slippers, all that, but they still there. So let's not help them shoot us down. Let's join together and lift all of us up, and let's get this what we've been fighting for. I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
Mike.
No, you're fine. And real quick, we got a new guest coming from the back to the front, and then we're gonna bring Auntie up as well. We've got Poppin. Poppin, where you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Cali, Crenshaw District.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, let us know. What do you think about the topic at hand?
It's crazy because I've been one to grow up in and I guess I'll say a kind of successful family, in middle class America, being a black family, Uh, great grandma came out of Black Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? Great grandma taught our family everything that we know today, And for those that listen, we picked up values, we moved on. But what I'm kind of seeing what's going on is what I've been assessing, being a prominent figure in my community, you know, uh, working with all shades, forms, and fashion is that we always get together, and when we do got the heads that can make a difference, even if we come up with a solution, we'll lead that conversation. Like today, I beg to say this: a lot of us gonna lead this conversation today, and we're not gonna apply nothing that we learned today to make a change for tomorrow. So when we go back to the music from the 1930s and all that, I actually had some music that I was trying to share, and I thought it was kind of old, and I thought it was getting to it, but damn. The 10-inch boy and the other girl with with the nipple, they rocked my socks off. I'm like, damn. So I
She
mean, it tells the
said,
story because
"This should make a dead man come, right? This should make a dead man come."
Jesus Christ, and I understand what she's saying. The black box is fire, but what I'm trying to address is something that I noticed in my era, being an ex-gen, and it hasn't been addressed yet. Even with us having quote unquote leaders like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all that, we keep going through the same cycle. We get progress that makes it seem like progress, but we still enslaved. We still getting lynched. We still in bottom feeders. So coming out right before that 1939 stuff was not too far after slavery. So after being released from slavery and free, going wild and crazy, okay, we enjoyed that freedom, but then we got it together, but then we fell off, and then we got it together, then we quote unquote fell off, and it disintegrated all the way up to a Sexy Red today. I promise to God, I hate Sexy Red with everything I got in my bones. But after
I
hearing
never
them
heard a
songs,
song except for Mike TV by that, bro.
but after hearing them songs today, Sexy Red get a fucking golden pass.
Let's go.
It ain't nothing I can say
Let's
about
go.
her
A
now.
golden pass.
She gets
A
a
golden
diamond
pass.
platinum pass, We ain't made no progress. I tell my folks all the time, I'm like, bruh, if you don't think Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and these people, even though they was bootleg, they had their way.
Let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass.
Come on.
Hands on
Let
your
it breathe.
knees. Hands on
Let
your
it breathe.
knees.
Shit.
Hands
Let
on
it
your
loose.
knees. Shake that ass.
It's
Shake.
not even more
Shake
ratchet.
that
It's
ass.
not even more ratchet than the
Bend
shit
that
I heard
ass
the other
over.
lady say.
That's
fucking mediocre. I'm like, wow.
Hey, if you
But
just listen, I'm sorry to cut in for a second.
go ahead.
If you just listen to that whole song, and then you just think about all the work that went into putting that song together. Every person and it's probably some white people that was in on it too, but they all said they had to do their job. That's still a job. That little wretched song, as they call
No,
it.
hey, hold up. Let's call a spade
Yeah.
a spade. That
Yeah.
song was a ode. It was a love letter to the 90s. So if
Yeah.
Auntie's generation wasn't publishing that ratchet ass music, we wouldn't fucking immortalize it and think of it as such a classic. Come on, y'all made that a classic, not us. So goddamn it, if we go back and reference the generation before us and try to make our little spin on it. Come on. It is what
So
it
let
is.
me
What it's
tell you
gonna be.
about me. I might sound like I'm probably younger and all that, but I'm dead smack in the middle. So I know her generation what she talking about, and I know your generation what you talking about. You feel me?
Yep. Same with me.
And I've been analyzing it.
Shit, I was born in '91.
What's the solution at the end of the day, and what we gonna roll with? That's what Auntie trying to say. Another thing, even through all the whole time period we talking about from slavery till now, one thing that's definitely been taken out of the household is love. That's what she was trying to say. Ultimately, it ain't about the making love in between the sheets and all that. We got Usher for that. You feel me? On the front end. You feel me? And whoever else may
Hold
be the
on,
more
time out,
current day.
time out. That nigga Usher has been ruining homes as of late. That nigga been ruining marriages
I
every
get that.
weekend.
I get that. I will address that. I will address
I
that.
know,
I
we
will
good,
address
we good.
that. But it's just this evolved version of the same thing. You feel me? Just like titty nipple girl versus sexy red. It's just evolved into that today. You feel me? That's what it's supposed to be, quote unquote. We'll just say Neo. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody like that. But the crazy part for me is that we always get together for years and years and years, and we get together, we don't put down a solid solution. Real easy. If we can figure out a way, I heard us talking about some 19 families that got together to buy the acres of land, right? If you
Yep,
if you
word.
into if you
Yeah, that
into
was
if
me
you
who
into
said that.
if you into economics, right? Food, shelter, and water is all we need as a basin to get started with life. Everything that's medicine come from the earth. If we go straight to the food and make our own food and get the knowledge to make the medicines from when we get sick, man, we can start controlling our own narrative. They don't want that. They won't have the control over it. We need something to be able to let go of this stronghold of that dollar bill. The reason why Auntie couldn't answer your question between stuck in
Don't
that
you
rock and
go start talking like Gaddafi, nigga. You see what
nah,
happened to
it's no, no,
Gaddafi?
no, 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 no. I already know. I follow Gaddafi. I watched Gaddafi try to make his money. I watched that nigga take the fall. I understand what you're saying. I am this guy that know how to stand behind. Oh, I'm a gangster. Fuck it, I'm crippin'. You know, to just have that cover to say, oh, he's a dummy. We'll leave him alone. But behind the scenes, I'm going to school to try to be a bioengineer and work on genetic culture. That's
No,
why I
no, no,
typed
no.
in.
Time out, Playboy. Time out. You talking all this revolutionary progress. You in SoCal. What is you doing to free Crip Mac, huh? What is you doing to free Crip Mac? Crip Mac
Listen,
had to have the ghost gun, okay? It wasn't his fault. He has mental health issues.
You leave a free Crip Mac nigga in a Crip Mac nigga space to do what he's gonna do. Everybody's not gonna make it. You got to get the green apple together. If it's just 3 young boys, 3 young girls, get them together, start to plant that seed, and water that. Cause Crip Mac gonna be Crip Mac, 600 gonna be 600, whack gonna be whack.
Yep.
You feel me?
Talk about it.
They're not finna change their way. You know, if you ask me, what I boil down to is give them all AK-47, let them get themselves out the way, so we can reset and start from the ground up.
No, my
It
TV
won't
does
work
not
like
support
that.
or endorse hate speech of any kind against any
It's
protected
not.
classes or groups, including
It's symbolic.
religious,
It's symbolic. It's
sexual
symbolic. It's not. It's
orientation,
not meant to. I got
gender,
you.
You gotta say it
race,
like it's
or
symbolic.
immigration status. This is for
It's not. It's not.
educational
It's not to
purposes
be meant
only.
in a hateful way. It's almost kind of meant to be. You know how people be trying to say, "Oh well, why you guys tripping about the police killing them? Well, they killing each other anyway. That don't give you the right to kill them." I get that, right? All I'm saying is just let them run their course, because they're gonna be who they're gonna be. If I leave the back door open for some red apples to become green apples too. You know, because some people do change, some people do evolve. You know, but in the 90s and 80s to address, because that's my time frame too. Auntie wasn't gonna be able to pull no strings and do nothing. Man, they put that dope out there. You feel me? They turned two sides. They put that 2 sides to the middle. You know, I remember my pops taking me down all these different avenues and streets out here in LA and showing how all these boulevards was all black businesses and all this and that. And we was doing the Black Wall Street all over again. They couldn't blatantly just come out and just kill everybody that way. They got smarter and times evolved, technology evolved. They used the drugs, man. First hand story. Pops was born in 51, right? When they would come home as kids coming home to school and pass the train track, they're like, dang, well, why the train stop right here? Oh, snap, the train door is open. What kids gonna do? They're gonna explore. They go on a train It's boxing crates full of guns and ammo in there, not handguns, big guns, right? So when you infiltrate a community and throw the drugs, the cocaine, that who knows where cocaine come from? Because it definitely don't grow in America.
We don't cook
You
it
know,
nor cultivate
yeah.
it.
CIA, Cocaine Importers of America. You know, uh, they bring the dope, they put it in, they shut you down that way, and we was blind to the fact because we was struck on getting this money. You know, separating from that dollar bill probably would be the best, biggest help for us. You know,
And
that's what I'm
before
gonna
we
lay down there.
separate from it, cut the check. Cut the check. I'll contemplate separating from it
Cut
after I
the
get my
check. Cut the
reparations in
check. But
USD.
see,
Okay.
look. Cut the check in one way is one of the double-edged swords that money is so powerful in doing. Once you agree to cut the check, I mean, if we're gonna go by the money, cut the check, right? If we're gonna separate from the money, forget the check because you don't need the check. When is the last time you had to go spend some money to get some food? You really didn't. Because when you go to the store, came from the farm with the apples and charged you $1. Well, how come I can't do what Ralph do? Why I just can't go grow the apples like they do in plenty people backyard and have apples for people to eat? They come free from the earth. And the same thing with everything else that grow from the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
Facts.
can
Yeah.
buy all that stuff with money though. If you want to have a farm and a dairy shop and all that kind of stuff, you still need that doggone money to be able to get that.
Well,
So
think
just
about
cut the
this.
check,
Think
then
about
we
this.
go buy it.
Think about this.
Uh-oh. What happened to his mic?
Uh-oh. And while we wait for his audio to come back, I gotta acknowledge another contribution. Once again, thank you to New Era. Appreciate you sponsoring today's broadcast. The chat better thank New Era. He's the reason this conversation been going so long, y'all. Let's go.
No, dog, you know I
New
like that
Era.
from
A close second was Man's It. And shout out to everybody else that's contributed as well.
Oh yeah, let
But yeah,
me say
so
this.
do you guys think I was being too hard on Auntie? Because again, hindsight being
No.
2020, and I'm open to constructive criticism, but it seemed like she was throwing a little like cliche, stereotypical old head jab, like, oh, yo, modern generation, your music's trash. So I was like, well, I kind of remember some Motown shit that was kind of raunchy. And then when we look it up, and when the chat's like, yeah, look this up, and I Google this shit, I'm like, what the fuck? Granny is wildin'. Sexy Red ain't got nothing on Granny. What the fuck is going on? And then when I bring that up, it seemed like she got mad triggered. And then she went to oh, well, okay, well, if you guys are ratchet and we were ratchet too, then why did we have Black Wall Street? And then it turns out her generation is really the 80s and 90s. So when she talks about Black Wall Street, that's really taking credit for generations before her. And when you're trying to compare that to my generation, that's actually pushing this lineage. And honestly, I would say that, at least in my opinion, the real spark of this reparations talk modern day was Tariq Nasheed. And you can say Tariq Nasheed's like mid 50s, so he's not necessarily my generation, but god damn it, it's my generation who's taking the message and is running with it, right? So it just at that point in time became very disrespectful when she tried to say that we basically ain't got shit popping when we're pushing reparations. We're the one dispelling all these myths and rumors, becoming a part of new black media, starting jobs that y'all didn't even know would exist. I mean, I'm basically my own media organization by my goddamn self. What the fuck? No sponsors, no Fox, CNN needed. So, I mean, if my generation ain't doing the work, then who is? And when I try to play devil's advocate and say, okay, well, y'all did have the free lunch and the Panthers and shit, and y'all educated me though and was like, nah, she ain't that old. Like she was an adult in the 80s and the 90s. She wasn't around like in the 60s and 70s like that. So I'm like, okay, well then what is she talking about? And she couldn't give an answer. She started explaining. I asked straight up, what progressive movements, what achievements between the 80s and 90s? Well, you see, we had a lot of pressure and the baby boomers and the corporate media and we wanted to be part of the corporation and yada 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 yada. And I just wasn't understanding it.
No, you did good, Mike. You did good. You had a lot of patience. Way too long, too, because I think she should have got checked long before that. But I had left. I had to go to the store for something. But yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good. There's no reason to think that you was being rude or nothing like that.
I feel it. I feel it. Well, hey, I want to hear straight from the horse's mouth. We've got Cole-like personalities backstage, but once again, it's doing that thing where it says her device is not connected. So I'm gonna kick you from the studio. Just click the link. Oh, wait. You just fix it. You just fix it. I got you. There we go. All right, she's back, y'all. She's back. How's it going, Auntie?
It's going okay. Let me tell you
She
something
said, I
right
ain't your
now.
auntie no more, nigga. I ain't your auntie. I don't know you, light-skinned boy. You ain't getting no
You
more auntie's
youngins.
cookies.
You youngins. Boy, I tell you. Let me get my switch. Anyway, I had said when it came to music, there was a bellwether as far as in music in the times, as far as in society. Did I not see that? Did I not say that?
We don't remember.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just act like
Okay.
you said. Yeah. Go, Auntie. Make your point. Uh-oh. Make sure you unmute it.
She's not on mute.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with Auntie, but I was just being silent because us youngins know when we talking to some old heads sometimes and we right and they wrong and they set in their ways, what is in our best interest to just shut up and nod our head and not say nothing. So I'm just shutting my hands up. All right.
Especially when
That's
you
how
have
our
an old egg, an
yeah,
old head that
and
always
that's what we
complains
do out
about
of
respect.
for our elders. That's what we do out of respect. Because if we had no respect, we just run off at the mouth.
Exactly.
I respect you, so I'm gonna be quiet right now.
Oh, she left.
But
She got in.
while we wait for Auntie to get it together and call back in, we got Christopher calling back in. What's good, brother?
Same shit, new toilet, brother. That's about it. How you doing?
Oh man, we having a battle with the old heads right now. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to
Man,
make sure I can
honestly,
still get a good sweet potato pie from Auntie come Thanksgiving.
that's my generation too. You know what I'm saying? I'm 46 now, and it's like, I really think it's something that we shouldn't even be comparing. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially on the music tip, like, black people haven't controlled the narrative of any musical era. It's always been the record companies that control it. So it's more or less what their agenda is versus what the artists want to produce. The music will be as degenerate as the record labels deem it to be. You know what I'm saying? No matter what year it is. But I think honestly, to quote Brother Umar, we need to take a communal Pan-African type of view on this, my brother. And just say, hey, we're one people. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
like,
and thanks for
each one
bringing
teach
that
one.
up. Thanks for bringing that up because when we question what the generation of the 80s and the 90s did to progress the struggle, y'all didn't do shit. Y'all produced the Pan-Africanist myth. Y'all got us running around with unks and dashikis talking
That's very
about
true.
African. Like, bruh, come on. And it's up to my generation to dispel that myth and show some of you old heads who drink the Kool-Aid are now dying in the Gambia because of it. Like, bruh, how dare y'all
I
come up
can't
here and try to talk shit about my generation when we're doing the work?
say that mainstream hip hop had was more progressive than it is now. You know what I'm saying? Like back when I was growing up, like my favorite was like Heavy D, Kid and Play, Big Daddy Kane. Cats that you can play around your mom while she's in the bath. She's in the kitchen cooking. You can put the cassette in, like, and it's not like she's not upset or anything or disrespected. Difference between now and then, and I also think now if you put in a disrespectful type of album, the mom gonna start twerking with her daughter to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's how, that's the type of society we live in now, man. But I think we should all just kind of take the Umar approach in this. I hate that I'm saying Umar like he's
We
cool,
can't do
but
nothing that
because he's
nigga
not.
doing.
But yeah, like
Hold
we need
on,
to
brother.
fix
Hold on,
this.
brother. Hold on, brother. Respectfully, brother. Respectfully. Did you donate to the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Institution for Boys.
Oh, you got to say for
I think I
boy.
donated to the Cicely Tyson. What was it? Cicely Tyson Shaka Khan School for Girls.
So is that a no?
He don't know you asked him a question.
But
Oh,
that
he
was.
don't know, or he tap dancing around because he know he done sent the contribution.
Oh fuck no, man! I've never, Mike.
There
Hell
you
no.
go.
Have I ever computed to? To be honest with you, I'm not married to a black woman, so Umar don't fuck with me. So why would I contribute to him?
There you go. There you go.
There
You
you
said that I
go.
don't
So
fuck with
there's
it by
that.
default. I'm bunny hopping. It's okay. I've
You
done two in
know,
the past. It's all good. I like who I
there's
like.
that.
We go where we need it. Hey, have you seen that? Again, I don't know your upbringing, but did you find it easier or find more similarities with you and your Caucasian woman as far as hobbies and sports?
Actually, man, my wife is Singaporean Indian. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh,
she's
this
not.
nigga said, hold up, she and that Becky. I went over there and purchased me a ling ling ching ching bing bing wong wong. Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
like,
He said I
yeah,
was on my passport bro shit. He said, Mike, I cannot say if I have
not a
similar
passport
hobbies
bro.
to a
Not a
Caucasian
passport
woman
bro.
because my woman is from the Viet Cong. I found her in the jungle. Her forefathers successfully fought the GIs and remained in control of the land. And I went over there to get the chief's daughter. Oh Lord, you said she's from where?
Singapore.
Singapore. Where's Singapore? I can't think off the top of what is Singapore close to?
You know where Malaysia is at?
Kind of. Is that by
It's on the,
Taiwan?
it's on the southern tip of Malaysia. It's an island city that's also a nation state. Like on the southern tip of Malaysia. It's like the
So it's just
capital
like
of Southeast
Taiwan.
Asia. Now, honestly, it's a
So
pretty.
China have beef with it?
It's a pretty it's pretty ahead of the times compared to most other cities in that part of the world, man. It's like it's pretty dope on technology type of shit. But it is kind of an imperial city also where you can't fuck up. They have way more
Mm.
executions than anywhere else on planet Earth. If you bring a pound of weed in there, they will execute you. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, is that the place that had the crazy currency thing go on where they their currency was devalued or some shit?
I don't think so. No, not at all. No, they
Are
got
they the
a
place that
decent.
had the hurricane? Did they have a hurricane or some shit, some kind of natural disaster recently?
Nope. Nah.
Mm. Are they the place where their president is hella harsh and kills criminals and shit?
Yeah, yeah, that's the
Oh,
place.
okay, that's the place. That's the place. Okay. I knew
That's
I
the
read that. I'm like,
place.
hold on. One of these fits. One of these fits. Yeah, no, I've seen
Yeah,
pictures of the criminals looking like some human centipede type shit, all chained up in the underwear in a row.
yeah. I don't know. Honestly, from my understanding, from my view, I guess I should say, the only thing I've ever seen is state sponsored, situations with prisoners, but they don't release very many pictures of prisoners and stuff like that. And when somebody gets executed, they're just gone. Like the judge sentences you to death. You walk behind the door. There's no execution date. You're never heard from again. You know what I mean? Your family doesn't. It's just you're just
Like some
gone.
North Korea shit.
It's kind of harsh there. Like they execute more people than the Saudis, and it's like they execute more people on planet Earth than anybody, and it's by far. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Chewing gum is illegal there. Every time my wife goes back, I get a couple cases of chewing gum for her to give people because they don't. It's just the nation isn't like our nation at all.
So you
It's
trying to
not
get
chill.
people pumped off?
Mm. Wait,
I would
hold up.
not.
I'm on to this nigga. Hold
I would.
on.
I
This
would not
nigga.
recommend the average
Oh,
hood
he's
nigga going.
slick. He's slick. I'm on to him, y'all. Peep game. Peep game. I'm on to him. See, he's slick. See, what he said was you should work smarter and not harder. So I got a bitch from from a country where I bring her to America, and this bitch is just grateful to be able to step outside and breathe and walk to the park. The bar has been set so low. She's
Well,
just
they're
able to
proud
get
as
to the
hell though.
car,
They're
to
proud
the
people.
grocery store and
Oh,
buy some
where's my-
groceries.
Nah, it's not
Something
like
so
it's not
real.
like it's not like that. It's they're proud people. Like it's like they don't. Most Singaporeans keep their passports. You know what I'm saying? Like when they if they get married to an American, they don't like they don't completely bail out. They're very proud. And like
But
most
but
Singaporeans that come
but
over here got
but
like hella bank.
as far as freedom though, as far as freedom, they have much more liberties in America, I'm sure, right?
Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying. So you woman
Oh, okay.
who's just so appreciative. She's just so appreciative for every little thing that goes on throughout the day that we take for granted. Stepping outside, walking to the park, going to the grocery store, planning a vacation. Like she just has a level of gratitude for most mundane things that we think of. We think of it as mundane, and she thinks of it like, God damn it, it's people in my land who wish to have these liberties that I have.
Now,
It's just
actually,
a different dynamic.
she thinks of it as those stupid Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like that's actually the
Hold
view they
on,
take
hold
on it.
on, hold on. This tether broad got the nerve to flee over here by way of marriage by green card and talk about us being stupid. What's the education rate in her country? Okay, I need statistics. What's going on in her land? That's so fucked up. You already told us a little bit of it, but this
I
immigrant
don't.
better not come over here saying that we stupid Americans, we lazy. No money for you, Poppy. You lazy. What?
I mean, most Asian people feel that way. Most Asian people think that Americans are like morons and like all of our lax laws are part of the reason why our society is crumbling. So that's just how the
Yeah,
average
they
Asian
come
feels
over
about it.
here.
And
But
like I
they
said,
come
they're
over
proud.
here to take part of those laws, right? They come over here so they could. I mean, the Asian is the biggest demographic coming through the Mexican border right now, guys. I don't know if you know. I did a broadcast on it last week. It's not the Africans no more. It's not the South Americans. Asians are the biggest number, and they're watching TikTok. They're watching TikTok videos that give them lessons on how to come through the border and make it through from Asia. They'll take a flight from Asia to South America, and then they literally take Ubers and stay in hotels and get dropped off right at the open hole in the border. Just walk on through.
Yeah.
And Auntie, your phone is still not connected with the device. So if you can sort out how to connect your phone to the device, we can bring you back up. Because I got protection now, okay? I got me a fellow old head who's a fair, non-biased member of the panel, okay? And he gonna talk old head to old head. Cause I don't like how you did me earlier, Auntie. I feel like you was gonna grab a switch and grab a belt and start trying to beat on me, Auntie. Okay, it wasn't that serious, Auntie. I was right, you was wrong. You didn't see, Auntie. Don't beat me. Don't hit me. I
Hey,
ain't taking it.
I
I'm
will
grown
say that
now.
I will say that Generation X, one thing that they do have over the younger generation, like like when we grew up in the '90s, kids hustled hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it was the crack era, and you'll have a kid who in ninth grade would have one pair of jeans. In 10th grade, he would have a gold chain. In 11th grade, he'd have 3 cars. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like you don't see kids with that type of, like industrious spirit, even
Time
legally
out,
now.
time out, time out, time out, time out,
Straight
time
up.
out, time. No, 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 no. Time the fuck out. Because I got family who rose through that era and whatnot. So I'm just gonna say this. Crack fucking sold itself. They didn't go out there and do no canvassing, no door-to-door sales, no hardcore grassroots
Sold itself.
telemarketing. All they had to do was stand on the fucking corner and have crack on them, and people are driving up a new car every 10 seconds because it was an addiction. Come on, it was everything. It sold its fucking self. So when we talk about the people who rose through and made money through the crack epidemic and shit, they was doing the easiest fucking work. You telling me, hold up. Chris, I got a job for you, okay? I need you to stand over here at this street corner and just stay there all fucking day. Just stand in that corner all fucking day and hang out with your friends and shoot shit with your homeboys. And people are gonna come up and buy stuff from you and give me this amount of the money, and you keep this amount, and you gonna make $10,000 a week. And I just
Well,
need you to stand on this fucking corner. Like, this shit wasn't rocket science. What are
well,
we
the
talking
first
about?
job,
Fucking
the
drug
first
dealers.
job, the first job that the cats would have, is a lookout. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a little cat, like before you even touch dope, normally there would be, a little cat would be, a lookout. Was supposed to look out for the cops, look out for people who were coming up to buy stuff and stuff like that. So like cats would have to rise up the ranks back in the day. It wasn't just like, here, stand on this corner. Like you had to, learn to be trusted and stuff like that. So I hate to say it. I grew up across the street
I
from a
know.
crack
I'm
house.
just saying it still wasn't. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't rocket. Guys.
Nah,
Whatever your occupation is right now, whatever your 9 to 5 is, trust it was more. It's more difficult day to day than being a drug dealer. Like what the hell are we talking about now? Drugs sold themselves. Yes, you have to have a stash spot and watch out for the cops and have an alibi and da da da. But to get the sale, to facilitate the transaction, what business has a client base coming to them, addicted to coming to them? Every day, more and more people come to. I mean, come on, y'all. It's a cheat code. It's doing Elder Scrolls on the easiest difficulty. Like, what the fuck is we talking about? Nah.
it's a lot to explain. I don't want to implicate myself or anything like that.
No, it
Obviously,
ain't.
It
Yeah, we,
wasn't rocket
I'll just throw
science.
my
we need
cards on
I
the
you.
know a
table at that.
plumber. I know a fucking plumber. I know a plumber works harder than a drug dealer did as far as manual labor, as far as mental and manual laborious expenditure. Come on now. Selling drugs wasn't that fun. Oh my gosh, I gotta drive around in a fresh Mercedes with gold chains and shit and a bunch of money. And I got some I gotta have some management skills. I got 5 doughboys doing this corner for me. If one of them gets pinched, I gotta make sure that we intimidate their family and harass the witness. And then like come on, I understand there was complexities to it, but come on.
Well, tell me how
It was a
cats
lick.
nowadays are hustling
It was
harder.
a lick. It was a lick. And nobody looks at a lick as something that's so tedious. A lick is a come up, right? A lick is a come up. And with that said, we got Auntie back on stage, and she came with a belt for me.
Uh-oh.
If you're talking, we can't hear you. It looks like you're not on mute. I'm checking your microphone, and your microphone is turned up. So I'm not sure what it is, Auntie.
Oh, gone again. Maybe she was doing it on her phone and it's an I2.
Oh no. I
No,
don't
you know what?
know.
She mentioned a singer that she was saying that, made relationships happen. Betty Wright. Most her song was talking about a cleanup woman, and one song coming behind the wife that, the wife messing up and the cleanup woman coming in and clean up. Then she had another song when she said she becomes a woman tonight when a guy was coming over. And so Betty Wright, she sing real good. She's awesome. But those songs that didn't make relationships or break relationships. Uh-oh. Who got a puppy?
I don't know. I was just about to say that's it.
Yeah, I feel you. I thought I was muted up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was Mike. I think it'd be some pit bulls on the side.
But what I was mainly saying, I just don't like when people do talking points from the other communities about our community. Don't help them, dispute them. That's all I be saying. Because they still try to throw that welfare thing up when it's more white people on welfare than it is black.
I feel you on that, brother.
Shit.
Like when dude was talking about she do got a point though when we had the guy out here who had just got fired from his fast food job. He was kind of dick riding those whole Pan Africanist points and tether points and stuff like that. I was just like, man, come on, dude. Like you
I'm
just
trying
being
to
devil's
wonder.
advocate. You can't
Man, I
take
was supposed
yourself
to be minister,
seriously.
dog. I got touched by a teenager.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh my goodness.
Hello, Idris.
Oh, hi. How you doing, Mike?
Sure,
What's up,
yo,
Idris?
governor. Top of the
Oh,
morning.
Dear, oh dear.
You finally called back in when Archie ain't on the stage. And I see you, nigga. I see you.
Oh, it
No,
just
I'm fucking
slid.
with
He
you.
said, "Oh, aunties having technical difficulties. Okay, I'm safe."
Yeah, he's like, let me slide in while she ain't on here.
Idris,
Oh, fucking with you,
your
bro.
motives were being questioned. Your integrity was up for
Oh yes,
debate.
it
Why is
sure
that?
did.
Why is that?
Because she said that you
Listen,
was talking
Idris.
about you look like who?
Listen, Idris. Hold the time out, y'all. Time out, y'all. Listen, Idris. Listen. You have to understand. In this FBA movement, we have a lot of enemies. And to make
Correct.
sure that the revolution moves forward at the pace it needs to, we
Yeah,
must discern friend from foe.
correct.
Now, sometimes, once in a while, there are casualties of the revolution. And we don't
Correct.
know whether or not you're going to be a casualty or whether or not this is going to be righteous. But we need you to go in this room with New Era. He's going to put a rag over your face and pour gallons of water and ask you questions. And we need answers. And if you survive
Correct.
this, Idris, if you survive
Yeah,
this, then we will
yeah.
know whether or not you are a revolutionary or if you are a COINTELPRO Negro, okay?
All power to the people, my brother.
What the hell?
Idris, take his ass in the room and gag him. Get him.
Ah, oh, goodness.
Oh goodness.
They got to work on their humor a little bit more. But Mike TV does not support hate speech against any
Right.
protected class of people, including sexual orientation, gender, race, religion, immigration status, or nationality.
Right.
Amen.
What up?
But on a serious note, Idris, Auntie was saying you a snake. You be up here asking some strange questions. Tell them, boys. Tell them. You're pulling your
Okay.
FBA card. It's up for audit. It's up for review. This is a tribunal.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because he was like, "Oh, this shit that British people know and shit. You act like you don't know it." So, yeah, matter of fact, where's Auntie at? She'd ask some questions herself.
Auntie iPhone 2 broke.
Shit, I got a Galaxy.
Me
So,
too.
Ladies and
so is
gentlemen,
that
boys and girls, we are coming up on 9 hours, 9.5 hours of live streaming content for you. We're going to wrap up and start doing closing remarks unless you guys want an encore. If you want an encore, this will give us time to get Auntie onto the stage so that she can properly question Idris. And while we wait for Auntie to return, we can start the interrogation. But somebody put 5 on it. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Do you want to see our first audit of an ally? We thought this man was an
yeah?
ally. He's rocked out with us for oh so long, but tonight he's gonna get audited. Tonight we've gotta check his receipts. We've gotta check his time card. We gotta see, have you been spending too long in the bathroom wasting up company resources, or have you been punctual? Have you been meeting
Punctual.
with some FBI agents at a donut shop, or have you been a revolutionary all along? What's going on? What's going on? Who sent you, Idris? Who sent you?
You
What's
know,
the
I
name
put
of your
5 on
handler,
that, Brody.
Idris? What's the name of your handler? Is it Millie? Is it Millie? Okay, because I think first Millie came up, then you came up. Is your handler Millie? Did he put you up to this? Tell us now, and the punishment will be less severe. I promise you.
All right. Let me tell you. I have no handler. I'm a genuine man. I'm a genuine man. I'm a sincere man.
Give me a
I'm
name. Give me a
Idris.
name.
Idris.
No. Who's your handler? Is it Chuck Wu? Is it Chuck Wu? It's Chuck Wu and Dick
No.
Bay. It's the Igbo tribe that put you up to this.
No.
Is it Sarah Garvey, my nigga?
It's Sarah Garvey. Damn, not Sarah.
No, no. I don't work with Sarah Garvey. Not at all. Never. That's an insult.
Ooh,
Idris.
he getting pressed
Idris.
now. Ooh, right, Jajama? Ooh. It's getting spicy. All right, well, guys,
Idris.
interrogate him while we wait
All right, Idris.
for
When you
Auntie
looked
to
at
return.
FBA versus an African, did you cover your left eye while you looked at them?
Uh-oh.
Okay. I didn't cover my left eye. I looked with both eyes.
Okay. And did you make a decision on what you thought, and then actually went up and asked them to verify what your answer was wrong or correct?
I didn't understand the question.
Uh-oh.
After you looked at the FBA and looked at the African to try to tell them apart, and you made an answer to yourself that they look alike or they look different. And then did you go up to them and ask them so you can verify your answer to yourself?
No, I didn't do that because I can't talk to them. They're a picture, aren't they?
There you go.
Well, for example, can I weigh in here? You know, someone like Eddie Murphy, someone like Carl Weathers, who passed away. May God have mercy on his soul. Carl Weathers, if he were to tell me, I am Nigerian, I am Sierra Leonean, I would believe it because I can't tell the difference between someone like, Eddie Murphy and an African man. I can't tell the difference between Wesley Snipes and an African man. I can't tell the difference between, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, one of the Panther guys. I can't tell the difference between that dark-skinned guy and an African. I really can't tell the difference. Can you?
You've never noticed a different hairline, huh?
Khalid Sheikh Mohammed doesn't have a hairline. He's bald.
I like Akbar. I'm sorry, I just wanted to clear out my throat. I had some in my throat. My bad.
Do you know Wesley Snipes? Do you know Wesley Snipes? He is like dark skin. He looks exactly like an African man. Eddie Murphy looks like an African man.
But guess what? He's still the day walker, motherfucker. He walks in the daytime. Sunlight can hit him, and it does not harm. He is the day walker. He is the half-breed. He is Blade.
I am deeply sorry for calling FBA African people. How about that?
Yeah, bro. Auntie just got some questions for you.
Oh,
You know,
make some very
African
good points.
Poppy, me Aboriginal.
All right.
Go ahead, guys. Interrogate him.
Well, Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor looks
Okay, I
like
gotta go first. I'm cooking right now.
Yeah. You know Richard Pryor? Funny man.
Hold on. And Auntie's backstage. Auntie's backstage, but her device ain't connected again. So you have to fix your
my batteries are dying.
Connection, Auntie. You gotta fix your connection. Your batteries ain't dying again. You better stop lying. As soon as I said Auntie coming up, as soon as I said Auntie backstage, this nigga said my batteries are dying. You a fake ass nigga, Idris. You a fake ass nigga, Idris. You a good for that slow down ass nigga, Idris. You better not leave this page.
You gotta give him a pass.
This nigga said my batteries dying. You just got here. You just called in. Your batteries dead.
Yeah.
Idris.
Yeah.
Hey, Idris.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine. What's your name?
CLP, cult-like personality.
Oh, okay.
But you will refer to her as Auntie.
Auntie.
Yeah, that's what they say. And they've been beating me up. They've been beating me up. Like, oh yeah, but I got something for that ass. I got a switch. I promise you that. But anyway, Idris.
Yeah.
Why are you so invested in what it is FBAs are doing?
Right, because basically you see what it is like you have a lot of people from the diaspora, African people, the East, from the West, they constantly, have a problem in accepting FBA onto the continent. And I'm thinking to myself, this is not good, and this is unfair that the FBA are facing this discrimination. Number one. Number two, the immigrant community from Africa that come over to America make a lot of criticisms about FBA. So therefore, I decided to become an ally. And for me to become an ally, I need to understand FBA if I'm to defend them properly and if I'm to, take a bullet for them, so to speak,
Well, you know what? That's a little over dramatic. But anyway,
in what ways? I've got to know my audience, don't I?
You'll take a bullet. You say you'll take a bullet for FBA? Did I hear you right?
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about literally. I'm talking about defending them, because when I that's not fair, Mike. So basically, what I'm talking about is, I lose a lot of friends over the fact that I side with FBA most of the time, almost all the time. So basically, I better know yes. So basically,
run quick, see what we have here now.
Yeah, dear.
I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Repentance like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. Picture paragraphs unloaded, wise words being quoted, beat the weakness.
Tone it down, dear. Idris, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I've got to know FBA history, FBA lineage, so that if any one of these tethers attack you, I'll be more effective at being able to defend and advocate, for you, and to say, look, back off and leave the FBA brothers and sisters alone. Either help them or get out of their way. It becomes better for me to understand what FBA are all about, basically.
I know, because you study us quite a bit, and that's why I side-eyed you, which comments I left in the chat. And the thing is that we know that there are always going to be people from the outside that can pretend to be our allies, but will hurt us.
Yeah. Well,
and I'm not saying, Idris, understand this, man. I'm not saying that you're not a bad person and not to be trusted, but I will say this: we got our eye on you because we, as FBAs, have trusted too much, and that was part of our downfall.
I think FBA, the issue with them was they were too integrationists. Like Dr. King, they had
the trusting and loving on everybody. Exactly, sir. Yes.
So basically, there was a trust element to it, and there was like an integrationist element. Now, as a result of going through a bad experience in regards to integrating with everybody, helping everybody, and nobody helping FBA, you decided to delineate and you decided to go your own way. And I've supported that division 100%.
You get it. You always have. But I'm still side-eyeing you. But we're good.
Why are you side-eyeing me?
Huh?
Why are you side-eyeing me for? I don't understand it.
Because you know what? I heard,
because we are under attack, brother Idris. Because we are under attack, the enemy is everywhere. A healthy sense of paranoia is necessary for revolutionary progress.
Wait a minute, dear, because I still have that switch for you too, as Auntie. Getting back to
I'm gonna get on you later, Auntie. But right now, handle Idris, Auntie. First thing first.
Go at it. Hey.
That's cool. But anyway, the matter at hand. Idris, the thing is that we had people that had came into our movement. We had in the early 60s, right?
Yeah.
People from Africa, Stokely, Carmichael, Kwame Ture, right? Right? You know about him because you study us. You study us to no end. But anyway, and others. As a matter of fact, from what I have heard, Barack Obama's father was housed by the Southern Christian League, MLK's people. How about that? And to know what Obama did for us. Now,
which was not a goddamn thing, by the way.
Nothing.
Yeah, what I want to say is, Idris, thank you for talking and being a good ally and person that we can
Fuck all
talk
that.
to.
Idris, we need you to strip buck naked and see if you're wearing a wire, Idris. Strip buck naked right now.
No.
Check him for a wire.
No, but when it all comes down to it, you haven't shown us anything except talk. And today, listen, like I had said, and Mike, we're going to continue with this. As far as in the 80s, we dealt with talk. We're all about action right now. Show up or shut up. Or better yet, put up or shut up.
Okay. So I will show up.
We got our eye on you, Idris. We got our eye on you. So you better come correct, Idris. You better come correct.
I'm gonna show up, and show out.
We don't need your sweet words. We don't need your
You are under
sweet words.
investigation until otherwise, Idris.
No, that's
You're under
correct.
investigation. We need you to check in weekly.
Okay.
We need you to check in weekly.
Yep.
Until this investigation has concluded, okay? Right now,
Okay.
you're investigating. This is a performance review.
Oh gosh. And so basically, what am I going to be categorized as tether if I fail?
No.
Oh, thankfully.
Listen, we aren't even saying you're a suspected tether, but we got to check you.
Yeah.
We had people from the diaspora that came here during the 1960s, okay? Before the Civil Rights Act, okay? Let me give you some history. We had people here before that. And look at where we're at now. So there were people we brought in. And why is it that we're in this state today? Because we don't have the allies that we thought were. Us, white people, did not want African immigrants here in America. It was all about Europeans coming here. Black people, us, the civil rights generation, we stopped for that. And even our leader back in the day, MLK, had went to the president. Lyndon B. Johnson, LBJ, had said to Martin Luther King, give me a reason to give you guys these rights. We had shown that it's either blood or money. That's the only language and way you can affect white people.
And with that said, Mike TV does not support hate speech of any kind against any protected groups, including race, gender, sexual orientation, immigrant status. The list goes on and on. Hate speech will never be tolerated on Mike TV or any of Mike TV or YouTube's affiliates or subsidiaries. Viewer discretion, please advise.
So
anyway, that Civil Rights Act
got passed, right? Look at where we're at now. We've got African, Caribbean immigrants talking greasy and even have the goddamn nerve to be on our reparations task forces when it has nothing to do with them. So today we are understanding that not all skin folk are kinfolk, and we don't deal with that flat blackness. Don't come over. I'm
Listen,
black.
Idris.
No,
Listen,
we
Idris.
don't deal
What
with
it
them.
comes down
Yes,
to
yes,
is you got to put in
yes,
work. You got to put in work to earn our trust. So I need you to go
yeah,
meet
Thank
with
you.
Snap.
Thank
Snap's
you.
gonna give you some tools, and you're gonna
yep,
get the details from New Era, and you're gonna go on a
yep,
little drill for us. Okay? You have to complete a mission
right,
for us. If you complete this
right,
mission, you've earned our trust.
okay,
Thank you. It's all
right.
about action. Jackson. Action,
Like they
Jackson.
say, actions speak louder than words.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that what New Era told
Action
you you had to
Jackson.
do.
By the
Oh,
way,
there's a song on that
Auntie,
one too.
Auntie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Oh,
go
Was
ahead.
was Action Jackson, was Action, you know the guy they call Action Jackson?
Carl
Was
Weathers.
he an immigrant or was he FBA?
The movie? You're
Yeah,
talking about a movie?
you know Carl Weathers. You know Carl Weathers.
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
he FBA or was he African?
Huh?
Was he FBA or was he from an immigrant African?
He was an FBA brother.
Oh
From what
right,
I understood.
yeah, I couldn't tell the difference.
You
See?
have other information because you are a crafty fella. You ask questions. No, you ask questions to see if we'll get in a trick bag. So what is he, Idris? Because you asked a question that you already know the answer to.
I do not know the answer to that one. I'm telling you for a fact.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know it. But anyway, the point is, at the end of the day, I will be an ally and I'll be a friend. And I'll always advocate for the FBA. And I think that it's good that you're doing your due diligence, and you should vet every person that claims to be a friend and an ally. You should vet us vigorously and check us.
Right. We have learned, especially
Are you
me
able to hear me?
being from
Hey, Snap, are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, Idris, what prompted you to ask that question?
No, I'm not gonna help you.
Well, basically, what prompted me to ask that question was that at the end of the day, she was telling me about the issue of, who's an ally, who's not an ally, and who's treacherous.
Pause right there for me. Remind us, for the people just now tuning in, what was the question you asked?
I mean, I thought that I was being rude previously when I made.
I need you to repeat the question you asked, Idris. Here we go.
All right. The question was, is Carl Weathers FBA or an immigrant? Because I might have made a mistake prior to.
Who's Carl Weathers?
Carl Weathers was the actor who used to remember who was Apollo Creed in the Rocky films.
Okay, yeah, I do. So what prompted you to randomly ask if this seemingly Black American actor is a true FBA or not?
Because I might have inadvertently, prior to this point in time, I might have accidentally assumed he was FBA while he wasn't. So I wanted to just clarify that point.
But still, that really wasn't like our topic of discussion. So for us to be speaking about what we're speaking about, and you to randomly bring up some black actor and question his lineage. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, panel. Everybody can chime in, but it seemed a bit off color. It seemed a bit off subject. It seemed like a "I got you" moment, right, guys?
And he did it for the third time tonight, but
That's what
It seems
Auntie was
like
talking
an
about
"I
right
got
there.
you" moment, and then this
Did
was not the first "I got you" moment that Idris has attempted to pass off tonight.
No, no, no. It's not a gotcha moment, man.
No, they have been gathering since the 1970s, shortly after the Civil Rights Act. You
Auntie,
don't
don't have
understand. That sexy lady, Lola Falana, she is, I think, Trinidadian or Dominican. Beautiful lady, but was up there. She was like a little Kim and what have you. Singer, songstress, excuse me.
Let's get back on
As
topic.
far as in,
Does
as
anybody
far as
else
in
agree?
showing skill,
Does anyone else agree that it seemed like a
It
question
was
that
off
was
color to me
asked
too,
with
bro.
ulterior motives?
I agree. Well,
yeah,
50-50. 50-50 for me.
yeah, 50-50 for me too. I think he was trying to prove a
I'd
point.
say it was about 50-50 for me too. It was a bit shaky. It was a bit shaky.
Yeah, bit shaky.
And it's not necessarily what you said, it's how you said it.
Right, my sincere apologies. It never came. It wasn't supposed to come across like that. But you know,
Idris,
I make
I
mistakes.
need you to go in the storage closet with Snap. He's gonna strip you down and check you for a wire. You gotta bend over, spread them cheeks, and cough.
Oh dear.
Why is this mouse in there?
Well, Auntie, I heard that you brought a Switch for me. You can't catch
yeah.
me though. Nana nana boo boo, you can't catch me. I'm too fast.
You want it now or later? You want it
I
now or
want it
later?
now. I want it now while I'm enjoying my double stuffed Oreos and milk. Give it to me
Okay, gotcha.
while I'm enjoying something sweet.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I think, dear, with you being young and rambunctious, your understanding sometimes puts you over the moon, the clouds, and the universe. What I had said earlier was that when it came to music, is that music is a bellwether of society. Did I not say that?
I do not recall.
Okay, of course you don't. Keep smoking on that J. But anyway, what I'm gonna tell you.
Why are these old niggas always trying to come at us young? Oh my, I can't smoke. I'm sorry that I'm not smoking Mexican dirt weed like your generation was. I get my shit legally farmed and sourced. My bad. My bad. It was illegal while y'all was doing it, but it's legal for me. My bad. My bad. I'm just too
I got a
high.
good
That's
man
why I
too.
don't remember. Yeah, no new era. We just too high and young and reckless. That's why we don't remember whatever statement she keeps asking us about. A
Shit, I was
bellwether.
tripping.
Something about music being a bell. I don't remember her saying some shit about music being a bellwether. I mean, we've been going on 10 hours now, ma'am. 10 hours.
Hey, Mike, that's another
Yeah.
song that was back then by Rick James singing about Mary Jane.
Right, that's my shit. I got that shit on my playlist.
Yeah.
Damn.
Can't be talking about
Hey, we don't remember whatever statement she made earlier because I'm too inebriated. Yet I'm able to put on a 10-hour straight live production while inebriated. Okay, never mind. I'm done, Auntie. I'm done. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It's just
Mike,
these slight
can I
old head jabs are just a bit juvenile. That's all. That's all.
can
But
I
yes,
chime in here, please?
Yep.
Yeah, you know, basically, what other issues has Auntie got, man? I mean, I think it's very intelligent on her part to vet everybody. Even I should be vetted 150%, no problem. I mean, what other issues does she have?
She's upset because I exposed our older generation's music for being just as raunchy, if not raunchier, than our present day music. So she started trying to say that my generation hasn't really done anything, and older generations had Black Wall Street, and if we've got ratchet music and they had ratchet music, but they also had Black achievements, why can't we do the same? So then I asked her, well, like, what did your generation do through the 80s and 90s? And she couldn't really answer that question. And that's just kind of where we've been
Generation
at
gap.
since then.
Ask him to play it back. Ask him to play it back what I had said about music. Ask him to play it back. Let's get it straight. Let's get it right, young man. Let's do that. Let's get it straight and let's get it right, young man. What did I say about music?
Well, there's 4 other people on the panel who've been here and witnessed everything that happened. So, guys, chime in. Am I right? Is she wrong? Am I wrong? Is she right? I mean, what does
Okay.
the panel members think?
What the
Oh.
bottom line, what she was saying about it was that the music of today is making it so there no relationships in our families. No one's in the family anymore in relationships because how bad the song raunchy the song is or something like that. And which I say that's not true. It can't just be blamed on music because if you
And
do that,
the modern
yeah,
song she was referencing
was
was
black,
the sexy red, my
sexy red.
pussy pink, my booty hole brown, yada yada yada. That's what she was referencing. She was saying
Yes.
that we have such ratchet, degenerate music, and their music back in the day, although it talked about sex, it did it in a more classy way. It did it in a way where it was subtle, where it left things up to the imagination. And then she got oh so upset when I played evidence to show that the generation was, if anything, her generation and older was, if anything, more raunchier than ours ever is.
I got nipples on my titties, big as the end of my thumb. I got something between my legs that'll make a dead man come. Oh, yeah. Baby, won't you shave them dry? No, Lord, no. Want you to grind me, baby. Grind me until I cry. Say I fucked all night and all the night before, baby. And I
Great grandma is talking about fucking all night and making a dead man come and all this shit. And this was the 1930s, 1933 to be exact.
feel just like I want to fuck some more. Oh, great God, daddy, grind me, honey, and shave me dry. And when you hear me holler, baby, I want you to shave me dry. I got nipples on my titty, big in my thumb. Daddy said that's the kind of woman you want, and you can make them come. Oh, daddy, shave me down. And I give you something, baby, swear it'll make you cry. I'm gonna turn back my mattress and let you oil my springs. I want you to grind me, daddy, till the bell do ring. Oh, daddy, want you to shave them dry. Oh, great God, daddy, if you can't shave them, baby, won't you try? Now fucking was a thing that would take me to heaven. I'd be fucking in the studio till the clock strike 11. Oh, daddy, shave them dry. I would fuck you, baby, honey, I'd make you cry.
You ever think you would hear great grandma talking like that, Idris?
Listen, I learn something new every time I come onto this channel. I thought that the 1930s was a period of like morality, decency. I never thought in a million years that this is the sort of thing that they were singing. Once again, coming on here has been too educational. Thank you very much for always enlightening me. You surprised me, you know.
Yet. Don't you run off. You ain't going nowhere, are you?
No, I'm not going anywhere, man.
Okay.
Am I still under interrogation here?
No, it's just we want you to stick around for a little bit. That's all. We
Okay.
got some more background checks that we're waiting to hear back from.
All right then.
But yeah, y'all. So again, so Auntie got a little pressed because she was saying that the Pussy Pink Broody Hole Brown was the raunchiest of the raunchiest, and we're setting back our progress. And I'm like, hold up, y'all music was just as fucked up. And more specifically, she was an adult during the 80s and the 90s, and their music was literally this.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got.
So while they also did have their Dear Mamas and, all their good modern day Negro spirituals, they also was on some fuck shit. Auntie, don't lie. Y'all was on some fuck shit.
Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Yo, hey.
What up, dog, ho? I wanna see your ass on the dance floor. Ain't no time to be faking trick. On the for real, I wanna see that ass, bitch. Drop it down a little low like that. Head in the front with the splash.
I that music, Mike. Who did? Did I? I had told you that there was a time when music reflected society. I did not say that. Huh? See, I think we're lost in interpretation. Why is that? Why is that?
Honestly, it's hard to even hear you because your audio is really borging out. Like it's cutting in and out. Sounds like you're underwater speaking through something that muffles your voice and distorts it at the same time. I don't know. I was reaching for an analogy, but I'm just too high after all. I think you're right. I'm just too high. But yeah. What were you saying again?
Don't put those words in my mouth. I did not say that. Don't play that game.
Auntie, do you confirm or deny that your generation are the forefathers of our modern ratchetness?
I will say this, that they had a hand in not all, but they had a hand in what's going on today. Yes, I will say that. I can admit that. How about that? I have accountability when it comes to my generation. What about yours?
You think I'm not accountable for?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Can I have the floor just for a few moments? I promise I will not be long.
Yo, this that old head shit. She gonna throw a jab at me, throw a low blow. Yeah, you know what? I can admit that, but I got accountability. And do you got accountability, Mike? So I say, okay, hold on. What do you think I'm in denial about? Well, hold on, Mike. I want to have the. Don't move the goalpost. Hey, answer that question real quick, and then you can have the floor. What do you think that I'm not acknowledging when it comes to my generation?
And you got a problem with that. How funny is that? I'm about to barrel, and you got a problem with that. How about that? But you want to point a finger and not say anything about yourselves, but I'm about to barrel. How funny is that? Accountability, right? That's what it's about, right?
Again, you're bringing up accountability. What do you think I'm not holding my generation accountable?